Chapter 558. Kunlun sect's first true disciple, Zhuanghua, was killed by Li Changsheng. At this moment, the entire world fell silent. A great battle had come to an end, and the result was beyond many people's expectations. Senior brother Zhuang, Xu Ying, who had feelings for Zhuanghua, couldn't help but burst into tears. She looked at the spot where Zhuanghua had been. At this moment, only a cloud of blood was left. The 7 heroes looked coldly at Li Changsheng, and their auras were rising. "What are you trying to do?" Although Ouyang Ruo and the others weren't strong enough, they still stood up to protect Li Changsheng. "I'm going to kill you." Suddenly, Xu Ying's body flashed with white light, and she pounced on Li Changsheng. "Junior sister Xu, watch out!" The 7 heroes of Kunlun cried out in alarm. Just as they were about to besiege Li Changsheng, a loud bang was heard in the next moment. Xu Ying was sent flying at an even faster speed, landing dozens of meters away. Her body was twitching non-stop, and blood clots were coming out of her mouth. Li Changsheng had hit her in the chest, shattering her internal organs. "You've overestimated yourself." Li Changsheng snorted coldly and looked at the other 7 people. "Do you want to fight too?" At this moment, a murderous aura spread out from Li Changsheng. The 7 of them looked at each other, and the aura that surged from them gradually dissipated. It wasn't that they didn't want to avenge Zhuanghua, but even if the 7 of them were finger-profound realm experts and were more powerful than Zhuanghua, they still didn't have the confidence to go against Li Changsheng. The 7 of them weren't one. Based on the strength that Li Changsheng had shown when he killed Zhuanghua, it was impossible for them to take revenge without 3 or 4 casualties. In the end, the 7 of them didn't speak. They went over to help the severely injured Xu Ying up and left the manor in the north. "Elder Li, you're so powerful. Even the acting sect master of Kunlun was killed by you," Ouyang Ruo said excitedly. "From now on, let's see who dares to look down on the north." The northern region's overall strength in the Heavenly Dao Union wasn't weak. The reason why they were oppressed by the other divisions was because the northern region only had one top-notch expert, Wei Gongqiu. And now, Li Changsheng alone was comparable to several finger-profound realm experts. With a great god like Li Changsheng overseeing the north, the power of the north was already comparable to the strongest of the 5 tribes, the west. Wei Gongqiu, who was standing at the side, had a complicated expression on his face. He was naturally happy that a super expert like Li Changsheng had appeared in the north. However, Li Changsheng had just killed the Kunlun sect's acting sect master, Zhuanghua. The Kunlun sect was a colossus. Even a faction like the Heavenly Law Union couldn't compare with it. It was precisely because of the Kunlun sect's support that the Heavenly Dao Union's western region could become the strongest force in the Heavenly Dao Union. Although Zhuanghua had not officially taken over as the leader, in many people's eyes, he was already the next leader of the Kunlun sect. A dignified candidate for the sect master had been killed. This was simply a huge grudge. Not to mention the Kunlun sect, no other sect would let this matter go. Perhaps the North status in the Heavenly Law Union had risen rapidly because of the appearance of Li Changsheng. However, it was accompanied by endless danger. They would have to face the revenge of the Kunlun sect. Even Wei Gongqiu wasn't sure whether it was a blessing or a curse. "Old Wei, the Alliance Master has sent an envoy. He said that he has arrived at the airport of Qin City and asked you to pick him up." At this moment, a subordinate walked over the ruins and reported to Wei Gongqiu. The entire huge manor had been completely razed to the ground. If it wasn't for the fact that Wei Gongqiu and the others had done a good job, such a huge matter would have immediately become the most explosive news. An envoy from the Alliance? Wei Gongqiu was shocked. Could it be that the Alliance Master has already known what happened in Qin City? However, he quickly shook his head. The battle between Li Changsheng and Zhuanghua had just ended. Unless the Alliance Master had the ability to predict the future, he would only send an envoy over at night at the earliest. "Okay, I'll go now." After Wei Gongqiu finished speaking, he said to Li Changsheng, "Elder Li, you must be tired after the battle. Take a rest first. In addition to this manor in the north, we have a foothold in the west of the city. We have to go there first." "Okay, you go first." Li Changsheng nodded. At the airport of Qin City, a middle-aged man accompanied by two subordinates walked out of the airport. Special Envoy Yang, this time the Alliance Master asked us to mediate the grudge between the North and the Kunlun sect. I heard that the acting sect master of the Kunlun sect, Zhuanghua, has come in person. If we are late, the guest elder of the North will be dead. The one who spoke was a young man with a silver hook nose and a mean look in his eyes. The Alliance Master asked me to mediate the grudge and resolve the grudge between the North and the Kunlun sect. The best way to resolve the grudge between the two sides is to eliminate the anger of the Kunlun sect. If we are early and Zhuanghua wants to kill the elder of the North, we can't stand by and do nothing. But once we take action, things will be difficult. It's better if we are late and let Zhuanghua kill Elder Li. In this way, we can eliminate the anger of the Kunlun sect and weaken the strength of the North. This is the best way to solve the problem. Special Envoy Yang is so smart. The two young men next to him showed admiration. At this time, a reinforced Lincoln car stopped at the temporary parking lot in front of the airport. Wei Gengqiu got out of the car. Special Envoy Yang, I'm so sorry. I came here as soon as I heard the news. Unfortunately, there was a traffic jam on the way. Sorry to keep you waiting. Although Wei Gengqiu's status was higher than Special Envoy Yang's, his attitude was very humble. If the relationship between the two of them was in ancient times, Wei Gengqiu would be a warlord who could intimidate a region, and Special Envoy Yang would be a close official of the emperor. No matter how powerful the warlords were, they would have to deliberately curry favor with the people around the emperor. Elder Wei, you are too polite. Special Envoy Yang said with a fake smile. The Alliance Master heard that the acting leader of the Kunlun sect, Zhuanghua, came to Qin City. He was afraid that Zhuanghua would have a bad temper and have a conflict with the North, so he asked me to mediate. But something happened on the way, so I came a few hours late. How is it? Is the guest elder of the North, Elder Li, doing well? Speaking of this, Special Envoy Yang's eyes were filled with a hint of playfulness. He wasn't killed by Zhuanghua, was he? Your Elder Li is too much. He dared to kill a disciple of the Kunlun sect. Isn't this bringing disaster to the North? Hearing Special Envoy Yang's words, Wei Gengqiu understood the other party's intention. But he was not here to mediate. He was clearly here to watch the show. Elder Li is safe and sound. But the acting leader of the Kunlun sect insisted on having a friendly match with Elder Li. Unfortunately, he was killed by Li Changsheng. Chapter 559. What did you say? Zhuanghua was killed. How is that possible? Zhuanghua is the #1 true disciple of the Kunlun sect. He is at the peak of the Finger Profound realm. There are only a few people in the world who can compete with him. How could he be killed? Elder Wei, are you kidding me? Is it because your Elder Li was killed by Zhuanghua that you feel it is unfair? Is that why you said that? Special Envoy Yang was stunned for a few seconds before he laughed. In his opinion, the only one who died was Li Changsheng. He knew Zhuanghua's strength too well. He was a peerless genius. How could he be killed so easily? Special Envoy Yang, I am not joking with you. I am telling the truth. My guest elder in the North, Elder Li, is extremely powerful. Zhuanghua was smashed into a bloody mist with one palm strike. It will not be long before the whole Sky Law Alliance receives the news. Are you telling the truth? Special Envoy Yang frowned. Wei Gengqiu did not seem to be lying. Originally, the Alliance Master asked him to mediate. He thought he was smart and came a few hours later to weaken the power of the North. However, he did not expect Zhuanghua to be killed. Zhuanghua was killed by Li Changsheng. How was he going to explain it to the Alliance Master? Do you know who Zhuanghua is? He was killed. This is a big mistake. Li is really bold. How could he create such a big mess? Special Envoy Yang was shocked. So what? He was the one who asked for it. Who can he blame for being inferior? Elder Li is very powerful. He is the guest elder in the North. Please watch your words. Wei Gengqiu's attitude suddenly hardened. He was making his stand clear. Li Changsheng was a peerless expert. He was too important to the north. Of course, he had to protect him. Even if he had to offend Kunlun and the Alliance Master, it was worth it. In the end, Special Envoy Yang was like a defeated rooster. He lowered his head and became dejected. Elder Wei, this is too serious. I have to go back and report to the Alliance Master immediately. As for Elder Li, the Alliance Master will make a decision. After that, he hurriedly turned around and walked into the airport. Looking at Special Envoy Yang's back, Wei Gengqiu could not help but sigh. He did not know what kind of uproar would happen next. Changsheng, there's a high-tech exhibition in Qin City today. Can you accompany me to take a look? Yu Yue's voice sounded a little nervous over the phone. Other than studying, she was also interested in the latest technology. In the past, when he was in Qingju, he was busy with his studies. In addition, his family didn't have much money and didn't have much pocket money, so he was often reluctant to buy tickets. After coming to Qin City, she had more free time in college. Moreover, her family was not as poor as before. Therefore, when she heard that there was a high-tech exhibition, she wanted Li Changsheng to accompany her to take a look. Of course, no problem. Li Changsheng said dotingly. Yu Yue occupied a large part of Li Changsheng's heart, and he would satisfy most of her requests. When they arrived at the entrance of Yu Yue's school and saw Yu Yue, they noticed that she had specially dressed up today, making her look slender and elegant. They took the car to the city center. When they arrived at the third floor of the exhibition, they saw that there were already a lot of people there. It was very lively with people coming and going. I heard that a newly developed robot can think like a human. I don't know if it's true or not. Yu Yue was like Granny Liu entering the Grand View Garden. She was completely dazzled. Li Changsheng wasn't very interested in these technological products, but he felt that they were indeed very interesting. The two of them stayed at each booth for a while. Unknowingly, they walked to the innermost part of the exhibition. There was an intelligent robot in front of them. It was very realistic and could talk to the people next to it fluently. Moreover, its eyes and facial expressions were very realistic. Yu Yue was also very interested, so the two of them stayed there for a while. Changsheng, do you want to drink something? Yu Yue pointed at a place not far away. There were freshly squeezed fruit juices and all kinds of drinks there. Give me a glass of orange juice. Li Changsheng smiled. Yu Yue walked to the place where the drinks were sold. Soon, she came back with a glass of orange juice and a glass of lemonade. She passed them to Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng had just reached out to take them when he heard a cold voice from the side. What kind of boyfriend is this? He doesn't know how to be considerate to his girlfriend at all. He even asked his girlfriend to get him some orange juice. That girl is also so beautiful. She must be blind to have fallen for such a scumbag. When the voice sounded, Li Changsheng immediately raised his head and looked over. He saw a fashionably dressed and rather beautiful woman looking at him with a look of disdain. Li Changsheng was also very speechless. He had only asked Yu Yue to get him a glass of orange juice, but in the other party's mouth, he was actually a scumbag. Yu Yue was also a little unhappy. Just as she was about to refute, she heard a slightly surprised voice. You are Li Changsheng? Did I bump into an acquaintance? Only then did Li Changsheng notice the few companions next to the girl. One of them was a girl wearing a checkered shirt and a short skirt. She was looking at him with a surprised face. Lin Yin, Jiang Dao's friend. Her father, Lin Zhenhua, was the owner of a bar. The last time she encountered a problem, it was Li Changsheng who helped her solve it. He didn't expect to meet her here. Why are you here? The two of them blurted out almost at the same time. Li Changsheng couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed, while Lin Yin's face was slightly red. My friend likes these smart products, so I came with her. What about you? Lin Yin couldn't help but look at Yu Yue, who was standing next to Li Changsheng. A trace of imperceptible sadness flashed in her eyes. I came with my girlfriend. Li Changsheng smiled. The fashionably dressed girl next to him was a little embarrassed. Lin Yin, is he your friend? This girl had just broken up with her boyfriend some time ago and regarded all the men she met as enemies. Her boyfriend was also a man who came from the countryside and gradually developed with the help of some of her resources. But a few days ago, he cheated on someone else. The difference in appearance between Li Changxing and Yu Yuwei made it easy for her to regard Li Changxing as a person with the same character as her ex-boyfriend. She was very hostile to Li Changxing. "This is Li Changxing, Mr. Li. He helped me in Beijing." Lin Yin introduced him with a smile. "Mr. Li is a very capable person. He's just a scumbag who uses flowery words to deceive women. Otherwise, look at his country bumpkin face. How could he find such a beautiful girlfriend? This kind of person is full of schemes and betrays others. When you're with him, it'll be too late to find out his true colors." The girl deliberately raised her voice so that Li Changxing and Yu Yuwei could hear her clearly in the noisy hall. Chapter 560. "Jiala, you can't be rude to Mr. Li," Lin Yin said with a sullen face. "What, Mr. Li? Can anyone bear the title of Mr. Li? He doesn't deserve it." Lin Yin knew her good friend's character and shook her head. She looked at Li Changxing. "Let's sit over there. I'll treat you to some juice." "Okay." Li Changxing looked at the remaining orange juice in his glass. Maybe it was because he was thirsty. They walked to the rest area, where there were some chairs. They ordered some drinks. After everyone sat down, Yu Yuwei took the initiative to get to know Lin Yin. Yu Yuwei was a typical good girl. She was similar to Lin Yin in many aspects. The two of them sitting there was the most beautiful scenery. LV Jiala next to them was also a beauty, but she paled in comparison. LV Jiala had always disliked Li Changxing. Now that he saw Lin Yin and Yu Yuwei sitting next to him, giving him the illusion that he was hugging two beauties, his eyes were filled with hostility. In an instant, Li Changxing became a big bad wolf who seduced good girls in her heart. "Jiala, don't be so serious. Changxing didn't offend you. Besides, didn't you keep asking who helped my dad last time? That person is so close to you. Are you saying that he helped?" LV Jiala's eyes were filled with surprise. Her mouth was slightly open as she stared at Li Changxing. "Is this your friend?" Li Changxing glanced at LV Jiala and asked casually. Li Changxing didn't hate this girl who was hostile to him from the beginning. However, it was impossible for him to have any good feelings for her. "Her name is LV Jiala. She was my classmate in high school." "I see." Li Changxing nodded slightly and didn't pay much attention to her. Instead, LV Jiala kept sneaking glances at Li Changxing. She seemed to be interested in Li Changxing. They chatted for a while in the lounge before parting ways. When they walked out of the exhibition, Yu Yuwei smiled and said, "Changxing, that sister Lin Yin seems to be interested in you." "Oh, don't talk nonsense." Li Changxing stopped a taxi by the roadside and sent Yu Yuwei back to school. "I'm not talking nonsense. A woman's sixth sense is very accurate." After the two of them left, Lin Yin's eyes were filled with disappointment. Meeting an old friend in a foreign land was something to be happy about. Moreover, Li Changxing had a special meaning to Lin Yin. "What's wrong, Lin Yin? Do you like him?" LV Jiala stood beside Lin Yin. "Since when?" A trace of panic flashed through Lin Yin's eyes. "Keep pretending. You." Lin Yin shook her head. "But this Li Changxing is actually the one who helped Uncle Lin solve the problem last time. I really couldn't tell. You really can't judge a book by its cover these days." After sending Yu Yuwei back to school, Li Changxing returned to the new stronghold of the Heavenly Dao Alliance. Originally, he had planned to leave Qin City after Wei Gengqiu returned and return to the villa in Beijing to cultivate. That place was filled with dragon aura and was a good place for seclusion. However, now that he had killed the successor disciple of the Kunlun sect, there would definitely be a lot of trouble. If he left now, Wei Gengqiu and the others in the north would be in trouble. Now that the successor of the Kunlun sect had been killed, the sect master who was in seclusion would probably come out personally and even mobilize the entire sect to take revenge. If it weren't for Li Changxing, the north would have been destroyed in the blink of an eye. When he returned to his residence, Wei Gengqiu had already returned from the airport. A few higher-ups were gathered in the hall, but all of them were frowning. Li Changxing had killed the successor of the Kunlun sect, which could be said to have made the North famous. Now, not many people in the Heavenly Tao Alliance dared to go against the North. However, there were also too many hidden dangers. In particular, the Alliance Master had already called and hoped that Li Changsheng could go to the Kunlun sect to ask for forgiveness and resolve the grudge. Of course, Wei Gongqiu refused. Putting aside the fact that this matter wasn't Li Changsheng's fault, even if Li Changsheng was willing to go and ask for forgiveness, the Kunlun sect wouldn't let it go. Now that he was in their territory, it would be difficult for him to walk out alive. After Li Changsheng came in, Wei Gongqiu told him about the current situation and asked for Li Changsheng's opinion. Wei Gongqiu's attitude was very firm. At most, they would fight with the Kunlun sect. This could be said to be very courageous. Although Li Changsheng was powerful, the old sect master of the Kunlun sect who was in seclusion wasn't ordinary either. Besides Li Changsheng, Wei Gongqiu was the only finger-profound realm expert in the north. It would be very difficult for them to resist the Kunlun sect. Just as Wei Gongqiu and the others were discussing countermeasures, the 7 heroes of Kunlun finally rushed back to the sect. When the 7 heroes stepped into the array of the Kunlun sect, the disciples guarding the array immediately came out to welcome them. 7 senior brothers, you're back? Why didn't senior brother Zhuang Hua come back with you? Did he take the opportunity to travel in the mountains? The disciple guarding the array was also a successor disciple of the sect and had a good relationship with the 7 heroes. He asked with a smile. Unexpectedly, the 7 heroes' faces were gloomy, as if their parents had died. Suddenly, the smile on the disciple's face became awkward. 7 senior brothers, what's the matter? Where is Martial Uncle? Take us to him. Looking at the serious looks of the 7 heroes of Kunlun, the disciple didn't dare to joke anymore. He said, Martial Uncle is in the side hall. Today, he is explaining Taoist methods to the new disciples. It will probably take another hour to finish. The timing method used by the Kunlun sect was still the ancient one. They didn't forbid the disciples to keep up with the times, but they also tried to preserve the traditional cultural customs. Let's go. Take us to see Martial Uncle. The middle-aged leader of the 7 heroes said. But Martial Uncle hasn't finished yet. Before he could finish speaking, he was glared at by the other party. They went directly to the side hall and knocked on the door to enter. After opening the door, they saw a white-haired old man frowning. Don't you know that I am giving a lecture? This old man was the teacher of Daoist Mingxin, who was killed by Li Changsheng. He was also the person with the highest status in the Kunlun sect besides the sect master. Zhuang Hua went down the mountain to get his support. Now that Zhuang Hua was dead and the sect master was in seclusion, the 7 heroes naturally had to report to him. Martial Uncle, something bad has happened. The middle-aged leader of the 7 heroes had a sad look on his face. What happened? Did Zhuang Hua go down the mountain and kill the Heavenly Law Alliance's guest elder? This isn't a big deal. He was just a small Heavenly Law Alliance's guest elder, who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth just because he had some strength. He deserved it. If the Heavenly Law Alliance has any complaints, don't worry, I will block them. If the Heavenly Law Alliance didn't have the official support, do you think the Kunlun sect would care about such a force? Moreover, the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Law Alliance is now a disciple of the Kunlun sect, so you don't have to worry about dealing with the aftermath. The old man was quite happy. Daoist Mingxin was the successor he had groomed. After he was killed, the old man gnashed his teeth in hatred. However, his disciple was unreasonable. Now that Zhuang Hua had avenged him, the old man had decided to fully support Zhuang Hua and let him inherit the position of sect master as soon as possible. No, Martial Uncle, that Heavenly Law Alliance's guest elder didn't die. The one who died was young sect master Zhuang Qiu. What? The white-haired old man suddenly stood up, and his face instantly turned ugly. Chapter 561. Kunlun sect's elder son Zhongyu's expression changed drastically. All these years, the sect master had been in seclusion. As the most senior person in Kunlun, even the acting sect master, Zhuang Hua, had to be respectful to him. He had many disciples under him, and he had a huge influence and great power. The reason why Zhuanghua went to avenge Mingxin Daoist was to please him. However, before he could do that, he died. Zhuanghua was the Kunlun sect master's most beloved disciple. He was seen as the successor and the future of Kunlun sect. If the sect master knew that Zhuanghua died to avenge his disciple, not only would the Heavenly Law Alliance have to face the wrath of the Kunlun sect master, but Sun Zhongyu, as an elder, would also suffer. Sun Zhongyu knew his junior brother, who was the sect master. On the surface, Sun Zhongyu was polite to his senior brother. However, once Sun Zhongyu touched his bottom line, he would definitely turn hostile. This Heavenly Law Alliance's guest elder deserved to die. Sun Zhongyu's expression was extremely gloomy. Does Huyi know about this? Our Kunlun sect's disciple died in the hands of the Heavenly Law Alliance. He must give us an explanation. Sun Zhongyu raised his head and looked at the 7 heroes. Martial uncle who should have just received the news. Huyi was the name of the Heavenly Law Alliance's new alliance master. He was the great elder of the Western region. He was a Kunlun disciple and was Sun Zhongyu's senior brother. He was also the Kunlun sect's representative in the secular world. However, although martial uncle who is now the Heavenly Law Alliance's alliance master, the northern region has always been at odds with the western region. Moreover, with such a super expert, the northern region will definitely try their best to protect him. I'm afraid that we don't have much hope in him punishing the murderer. The leader of the 7 heroes of Kunlun analyzed. At this moment, Sun Zhongyu had calmed down a little and nodded. Indeed, we can't just rely on the Heavenly Law Alliance. Our Kunlun sect's guest elder has been killed. This is not a small matter. I will report this to the sect master later. Presumably, the sect master will come out of seclusion after hearing this news. As for this Li Changsheng, check his information and see if he has any other enemies. He killed our Kunlun sect's junior master. We must kill him at all costs. Yes. The 7 heroes hurriedly. After Sun Zhongyu left the side hall, he hurried to a huge palace behind the Kunlun sect. That was the primitive immortal palace of the Kunlun sect. It was said that it was the place where Primeval Lord Primeval, one of the 3 Primeval ones, used to practice in seclusion. It was the forbidden place of the Kunlun sect. Only the leader of each generation was qualified to enter it to practice. This was also one of the reasons why Zhuanghua tried so hard to become the leader. At this time, Li Changsheng, the main character of the whole incident, was sitting cross-legged in his room, cultivating. He had already caused a huge uproar in the outside world. Whether it was the Heavenly Dao Alliance, the Kunlun sect, or the entire world of cultivation, all of them were in turmoil. After dealing with the Kunlun sect, I should return to the capital. At the same time, the matter of cultivating my own force should also be put on the agenda. But before returning to the capital, should I go and see Luodan? Just as Li Changsheng was thinking, the talisman that he had inserted into Luodan's body to protect her suddenly moved as if their minds were connected. Could it be that Luodan is in danger? The message that was sent back from thousands of miles away showed that her life was not in danger. Li Changsheng's eyes suddenly opened, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Last time, Elder Lu of her sect had malicious intentions towards Luodan. It seems that I have to go to the Snow God Palace. The Snow God Palace was located in the extreme north, where there were few people, but this was only on the surface. Not to mention that the extreme north was full of cold all year round, which was a good place to cultivate the ice element cultivation method. Just the fact that it was inaccessible made it a favorite place for many cultivation sects. It was nearly 5,000 miles from Qin City to the north. With Li Changsheng's current strength, it would not take long even if he walked, but it would be too difficult. In ancient times, a good horse could travel thousands of miles in a day. If Li Changsheng really ran, his speed would be more than 10 times that of a horse. He checked the specific flight information. Li Changsheng called Ouyang Ruo directly and asked her to book a flight. Ouyang Ruo did not dare to delay and immediately did as she was told. But before she booked the flight, she first came to Wei Gengqiu's house to report. Coincidentally, Yin Tianming and the other higher-ups were in the house discussing matters with Elder Wei. When they heard that Li Changsheng was going to the north by plane tomorrow, The few people in the house suddenly became anxious. If Elder Li just leaves, how can we stop the Kunlun sect when they come to punish us? Yin Tianming said anxiously. The others also frowned. I don't think Elder Li is that kind of person. Wei Gongqiu shook his head and looked at Ouyang Ruo. You are the closest to him when I'm not here. Do you think Mr. Li will run away? Ouyang Ruo thought for a while and shook her head. I don't think so. If he wanted to run away secretly, why would he ask me to book a flight? He could just leave. But he did not say what he was going to do in the north. It is indeed inappropriate to leave at this time. Ouyang Ruo was afraid that Li Changsheng would run away, so she came to ask Wei Gongqiu. Elder Wei, it is better to be safe than sorry, Duan Yu next to him also said. This, Elder Wei rubbed his temples and finally opened his mouth. With Mr. Li's strength, if he really wants to leave, we can't stop him. Moreover, we should trust Mr. Li. Ouyang Ruo, go book a flight for Mr. Li. Ouyang Ruo nodded and left the house. The next morning, Li Changsheng asked the driver to send him to the airport. From the moment he got into the car to the moment he left the Heavenly Dao Union's encampment in the north, Li Changsheng could feel countless eyes staring at him. During this sensitive period, it was hard not to think about his departure. But in the end, no one stood out to stop him. It seems that Elder Wei is a smart person. I didn't misjudge him. If it were someone else, even if they knew they couldn't stop him, they would have stood out to ask. But he didn't. With your trust in me, Li Changsheng, I won't let you down. Li Changsheng got out of the car. After passing the security check, it was not long before it was time to board the plane. Ouyang Ruo had booked business class for him. When he sat down in his seat, he was surprised to find an acquaintance next to him. It was LV Jiala, Lin Yin's high school classmate. The moment Li Changsheng saw LV Jiala also noticed Li Changsheng and blurted out, "Why are you here?" "I'm going to the north to play." "What about you? Why aren't you with Lin Yin?" "Lin Yin went back to school to study, and I have something to do at home." "Your home is in the north?" This time, Li Changsheng was surprised. The north was sparsely populated, especially Fengyao City, the city where the plane landed. 1/10 of the city's residents were cultivator families. LV Jiala actually lived in the north. Could she also be from a cultivator family? With this thought in mind, Li Changsheng carefully sized up LV Jiala and found that there was a trace of spiritual essence on her body that could not be detected. She really is a cultivator. It's just that she has just stepped through the threshold of cultivation. Because the spiritual qi in her body is too weak, she was overlooked by me. Thinking of this, Li Changsheng could not help but be a little more interested in this woman. He took the initiative to ask, "What does your family do? Judging from your clothes, you don't look like a child of an ordinary family." Unexpectedly, after hearing Li Changsheng's words, the other party snorted coldly. "What? You want to hit on me and hit on me? You men are really bad. Without your girlfriend by your side, you start to flirt." Chapter 562. Li Changsheng also felt very helpless about LV Jiala, who didn't like him at all. She was guarding against him like he was a thief. He obviously didn't provoke her, but in her eyes, he had become unforgivable. Then he shook his head, picked up the magazine and flipped through it casually. He didn't want to pay attention to this resentful woman. LV Jiala had originally choked Li Changsheng with a few words. She was like a victorious little hen, complacent and holding her head high. However, she soon found that Li Changsheng had completely focused on the magazine in his hand, and it wasn't that kind of pretense. He had completely ignored her, a great beauty. Originally, she didn't like Li Changsheng, but when Li Changsheng completely ignored her, she couldn't help but feel indignant in her heart. Although her appearance was a little worse than Lin Yin and Yu Yuwei, she was still a great beauty who attracted more than 90% of the attention on the road. From elementary school to high school, she was at the level of the school belle. Being ignored like this made her gnash her teeth in anger. Is this guy blind? LV Jiala sulked alone. Suddenly, an idea flashed in her mind. At this time, she took out a few pages of yellow paper from her pocket and pulled out one from the middle. It was actually filled with ghostly characters written in cinnabar. It was a talisman that had been written. I asked Grandpa to draw these for me after I went home last time. This is called the farting talisman. Grandpa said that as long as you inject a little bit of true essence into it to activate it and stick it on a person's body, it will cause that person to fart non-stop. This Li Changsheng has such an arrogant appearance. His looks are average, but he still dares to act cool in front of me. Thinking of this, LV Jala couldn't help but smile evilly. Holding the paper with 2 fingers, seeing that Li Changsheng didn't notice her, she tore off the double-sided tape on the talisman and stuck it to Li Changsheng's back like lightning. She believed that with her speed and technique, Li Changsheng would not be able to detect it at all. This double-sided tape was also a masterpiece that she came up with herself. Generally, Taoist talismans were made with glutinous rice boiled into a paste and used to stick them. Glutinous rice was inconvenient to carry around, so double-sided tape was more convenient. The talisman was only a few centimeters in size and was very small. If it was stuck on a person's body, it would be very difficult to notice. When LV Jala's finger touched Li Changsheng's clothes, and the talisman was about to stick to his clothes, her face revealed a smile of success. However, in the next moment, with a bang, the talisman spontaneously combusted. In just a second, it was reduced to ashes and fell to the ground. The surrounding people who heard the sound looked over in confusion, but they didn't see anything. Everyone revealed a suspicious look. LV Jala was so scared that her hands trembled, but she soon found that Li Changsheng was still focused on reading the magazine. He didn't seem to notice her behavior, and she couldn't help but be puzzled. Could it be that there's something wrong with the talisman that Grandpa drew? This old man is lying to me. Thinking of this, LV Jala took a deep breath and pulled out another talisman. As long as I stick this talisman on his body, he will have to listen to my commands for an hour. Grandpa made a talisman that had a problem, but it can't be that there's a problem with this one, right? Thinking of this, she tore off the double-sided tape again and quietly stuck it on Li Changsheng's clothes. She stuck it on his back just now, and this time she chose to stick it on the corner of his clothes. It was harder to be noticed, and this time she was even more careful. However, when she was about to get close to his clothes, she still had the talisman between her fingers when she saw a flame ignite. Ouch! Her jade-like fingers were burned and swollen by the flame, and LV Jala exclaimed in pain. At this time, the eyes of the entire business class were focused on her. Even Li Changsheng raised his head. Being stared at by so many people with strange eyes, LV Jala's face couldn't help but turn slightly red. "Miss, what can I do for you? Do you need service?" A stewardess walked over politely with a smile on her face. "No, no." LV Jala hurriedly waved her hand. The flight attendant smiled and nodded, but the moment she turned around, there was a strange look in her eyes. After the flight attendant left, everyone gradually withdrew their gazes, and LV Jala rubbed her hair. When she saw Li Changsheng's half-smile, she couldn't help but stare. "What are you looking at?" Li Changsheng ignored her and continued to read the magazine. LV Jala frowned. "What's going on?" Grandpa's talisman refining skills are famous in the north. Why are there problems with 2 talismans this time? This is impossible. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but look at Li Changsheng again. This guy can't be pretending to be weak, right? But how is it possible? He's just an ordinary person, and I can't feel the aura of a cultivator from him. LV Jala muttered. She could feel the unique aura of a cultivator from her father and grandfather, but she couldn't feel it from Li Changsheng. She didn't know that Li Changsheng was more than a level higher than the elders in her family, and had long reached the point of returning to one's original state. Not to mention her, even her father and grandfather wouldn't be able to see anything unusual when they saw it. Whether it's a mule or a horse, I'll know when I pull it out. Thinking of this, LV Jala seemed to have made up her mind. She raised her finger and suddenly hit Li Changsheng's arm. Although LV Jala had just started cultivating, his kung fu was solid. This 2-finger attack was not a simple attack, but integrated with the way of the sword. Using 2 fingers as a sword, coupled with the spiritual ether in her body, it could be said to be very powerful. This attack was enough to break a plank of several centimeters and hit a person's body. Although it was not to the point of breaking bones, it would hurt for a few months. It turns out that I was thinking too much. I thought he was an expert. She saw her finger hit Li Changsheng's arm, but Li Changsheng was still staring at the magazine without any reaction. LV Jiala couldn't help but show a bit of disdain at the corner of her mouth. Bang! Her finger accurately hit Li Changsheng's arm. At this moment, regret rose in LV Jiala's heart. After all, Li Changsheng had no enmity with her, but she attacked Li Changsheng for no reason and made Li Changsheng suffer physical pain. It was really unreasonable. However, just as her regret rose, her pretty face changed drastically in the next moment, and she only felt a piercing pain from her finger. When she retracted her finger, she saw that her finger was swelling at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, waves of pain came from her finger, and it was so painful that she gasped. When she looked up and saw Li Changsheng's eyes, she suddenly understood everything. She was teased by him. Chapter 563. LV Jiala looked at Li Changsheng angrily, feeling that she had been teased. So you've been pretending to be a Daoist cultivator? LV Jiala couldn't tell that Li Changsheng was a Daoist cultivator just by looking at the injuries on her fingers. After all, many people who practiced external martial arts to the extreme had skin as tough as steel. There was a saying in Chinese martial arts that one couldn't add a feather, and one couldn't drop a fly. Whether it was internal martial arts or external martial arts, once practiced to a high level, it would form a conditioned reflex. When an attack came, it would automatically circulate true qi to counterattack. However, it was not possible for an ordinary martial arts expert to make the talisman refined by her grandfather to spontaneously combust unless one reached the innate realm through martial arts. In LV Jiala's impression, the innate realm was already a very powerful expert. Her grandfather was also in this realm. Does it have anything to do with you whether I'm a Daoist cultivator or not? Li Changsheng said coldly. He didn't have a good impression of this girl. You, LV Jiala suddenly choked and couldn't speak. Indeed, she and Li Changsheng only met once because of Lin Yin. She didn't care about his identity. Moreover, she had just choked Li Changsheng, and now she was choked by Li Changsheng. This was really karma. For a moment, although LV Jiala was angry, she couldn't do anything to Li Changsheng. The two fell into silence. Li Changsheng continued to read the magazine, while LV Jiala angrily stared at Li Changsheng fiercely. If looks could kill, Li Changsheng would have been cut into pieces. After flying for more than an hour, LV Jiala finally couldn't help but speak. Hey, Li Changsheng. Mr. Li, didn't you ask me what my family does for a living? How about this, tell me what you do and which sect you are a disciple of, and I'll tell you what my family does, okay? No, I don't want to know. Li Changsheng said without raising his head. LV Jiala could not help but clench her fists. Of course, although she was angry in her heart, she didn't dare to make a move on Li Changsheng. Even if Li Changsheng just sat there and let her hit him, she wouldn't dare. The pain from his finger was still there. If he dared to touch Li Changsheng, he would be looking for trouble. My family is an aristocratic family of cultivators. We are very famous throughout the northern reaches. My father and grandfather are both early Xiantian stage experts. Speaking up to this point, LV Jiala paused for a moment because she recalled the scene just now. It was very likely that this ordinary-looking young man was also a Xiantian realm expert. When she thought of this, she felt somewhat indignant. Her martial arts skills were actually very good, and she could be considered an expert. She had put in a lot of effort in practicing martial arts, but unfortunately, her aptitude for cultivation was very poor. So far, she had only just entered the threshold. Li Changsheng looked to be about the same age as her, but he was comparable to her father and grandfather. In the entire northern lands, he would be considered a genius. She thought that she had also put in a lot of effort into cultivation, but comparisons were really infuriating. Seeing that Li Changsheng did not respond to her, LV Jiala continued talking to herself. Although my grandfather and father are both Xiantian stage experts, the LV family can establish a foothold in the northern reaches not because of them, but because of one of my uncles. He is a cultivation genius. He is only 50 years old, but he is already at the peak of the Xiantian realm, a half-step Vajra realm expert. In the entire northern reaches, he is one of the top experts. Moreover, He is an elder of the Snow God Palace, which is one of the top sects in the northern reaches. With the Snow God Palace as our backing, very few people dare to provoke us. As LV Jala spoke, she quietly watched Li Changsheng's expression. She chose to reveal her origin to let Li Changsheng know that although her strength was not very good, her family was very powerful. Sure enough, when she said that her uncle was an elder of the Snow God Palace, Li Changsheng's expression changed greatly. LV Jala thought that Li Changsheng was frightened by the name of the Snow God Palace, so she could not help but show some pride on her face. However, she did not know that Li Changsheng remembered something. He remembered that the elder of the Snow God Palace who took Luo Dan away had the surname LV. Luo Dan called him Elder LV. Could he be LV Jala's uncle? Li Changsheng could not help but look up at LV Jala. You mean your uncle is an elder of the Snow God Palace in his 50s? Yes. Why are you scared after hearing my uncle's name? My uncle is a famous expert in the northern lands. Now that I've told you about my background, it's time for you to tell me about yours. Also, you'd better be polite to this young lady. Otherwise, when we reach the northern lands, believe it or not, I can make you suffer the consequences with just a few words. Looking at LV Jala's proud look, Li Changsheng fell into deep thought. He remembered that when Luo Dan was taken away by Elder LV last time, Elder LV's attitude towards Luo Dan was very bad. The crisis that Luo Dan encountered this time was very likely related to Elder LV. It was better to use LV Jala as a breakthrough point and find a way to meet Elder LV to figure out the reason. Although the talisman that he left in Luo Dan's body gave off a warning at any time, with the red string left to protect her, Luo Dan would not be in any danger for the time being. After all, the Snow God Palace was Luo Dan's sect. From the last contact in Qingju, he knew that Luo Dan had deep feelings for her sect. If he went there and made a scene without knowing what was right or wrong, Luo Dan might not be grateful to him, but would instead blame him. Thinking of this, Li Changsheng could not help but smile at LV Jala. I don't know if you know about your uncle's current situation. Is he free now? I want to visit him. Hearing Li Changsheng's words, LV Jala showed an expression that said, I knew it. In the northern region, there were many forces that wanted to curry favor with her uncle through her family. Li Changsheng was easily classified by LV Jala as one of them. It's not that easy to see my uncle, but since you're Lin Yin's friend, I'll reluctantly introduce you to him. However, the premise is that you tell me your true identity. Also, you're so young, but your cultivation strength is very high. You have to tell me what special methods and experiences you have. LV Jala took the opportunity to demand an exorbitant price. However, no one would easily tell others about their cultivation experience. Even if a master passed on a disciple, they would often keep something to themselves, let alone an outsider. Li Changsheng could not help but shake his head. This LV Jala had a temper and had no common sense at all. There was a saying in the secular world that a rich man would not last more than 3 generations. It was the same in the world of cultivation. After all, she grew up under the protection of her parents' family and had not experienced any hardships. It was inevitable that she would develop an arrogant character. Fortunately, LV Jala's temperament was not bad. She just had a temper. If she had a bad temperament and had a strong family behind her, it was inevitable that she would cause trouble. Chapter 564. After the plane landed at the airport in Fengyao City, Li Changsheng and LV Jala got off the plane together. Along the way, Li Changsheng imparted some cultivation experiences to LV Jala. He especially emphasized some of the problems one would encounter when entering the path, which benefited LV Jala a lot. Li Changsheng had lived for countless years. He had cultivated the indestructible body more than 90 times. Even a casual remark on the path of cultivation was better than the lifetime research of many cultivation masters. What he told LV Jala was only the basics. But if it was put in the entire northern lands and written in books, it would make people go crazy. This also made LV Jala, who originally had a problem with Li Changsheng, look at Li Changsheng with eyes full of worship even though she did not admit it. Originally, Li Changsheng was young, about the same age as her, but his strength was so much stronger. She felt a little unbalanced in her heart. But now, she was convinced. You have to practice the incantation I just told you. If there comes a day when you feel a warm current in your blood or a burning sensation in your dantian, then you have completely mastered the incantation. You can come to the villa outside the capital to find me. I will give you a big surprise. You can also keep this jade pendant. It can protect you and help you get through this danger. Li Changsheng handed a piece of suet jade to LV Jiala. He injected a talisman into the jade pendant. The jade pendant was just a medium. The moment LV Jiala took the jade pendant, the talisman entered her body, just like the red string he gave Luo Dan. The red string he gave Luo Dan was a magic item. It was much more advanced than the jade pendant he gave LV Jiala. Even Li Changsheng had to spend a lot of effort to refine such an item. He made one for Luo Dan because Luo Dan had the shadow of his past life's lover. There was some kind of fate between them. LV Jiala originally did not have the qualifications to obtain it, but when he explained the Tao to LV Jiala and LV Jiala tried to cultivate, Li Changsheng suddenly discovered that there was a trace of the fire phoenix bloodline hidden in her body. The bloodline power was very weak and hidden. This was also the reason why LV Jiala had been working so hard to cultivate, but her progress on the path of cultivation was slow. The fire phoenix bloodline was hidden, and the Lu family's cultivation method was of the ice attribute. Fire and ice were natural opposites, and LV Jiala's cultivation method of the ice attribute clashed with his physique. Naturally, he would be able to achieve half the results with twice the effort. What Li Changsheng taught her was an ancient cultivation method, spirit cloud fire gathering technique. Spirit cloud would gather a fire cloud in the dantian. When the fire cloud reached a certain level, it would connect the meridians in her body. There was a high possibility of activating the fire phoenix bloodline in her body. Of course, because the bloodline in her body was relatively thin, it was also possible that she could not activate it even if she cultivated the fire attribute cultivation method. This would depend on her efforts, talent, and luck. Li Changsheng taught her this basic beginner-level cultivation method and let her cultivate it on her own. If she had talent on the path of cultivation and activated the fire phoenix bloodline, then she would have the opportunity to be Li Changsheng's disciple. Li Changsheng planned to establish a sect and establish his own force. LV Jiala was considered a backup candidate. If LV Jiala could not activate the bloodline, it meant that she did not have talent in this area. Even if she was born with the fire phoenix bloodline, it would be a waste. She would not be qualified to be Li Changsheng's disciple. When a cultivator chose a disciple, it was 1 in 10,000. Aptitude, effort, and temperament were all indispensable. Many people only had one disciple in their life who could pass on their mantle. Like Kunlun sect's Daoist Mingxin and junior chief Zhuanghua, they were the kind of disciples who could pass on their mantle. Otherwise, when Daoist Mingxin died, his master Sun Zhongyu would not be so angry. Changsheng, is this a gift from you to me? LV Jiala held the mutton fat jade in her hand. With her eyes, how could she not see that this was a top-grade jade? She was afraid that it was worth millions. To casually give such a valuable gift to others, even those top-rich second generations would not be so extravagant, unless he was interested in her. For a moment, LV Jiala's mind was filled with wild thoughts. It was obvious that Li Changsheng had a girlfriend. But through the exchange on the plane, Li Changsheng was indeed very outstanding. If he confesses to me and pursues me, should I say yes? For a moment, LV Jiala's mind was in a mess. Hey! What's wrong with you? Li Changsheng did not know that his move would cause LV Jiala to misunderstand. Instead, he looked puzzled. No, nothing. LV Jiala's voice was like a mosquito. She did not dare to look directly at Li Changsheng. She just quietly put away the jade pendant. The two walked out of the airport and saw a long version of Rolls-Royce that had been waiting for a long time. The door opened and a charming young woman in her 30s came out. After seeing LV Jiala, she immediately smiled. Jiala, you're back. Let Auntie take a look at you. Have you lost weight these days? The beautiful young woman came up and touched LV Jiala's face with a loving look. Auntie, I haven't lost weight. I might have eaten now. This woman was LV Jiala's aunt. She was only 8 or 9 years older than LV Jiala. There was no aura of a cultivator on her. Her aptitude for cultivation was as poor as LV Jala's. She did not like things like martial arts since she was young. Now, relying on her family's influence, she had opened several companies in the north and was also a strong woman in the business world. In the beginning, because she did not like cultivation, her family gave her some funds to open a company for fun. Who knew that she would show great talent in business later? Now, all the LV family's businesses in the secular world were under her control. She was already the LV family's god of wealth. The LV family's cultivation depended on her. Jala, get in the car. Auntie has already prepared a welcome banquet for you. With that, she took LV Jala's hand and was about to walk to the car. However, LV Jala stopped. He said coquettishly, Auntie, I haven't introduced my friend to you yet. Friend? LV Shan was stunned. Only then did she notice Li Changsheng, who was standing behind and helping LV Jala carry his suitcase. LV Jala hurriedly introduced, This is Li Changsheng, Mr. Li. He's a friend I met in Qin City. Is he your boyfriend? LV Shan asked in a low voice. She looked at Li Changsheng with a bit of vigilance. Jala, I heard that you just broke up with your boyfriend. You found another one so soon. But isn't this guy too ordinary? Although your last boyfriend was shifty-eyed and Auntie could tell that he wasn't a good person at first glance, he was still considered handsome. You can't just find someone to make do with just because you're lacking warmth after breaking up with your boyfriend. Auntie, what are you thinking? It's not like that at all. LV Jala's face turned red. Thinking of the jade pendant Li Changsheng gave her at that time, he felt even more guilty. He stared at his toes and did not dare to raise his head. When LV Shan saw this expression, she became more and more sure of her judgment. She looked at Li Changsheng with a bit of hostility. Chapter 565. Auntie, what are you thinking? This Mr. Li is an expert in cultivation. We happened to know each other and met on the plane. LV Jala explained with a red face. He's not your boyfriend. That's good. LV Shan breathed a sigh of relief. She loved her niece very much and was worried sick about her. Last time, she found a man from the countryside. He had a good image and was good at talking and doing things. However, with her years of experience in the business world, she could tell at a glance that he was too snobbish. An expert in cultivation? LV Shan did not think so. The LV family was one of the top families in the entire Fengyaro city. They could even be ranked among the top in the entire northern region. Cultivators were rare animals to ordinary people, but the LV family had long been used to it. Since you're Jala's friend, get in the car. LV Shan took the initiative to get into the car. They returned to the LV family's mansion. Grandpa, Dad, I'm back. LV Jala shouted happily as soon as she entered the door. The servants in the villa took the initiative to greet her when they saw her. She only shouted a few times, but no one responded. Auntie, where are Dad and Grandpa? LV Jala looked at LV Shan in confusion. LV Shan also shook her head. They were still at home before I went to pick you up. Old Master and Mr. LV took a call and left. I'm not too sure. The servant saw LV Shan's questioning gaze and explained. I'll call your dad. LV Shan took out her phone. After she hung up the phone, she said, Your grandpa and dad were called away by uncle. I heard that they're going to attend some birthday banquet. They asked if we want to go. Of course, we're going. LV Jala was a little excited. My uncle is very famous in the northern region. With him around, many big shots in the cultivation world will definitely appear. Li Changsheng, didn't you want me to introduce you? This is an opportunity. Sure. Li Changsheng nodded. Thus, they directly left the villa and went to a hotel in the city. The Red Arrow Hotel had always been a very strange existence in Fengyaro City. The hotel above the 5th floor was not open to the public. Only then did the people in the circle know that the hotel itself was meant to serve cultivators. If the entire building didn't receive any foreign guests, it would attract too much attention. Therefore, only the 5th floor was open to ordinary people, and the rest could only be reserved by cultivators in the circle. Today, the elder of the Snow God Palace, Lu Bai, came back to celebrate his old friend's birthday, which was on the 20th floor of this hotel. In order to curry favor with LV Bai, the cultivator clans of Fengyang City came one after another. It could be said that it was very lively. After Li Changsheng and the others arrived, someone immediately recognized LV Shan. LV Shan was now a strong woman in the business world and the eldest daughter of the LV family. She was very famous both in the cultivation world and among ordinary people. A manager came up to him and said, "Director Liu, are you here to attend Old Master Xiao's birthday party? Let me take you up." The manager was very respectful and led them to the 20th floor in the elevator. The entire 20th floor was a banquet hall. As soon as he stepped out, he saw people coming and going inside. There were young people and older people, but without exception, most of them were cultivators. After a careful count, there were more than 100 people. Even Li Changsheng couldn't help but be surprised. It was said that the north was vast and sparsely populated, and was a paradise for cultivators. Fengyang City was only a medium-sized city among the several in the north. So many cultivators had gathered at a casual banquet, and there was no lack of experts among them. The manager led them to the 20th floor and left. It seems that the birthday party hasn't officially started yet. Jala, accompany your friend for a while. I'll go say hello. Many cultivator clans had their own companies and businesses in the secular world. Many of the people who came today were LV Shan's friends. Seeing that his aunt was surrounded by several people as soon as she went over, it seemed that she was very welcome. LV Jala couldn't help but explain, "My aunt is a celebrity in the north. Although she doesn't cultivate, because she's the eldest daughter of the LV family, every cultivator has to show her some respect. Coupled with her excellent business management, she makes a lot of money for the LV family every year. Many families envy our LV family for having a business-minded child." As he spoke, he looked at the platform. The birthday party hadn't started yet. "My uncle must be accompanying Old Master Xiao. It's not good for us to disturb them. We can only wait." "It's all right." Li Changsheng looked around the hall casually. "Isn't this Jala, the daughter of the LV family?" At this moment, a voice with a hint of surprise was heard. A middle-aged woman walked straight to where the two of them were. "It's Mrs. Liu." LV Jala greeted her with a smile. "It's been a few years since we last met. You're becoming more and more beautiful." The young woman looked at LV Jala from head to toe, and at the same time, looked at Li Changsheng discreetly. "Is this your boyfriend?" Being misunderstood for the second time, LV Jala hurriedly shook his head. "No, he's just an ordinary friend." Hearing this, the young woman seemed to heave a sigh of relief and immediately said, "Jala, my son, Liu Ling, is also at the banquet. You two played together when you were young. Let's exchange numbers later and keep in touch. Liu Ling is also studying outside now. Although he's young, he has already broken through to the 6th level of qi refinement. I heard that Jala is also passionate about cultivation." The young woman kept talking. At this moment, the young man seemed to have noticed his mother and Liu Jala. He said a few words to his friend who was chatting with him and then walked over. "Sister Jala, we haven't seen each other for a few years. Do you still remember me?" Liu Ling was very tall. He was wearing a suit and looked very handsome. "Brother Ling, of course I remember you. We used to play together when we were young." LV Jala said a few words casually and then pulled Li Changsheng to the other side. "It seems that the mother and daughter both admire you. Why do you seem to dislike interacting with them?" Li Changsheng found a random sofa and sat down. He said with a smile, "The mother and daughter are famous for being snobbish. Their son is also a playboy. The only reason they got close to me is that my uncle is an elder of the Snow God Palace." LV Jala curled his lips and looked at them with disdain. He seemed to be disdainful of their character. "Oh, I see." Li Changsheng smiled. It was inevitable to curry favor with those in power, whether it was in the secular world or in the world of cultivation. Just as the two were chatting, someone in the crowd shouted, "Elder LV is here." Instantly, it caused a commotion. At the door, two old men walked in together, followed by a group of men and women. "That is my uncle. Next to him is Old Master Xiao." LV Jiala introduced him to Li Changsheng. "Hello, Old Master Xiao. Hello, Elder LV." As the two of them walked over, the people around them greeted them one after another. They were all very respectful. "It seems that your uncle has a high status," Li Changsheng said with a smile. Of course, LV Jiala couldn't help but puff out his chest. "My uncle is an elder of the Snow God Palace. Half of the people here today are here for Old Master Xiao, and the other half are here to curry favor with my uncle." Chapter 566. As Elder Lu and Old Man Xiao walked onto the stage, the crowd quieted down. "Thank you, everyone, for coming to my birthday party." Old Man Xiao, the star of the day, began his speech. Old Man Xiao looked to be in his 50s or 60s. He had an extraordinary bearing, and his cultivation had already reached the carnate stage. Beside Elder Lu was a white-haired old man who seemed to be in high spirits. He was LV Jiala's grandfather. Another middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit was LV Jiala's father. In addition, beside Old Master Xiao, there was a chubby girl who looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. Every time Old Master Xiao looked at her, his eyes were filled with love. At that moment, someone below the stage whispered, "That's Old Man Xiao's granddaughter. It's said that she's quite talented in cultivation. She's already in the 4th level of qi refinement at such a young age. That girl is Xiao Jinhong's favorite. Among the 3 generations of the Xiao family, she's the only girl who's been pampered like the apple of their eye. But I heard that the girl has a bad temper. She's been spoiled by the Xiao family. She's unruly and willful. She's done a lot of bad things. She's been nicknamed the female bully. Don't be fooled by her humble appearance on stage. In private, she is very powerful. I heard that relying on her cultivation strength and the family behind her, she often slaps people, makes people kneel and undress. She is a girl. Even if she has the Xiao family behind her, I'm afraid not many people would dare to marry her." Hearing the discussion around him, Li Changsheng couldn't help but look at LV Jiala. The LV family was more powerful than the Xiao family in the north. Compared to the girl from the Xiao family, LV Jiala seemed to be much kinder. The people around him were whispering. At that moment, Old Man Xiao's speech was coming to an end. He introduced to the crowd, "This is my good friend, Elder Lu Bai of the Snow God's Palace. Everyone, please give him a round of applause." Old Man Xiao's face was glowing. With Elder Lu's status, it was a great honor for him to come and celebrate his birthday in person. Old Man Xiao had always been proud of his relationship with the Snow God's technique and the Elder. The Elder stood out proudly and casually said a few words. Then, he looked at the little girl beside Elder Xiao. "It's my birthday, and I don't have any presentable gifts. Little Jing is Brother Xiao's favorite treasure, so I'll give her a present." With that, a red string appeared in LV Bai's hand. Hearing that Elder Lu was going to give a gift, everyone craned their necks to look. Given Elder Lu's status, it was naturally not something ordinary. However, when they saw that he had taken out a red rope, they all revealed a puzzled look. What kind of treasure is this red string? Since Elder Lu took it out so seriously in front of everyone, there must be a special effect. Everyone was discussing and guessing. At this moment, Li Changsheng's gaze had already turned sinister. This was because he recognized that the red string was the one he had personally placed on Luo Dan's wrist to protect her the last time they parted. Now, it had actually appeared here. Elder Lu even wanted to use it as a gift for others. "Brother Liu, this is?" Elder Xiao was also a little puzzled. "Brother Xiao, don't underestimate this red string. This is a high-level Dharma artifact that can be used to protect others. If you wear it on your wrist, once you encounter any danger, this red string will automatically activate a protective shield that can block the attack of an innate realm martial artist." As soon as Elder Lu finished speaking, there was already an uproar in the crowd. I didn't expect a small red string to be able to block the attack of an innate realm martial artist. As expected of an elder of the Snow God Palace, he is so generous. It's just a Dharma artifact. Our entire family has been accumulating it for several generations, but we only have a few. He casually gave it to Old Master Xiao. It's really a blessing to be able to make a friend like Elder Lu. There were all kinds of envious and jealous comments from below. However, they did not know that the red string's effect was more than that. Li Changsheng had personally refined it, and it could even block the attack of a Vajra realm martial artist. At that time, in order to not arouse Luo Dan's suspicion, the red string did not recognize an owner. As long as it was worn, it would protect that person. However, if one wanted to take it off, the original owner had to agree. I don't know what method Elder Lu used to make Luo Dan give the red string to him. How despicable. Li Changsheng had already clenched his fist tightly. Xiao Jing, quickly put on the red string. This is a gift from Grandpa Liu. Elder Lu took the red string and was about to put it on Xiao Jing's wrist. Elder Xiao's face was full of smiles. Even the Xiao family only had a few high-level Dharma artifacts, let alone such an exquisite defensive Dharma artifact. If he wanted to use other magic tools, he would have to use his true essence to activate it. However, this red rope could automatically create a defensive barrier. Moreover, it did not require any true essence. Just based on this point, this magic tool was superior to all of the magic tools in the Xiao family. Elder Lu is generous to give such a Dharma artifact as a gift. Of course, the others did not know that Elder Lu was being generous because he was generous with other people's things. Just as Elder Lu bent down to tie the red string on Xiao Jing's wrist, a voice suddenly rang out. Wait a minute. At such a critical moment, everyone was silent. Everyone looked around, wanting to see who had spoken at this time and why. The person who had spoken was naturally Li Changsheng. Because he and LV Jiala were at the back, they did not notice him for a while. LV Jiala, who was standing next to Li Changsheng, hurriedly tugged at Li Changsheng's sleeve and said somewhat reproachfully, Li Changsheng, although I promised to introduce you to my uncle, you should also consider the timing. If you interrupt at this time, my uncle will be very unhappy. Unexpectedly, Li Changsheng turned a deaf ear to LV Jiala's words. Excuse me. Li Changsheng patted the shoulder of the man blocking his path. The man's eyes revealed some confusion and he subconsciously moved aside. Li Changsheng walked directly towards the high platform. At this time, everyone's eyes were searching. Gradually, people found Li Changsheng who was moving. They were all wondering why this young man shouted stop at this time. Elder Lu, you snatched someone else's things and gave it to someone else. Isn't that a bit too unethical? Li Changsheng spoke as he walked. This time, everyone could be sure that the person who had spoken just now was Li Changsheng. It was just that everyone's eyes revealed a look of confusion. What did this young man mean by what he said? LV Jiala said anxiously, Li Changsheng, come back quickly. Where are you going? How can you mess up this kind of occasion? Two of Elder Lu's men stood up and wanted to block Li Changsheng's path. However, just as they stretched out their hands, Li Changsheng's shadow disappeared. The next moment, Li Changsheng's figure had appeared on the high platform, standing not far from Elder Lu. Elder Lu, long time no see. Li Changsheng said with a smile. However, Elder Lu's face changed wildly in an instant. It's you. Chapter 567. The memory of Li Changsheng's strength on the road that day was still fresh in LV Bai's mind. Even Zhu Xingyu, the deputy leader of the Yin Lake sect, was easily defeated by Li Changsheng and had to cut off one of his hands to leave safely. In fact, he was worried that Li Changsheng would come for revenge when he took the red string from Luo Dan. But he was relieved when he remembered that he had the support of the Snow God's palace. He just didn't expect that when he was about to give the red string as a gift, the person in question would come to him. It was tantamount to being caught red-handed in bed. At this moment, LV Bai was tense all over and looked at Li Changsheng warily. Because Li Changsheng's appearance was a bit sudden, he didn't know what to do for a while. After all, although he had the support of the Snow God's palace, distant water couldn't quench a present thirst. It would take a while for the people of the Snow God's palace to come. With Li Changsheng's strength, he would be dead before the reinforcements of the Snow God's palace arrived. But LV Bai was worthy of being an elder of the Snow God's palace and had seen the world. After a short panic, he quickly calmed down. He smiled and said, "Friend, today is the birthday of my old friend, Xiao Jinhong. If you have anything to say, please wait until the birthday party is over." He took the red string that Li Changsheng gave to Luo Dan and gave it to someone else. If this matter spread out, it would have a great impact on his reputation. Moreover, the reason he said this was to stall for time. As long as he had half an hour, he would be able to use a secret technique to contact the sect to save him. When the sect members arrived, he would no longer need to be afraid of Li Changsheng. Who is this guy? Today is Elder Xiao's birthday party. It's too much to come and make trouble at this time. Elder LV is so well-mannered. He can still talk to such a madman with a smile. If it were me, I would have been rude to him. The crowd was talking about it, and LV Jala was anxious like an ant on a hot pan. Jala, isn't your friend here to see your uncle? Why does it seem like he's your uncle's enemy and is here to make trouble? LV Shan walked to LV Jala's position and asked loudly. I don't know. LV Jala was so anxious that his forehead was covered in sweat. He said he wanted to visit uncle, but I don't know what's wrong with him. He actually stood out at this time. Aunt, what do you think we should do now? Alas. LV Shan sighed. Although LV Bai and I are of the same generation, we all know that because he is an elder of the Snow God Palace, not to mention me, even your father and grandfather have to bow their heads in front of him. You know your uncle's temper. If your friend makes trouble at this time, he won't have a good time. Your uncle might even kill him in a fit of anger. Hearing LV Shan's words, LV Jala became even more anxious. Then what should we do? What else can we do? You should pray for him in your heart, hoping that he will realize his mistake and retreat quickly. At that time, he might be able to keep his life. Otherwise, let alone him, even you who brought him here will be punished. While everyone was discussing animatedly, Li Changsheng had already taken a step forward, closing in on Lu Bai. Even the red string he gave to Luo Dan was taken away. Luo Dan's situation in the Snow God Palace must be very bad now. He had to take LV Bai down first and ask about Luo Dan's current situation. Seeing Li Changsheng not retreat but advance, LV Bai's heart could not help but tighten. At this time, a figure had already stepped out. He blocked Li Changsheng's way. How dare you? Today is my birthday. Where did this reckless boy come from? How dare you make trouble here? Do you have any respect for me, Xiao Jinhong? As LV Bai's friend, Xiao Jinhong directly stood in front of Li Changsheng at this moment. The Xiao family is one of the top 3 families in Fengyaro City. Boy, if you don't want to die, quickly retreat. Xiao Jinhong's aura was rising. As the head of the Xiao family, his strength was already close to the peak of the innate realm. He was a well-deserved powerhouse and had a great reputation in the north. After Xiao Jinhong stood out, a dense crowd of people immediately appeared around him and surrounded Li Changsheng. These were the elites of the Xiao family. Many people had automatically begun to retreat, distancing themselves from the high platform, for fear that they would be affected after the battle broke out. However, facing the encirclement of the Xiao family, Li Changsheng did not have any superfluous expression at all. He just looked at LV Bai coldly and stretched out his hand, saying, "Give me the red string." Boy, do you think the elites of the Xiao family are just decorations? Xiao Jinhong saw that his words were ignored by Li Changsheng and was very angry in his heart. The Xiao family is one of the top 3 cultivation families in Fengyaro City. We have a heritage of more than 300 years, and we have 3 innate realm powerhouses. There are 9 of them before the 8th stage of Qi refinement, and Elder LV is my good friend. Going against Elder LV is the same as going against the Xiao family. Whoever wants to touch Elder LV will have to go through the experts of the Xiao family first. Xiao Jinhong's words were sonorous and powerful, and his eyes were even more awe-inspiring. Today, the Xiao family had 3 innate realm experts here. In addition to LV Bai, who was at the peak of the innate realm, and LV Jala's father and grandfather, there were a total of 6 innate realm experts. This powerful force could even contend with a Vajra realm expert, let alone this ordinary-looking young boy in front of him. Who are you? Don't you think you talk a lot of nonsense? Just when everyone thought that Li Changsheng would withdraw from the Xiao family's participation, Li Changsheng suddenly took a step forward and grabbed Xiao Jinhong's throat with lightning speed. The dignified clan head of the Xiao family, an expert who was close to the peak of the innate realm, was lifted up by Li Changsheng in the air like a chicken. With Li Changsheng grabbing his throat, Xiao Jinhong was shocked to find that the true essence in his body seemed to be imprisoned. The iron spear-like fingers kept tightening, making him feel suffocated. His body kept struggling, but he felt that the lack of oxygen was getting worse and worse. Finally, he felt the fear of death. Many people knew about Xiao Jinhong's strength. Now that they saw that he couldn't resist at all in Li Changsheng's hands, they were all shocked. "Let go of our clan head." After a short moment of stupor, several experts of the Xiao family jumped up at the same time and pounced on Li Changsheng. Among them were the other two innate realm experts of the Xiao family. "A bunch of trash." Li Changsheng snorted and threw Xiao Jinhong, whose eyes had already rolled back, to the ground. With a flip of his sleeve, a strong wind spread out from his palm. 7 or 8 experts of the Xiao family rushed up, but just as they approached, they were directly sent flying by the palm force. The two innate realm experts received special treatment as a palm print appeared on each of their chests. When they fell to the ground, even pieces of their internal organs and blood spurted out from their mouths. At this moment, the whole place was silent. Li Changsheng defeated 3 innate realm experts in a blink of an eye, completely intimidating everyone. Chapter 568. Li Changsheng did not make a move, but the moment he did, he shocked everyone. Xiao Clan's 3 Xiantian experts and 4 Qi refinement level 9 elites could not even touch the corner of his clothes before they were knocked to the ground, shocking everyone. Needless to say, Lu Bai, who had already seen Li Changsheng's strength, was shocked. Below, LV Jiala, who had already overestimated Li Changsheng, had his eyes wide open and his mouth slightly agape, filled with disbelief. In her mind, no matter how strong Li Changsheng was, he was at most a Xiantian expert. But now, Xiao Clan's 3 experts were not his match. Maybe only Uncle can deal with him. LV Jiala thought to herself. Although LV Shan was not a cultivator, she came from a cultivator clan and naturally understood what Li Changsheng's move meant. "What do you want?" Lu Bai tried to calm himself down and asked in a low voice. At this time, he knew that being afraid was useless. If Li Changsheng wanted to kill him, no one could stop him. "Give it to me." Li Changsheng stretched out his hand. This time, Lu Bai did not hesitate and directly handed over the red string. After receiving the red string, Li Changsheng asked again. "How did you get this red string? How is Luo Dan now?" Li Changsheng left a talisman in Luo Dan's body. As long as Luo Dan's life was not in danger, it would not be activated. But he had no way of knowing Luo Dan's situation at that time. Luo Dan is currently in confinement. Palace Lord wanted to betroth her to Immortal Crane Sect's first disciple as a concubine. She did not agree, so Palace Lord made her face the wall and reflect. Forced marriage. Li Changsheng's gaze turned cold. "Where is Luo Dan imprisoned?" "Take me there," he said coldly. The moment those cold eyes met Lu Bai's heart shook. A cold air rose from the bottom of his feet and spread to his entire body. Killing intent. Just a glance made Lu Bai feel suffocated as if he was about to die at any time. He's actually so terrifying. The last time he met Li Changsheng, although the strength that Li Changsheng displayed was strong, it was not like now, where he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. I don't know which sect this Li Changsheng is from, but he has such terrifying strength. I don't know if our Snow God Palace can stop him. At this moment, for the first time, LV Bai was not completely confident in the strength of the sect. "I'll take you there now." Lu Bai took a deep breath, suppressed the throbbing in his heart, and hurriedly nodded. He had no doubt that if he dared to disobey, Li Changsheng would slap him to death. "Who are you?" At this time, LV Jiala's father and grandfather stood up at the same time, staring coldly at Li Changsheng. Seeing that the two people were about to make a move, Lu Bai hurriedly stopped them and said, "Uncle, big brother, don't be rash. Even if you guys make a move together, it's also asking for humiliation." Lu Bai quietly winked at the two of them. These two were old foxes who had been through the world for a long time, and instantly understood what Lu Bai meant. Just based on the fact that Li Changsheng had just defeated a few masters from the Xiao family, the two of them could not do much. But it would be different in the Snow God Palace, where there were many masters. Take me to see Luo Dan. Li Changsheng said coldly. He did not care about the three's little tricks. LV Bai did not dare to play tricks, and obediently led the way in front, and walked out of the hall with Li Changsheng. It was not until a few minutes after the two left that there was a gradual discussion in the hall. Who is this young man? He is so powerful that even LV Bai is so afraid of him. Listening to their conversation, it seems that the red string was a keepsake given to a woman, but LV Bai snatched it and gave it to Xiao Jing. This LV Bai is really shameless. In the crowd, LV Jiala and LV Shan were still a little confused. Jiala, tell me honestly, who is this Li Changsheng? Will your uncle be in danger if he takes him away? LV Jiala shook his head. I don't know. He is a good friend of my classmate, and people call him Mr. Li. He is very powerful in capital city, and helped my classmate's family out of trouble. I don't know anything else. When Li Changsheng broke into the banquet and attacked the Xiao family, LV Bai had secretly sent a distress signal to the sect. At this time, in the main hall of the Snow God Palace, a woman in white was sitting on the high seat, and below her were the higher-ups of the Snow God Palace. Elder Lu Bai just sent a distress signal. I got someone to call and check. Elder Lu went to attend a good friend's birthday banquet today. In the end, his enemies came looking for him and he was captured on the spot. What do you think of this matter? The woman in white was the sect master of the Snow God Palace. As she finished speaking, an old man said, Elder LV Bai is at the peak of the innate realm, and someone who can easily defeat him is probably at the Vajra realm. I don't know when LV Bai offended such a master. It doesn't matter if he is at the innate realm or the Vajra realm. Attacking an elder of the Snow God Palace is a challenge to the dignity of the Snow God Palace. We must not let him go easily. The sect master of the Snow God Palace said coldly. Although she was a woman and was quite beautiful, at this moment, her body gave off an extremely cold feeling. Especially her pair of eyes, which were like snowy mountains that never melted all year round, causing people to feel intimidated just by looking at them. As soon as the woman finished speaking, the hall fell into silence. Elder LV Bai was already considered a master in the Blood God Palace, and someone who could easily take Elder LV Bai away was probably at the Vajra realm. However, only the sect master of the Snow God Palace was at the Vajra realm, and the strongest of the others was only at the innate realm. Elder LV Bai has been captured. Who is willing to lead a team to rescue Elder LV Bai? As soon as the sect master of the Snow God Palace finished speaking, everyone in the hall lowered their heads. Seeing this scene, the sect master of the Snow God Palace could not help but show some anger in her eyes. A bunch of trash. Sect master, don't be angry. I just came out of seclusion and heard about what happened to Elder LV. The dignity of the Snow God Palace cannot be challenged. Since the other party is probably at the Vajra realm, why don't you let me go and meet him? The door of the hall was pushed open, and an old man with white hair walked out. Grand Elder. Greetings, Grand Elder. Greetings, Grand Elder. As soon as the old man came out, everyone in the hall greeted him. Even the sect master of the Snow God Palace stood up. Grand Elder, haven't you been in seclusion? Why did you come out so soon? Have you broken through to the late stage of the Vajra realm? Haha. The old man smiled slightly proudly. Thanks to you, sect master, after 3 years of seclusion, I finally broke through to the late stage of the Vajra realm. Congratulations, Grand Elder. The sect master of the Snow God Palace let out a long sigh of relief. Elder LV Bai had been captured, and the other party might be at the Vajra realm. She was worried that she had no one to call on, and she did not expect the Grand Elder to bring good news. First Elder, your appearance is truly timely. I thought that I, the Palace Master, would have to personally make a move. The sect master of the Snow God Palace said with resentment. If she, the sect master, had to do everything herself, then she would lose her dignity. Haha. Sect master, you are so noble. Wouldn't it be demeaning for you to deal with a nobody? Let me do it this time. I promise, I will twist the head of the guy who dares to challenge the Snow God Palace. Chapter 569. The headquarters of the Snow God Technique was located at the Big Snow Peak, located more than 400 miles north of Fengyaro City. Fengyaro City was already a relatively remote city, and the big snow peak of the Snow God Palace was even more deserted. Li Changsheng learned about Luodan's current situation and was not so anxious. After leaving the hotel with Lu Bai, he asked Lu Bai to drive him to the Snow God Palace. But who would have thought that not even 30 kilometers away from Fengyaro City, they would be blocked by someone. More than 30 cars were lined up in several rows, and the disciples of the Snow God Palace were all dressed in white and wearing the Snow God Palace logo. Among them was a middle-aged man, holding a sharp janmedao. The tip of the janmedao scratched the ground, and the sound of metal clashing was accompanied by a series of sparks. "How dare you? How dare you kidnap an elder of the Snow God Palace? Let Elder Lu go!" The middle-aged man with the janmedao shouted loudly. His voice was loud and clear, and it was a bit like black-faced Zhongfei who forced the cow army to retreat. But Lu Bai could not help but shake his head and said to himself, "Stupid." This man was a hall master of the Snow God Palace in Fengyaro City, and his strength was extraordinary. He was one of the strongest hall masters of the Snow God technique, but his strength was compared to other hall masters of the same level. His strength was far from Lu Bai's, and at this time, he dared to come out and stop Li Changsheng. He was obviously overestimating himself. Although Lu Bai was currently under Li Changsheng's control, at least his life was not in danger. If he was angered by the other party and Li Changsheng killed him as well, then he would be wronged. "Who are you?" Li Changsheng did not pay much attention to the aggressive crowd, and a smile appeared on his face. "I am the hall master of the Fengyaro Hall of the Snow God Palace. Just 10 minutes ago, I received the order of the palace master to rescue Elder Lu." The man sneered. "Let Elder Lu go immediately, and accompany me to the palace master to confess, or I will let you have a taste of my power." As soon as he finished speaking, a car of strong men got out of the car behind him. These strong men were actually holding modern weapons in their hands. There were pistols, Barrett rifles, machine guns, and even a few rocket launchers. It was no wonder that even though they knew that Lu Bai had been captured by Li Changsheng, they still dared to come and rescue him. It turned out that they were relying on these powerful firearms. Lu Bai, who had been cursing the branch master's stupidity in his heart, had a look of hope in his eyes when he saw these firearms. To be able to withstand the power of these firearms, one had to be at the Vajra realm, who had tempered their physical body to the extreme. Li Changsheng might have displayed great strength, but he might not have broken through to the Vajra realm. Even if he had just broken through to the Vajra realm, he wouldn't be able to ignore the attacks of these guns and cannons. However, his hopes were quickly dashed. Li Changsheng suddenly took a step forward and threw him aside. His figure turned into a blur as he rushed forward. Fire! Under the command of the hall master, all kinds of rifles, pistols, and machine guns were fired at Li Changsheng. At the same time, several rocket launchers were launched, completely covering Li Changsheng. "Let's see if you can survive this." The hall master of Fengyaro City smiled proudly. Lu Bai also clenched his fists and stared at the center of the field. Only martial artists in the late stage of the Vajra realm or close to the peak stage would be able to withstand such a fierce artillery attack unscathed. However, in the next moment, Li Changsheng's figure suddenly rushed out amidst the rain of bullets. Wherever he passed, the bullets and cannons couldn't even get close to his body. The smile on the branch master's face stopped abruptly. Li Changsheng's figure was like a low-flying fighter jet, drawing a long trail behind him as he crashed directly into the branch master. Bang! The branch master's figure flew backward at an extremely fast speed. Before he landed, he was split in half from the middle, and blood splattered across the sky. This scene was undoubtedly extremely impactful, so much so that the subordinates behind him forgot to fire their cannons. However, they forgot that Li Changsheng's figure didn't stop. He was like a human meat harvester. Wherever he passed, not even a blade of grass remained. More than 30 disciples of the Snow God Palace fell to the ground in an instant. Some were smashed into pieces by his punch, some were cut in half at the waist, and some had their heads separated from their necks and rolled to the ground. In just a few seconds, it was like hell on earth. Lu Bai, who was standing there, was already trembling with fear. It was so terrifying that he realized how stupid his idea was. Li Changsheng's horror was far beyond his imagination. Fortunately, he had been obedient and cooperated with Li Changsheng along the way. Otherwise, if he angered this demon, he was afraid that he would be crushed to death with a single finger. Can the Snow God Palace really stop such a murderous god? Maybe only the great ancestor has a chance. Lu Bai began to regret in his heart. He had provoked such a fierce person. Even if the Snow God Palace used all their trump cards, they would have to pay a heavy price to kill such a person. Let's go. Li Changsheng casually found a relatively intact car and said to Lu Bai. The car they were in just now had already been shot into a sieve by the guns and cannons. Okay. Lu Bai didn't dare to disobey and sat in the driver's seat in fear. Originally, a cultivator like him could drive a car like a game, but at this moment, because of the shock and uneasiness, he kept making mistakes during the driving process. Fortunately, Li Changsheng didn't care about his driving skills. Instead, he was thinking about what to do next. The Snow God Palace was Luo Dan's sect. Although Luo Dan was imprisoned and forced to do things that she didn't want, Li Changsheng wasn't sure if Luo Dan still had feelings for her sect. If he killed without reason, even if Luo Dan was rescued, she might not be happy. But the people of the Snow God Palace were really despicable. It's really messed up because of concern. Li Changsheng couldn't help but rub his temples. In that life, he owed her too much. Now that he saw Luo Dan, he wanted to make it up to her. But because he cared too much about Luo Dan's feelings, he couldn't do anything now. Just as Li Changsheng was thinking about the next response, the Snow God Palace's Grand Elder Bo Jiyu had received the order of the Palace Lord and left the main hall with a group of men to go down the mountain to kill Li Changsheng and rescue Lu Bai. But just as he left and walked to the mountain gate, a disciple ran to report in a panic. Grand Elder Lu Bai is back with a young man next to him. Wasn't Elder Lu taken away by someone? Why did he come back with a young man? Is that young man the one who took Elder Lu away? He brought people to kill us, he's simply courting death. Let's go, take me to meet this bold young man. Bo Jiyu snorted and was about to step forward when he saw the closed door in front of him suddenly break open. Wood chips flew everywhere. A disciple of the Snow God Palace flew in directly. In front of him, his body exploded in the air and turned into a cloud of blood mist. Chapter 570. Bogu's face instantly became as gloomy as the thick clouds in the June sky when it was about to rain. He never thought that the guy who dared to capture an elder of the Snow God Palace would not only dare to come to his door, but also give him such a big gift as soon as they met. Right in front of him, a subordinate of the Snow God Palace exploded into a bloody mist. Unscrupulous, arrogant, domineering, audacious. These words flashed through Bogu's mind, and in the end, they turned into an uncontrollable rage that soared to the heavens. This is too much. Just as he clenched his fists and prepared to see this arrogant guy who dared to look down on the Snow God Palace, he saw a figure of average height and not much aura coming in. Beside him was Lu Bai, who was following closely behind him. He had already experienced the horror of this young man, so before he could be sure that he was out of danger, he did not want to be kicked into a bloody mist like the disciple of Snow God Palace who had spoken rudely at the door just now. Where is Luo Dan? I want to see her. Li Changsheng ignored Bo Jiyu, who was full of killing intent, and looked at the peak of the Snow God Palace. On the peak of the mountain, there was a cultivation sect that had been passed down for hundreds of years, and many people yearned for it. But at this moment, in the eyes of Li Changsheng, it was no different from a small hill that he could flatten with his feet. If it were not for the fact that it was Luo Dan's sect, Li Changsheng would have already flattened it with his sword. But then again, if it were not for Luo Dan, Li Changsheng would never care about such a small inheritance. After all, no matter how arrogant the Snow God Palace was in the northern region, it was nothing in the entire cultivation world. Who is Luo Dan? Bo Jiyu frowned and asked. It was not his fault. As a powerful elder of the Snow God Palace, an outer disciple like Luo Dan was not worthy of his attention. He did not know who Luo Dan was. Li Changsheng did not bother to talk nonsense with him and walked straight inside. Even without the help of the talisman imprinted in Luo Dan's body, with just Li Changsheng's strength, Li Changsheng could clearly see the entire snow-capped peak with his divine sense, except for the most solemn and sacred palace which was isolated by a formation. Li Changsheng directly bypassed Bo Jiyu and walked inside. Based on the principle of Luo Dan's sect, he did not want to start a massacre. If it weren't for that disciple's impertinent words, Li Changsheng wouldn't have destroyed him with a single kick. Bo Jiyu, who was ignored, was stunned for a moment. By the time he reacted, Li Changsheng was already a dozen steps away. As an elder of the Snow God Palace, Lu Bai still followed Li Changsheng step by step. He did not feel that he was out of danger just because he had arrived at his own sect. Before going up the mountain, Li Changsheng had already guessed that he would escape from his control at any time. For this reason, Li Changsheng had already injected a kindling of alchemy into his body. However, unlike when he injected it into Luo Dan's body, this kindling of alchemy was like a small time bomb. As long as Li Changsheng thought about it, he could turn him into a pile of minced meat on the spot. Therefore, even though Lu Bai wanted nothing more than to tear Li Changsheng to pieces, he still had to put on an obedient expression. Since the other party dared to attack the Snow God's temple, he naturally wouldn't care about his little life. Perhaps Lu Bai thought that with the strength of the Snow God Palace, he could deal with Li Changsheng, but the premise was that he had to save his own life first. Otherwise, everything would be in vain. Bo Jiyu, who finally reacted, looked at Li Changsheng, who was walking inside step by step. His eyebrows trembled slightly, and he said angrily, "Stop." This time, he was ordered by the palace master to deal with Li Changsheng. Although Li Changsheng had subdued Lu Bai, when he saw Li Changsheng's face, he still instinctively felt a trace of contempt in his heart. Especially now, this young man did not seem to put him in his eyes at all. This made the great master who had been famous in the northern region for a long time burn with anger in his chest. Li Changsheng, who was walking, finally stopped. He slowly turned around and said in an extremely calm tone, "I don't want to kill anyone, so don't force me." His voice was very calm, but Bo Jiyu felt a trace of murderous intent from his tone. To be able to subdue Lu Bai, naturally he was not an ordinary person. Therefore, Li Changsheng's current strength was, in fact, within Bogu's expectations. It was just that he was the great elder of the Snow God Palace. How could he be scared by an unknown ordinary boy? Even if this ordinary boy made Lu Bai, who was at the peak of the Xiantian realm, obedient, and even if this boy killed an elite disciple of the Snow God Palace in front of him, Bogu's arrogance still did not put Li Changsheng in his eyes. "Boy, your tone is very arrogant, but no one can save you today. This old man promised the palace master that I would twist your head off. Is that so?" Li Changsheng suddenly smiled slightly. "In that case, I have no choice but to make my move." The last word "yes" had not yet fallen. Li Changsheng suddenly stamped his foot on the ground, and his body shot out like a cannonball, rushing towards Bo Jiyu. Under his feet, the floor made of the hardest rock in the Great Snow Mountain was crushed in an instant. Lu Bai, who was standing next to Li Changsheng, felt a slight tremor under his feet, like the tremor when a large truck ran over a bridge. Several disciples of the Snow God Palace who had heard the news, as well as the elites of the Snow God Palace who had followed Bo Jiyu down the mountain, only saw Li Changsheng's figure the moment Li Changsheng rushed out. Usually, they could see a mosquito within 100 meters with their sharp eyes, but this time they could only barely catch an imperceptible afterimage. The next moment, the expression on Bogu's face instantly became horrified. A fist broke through the air and smashed directly on his forehead. His whole body flew out directly and hit the majestic door frame of the Snow God Palace behind him, breaking the door frame made of 1,000-year-old ancient wood in the middle. His body flew dozens of meters away without slowing down, smashing into a rock head first. His head was badly mutilated. Hiss. Many disciples of the Snow God Palace, including Lu Bai, could not help but gasp as their hearts skipped a beat. The great elder who had broken through to the Vajra realm had a superior status in the entire Snow God Palace, but now he did not even have the chance to make a move. Everyone looked at the harmless-looking young man again, and no one dared to have a trace of contempt anymore. "I should have blown your head off with one punch, but since you are an elder of Luo Dan's sect, I'll let it go. It should not be too much to just damage his deity ocean." Li Changsheng muttered to himself, then shook his head and continued to walk up the mountain. Lu Bai and the others next to him were all in a daze. If his deity ocean was seriously injured, Wouldn't the great elder of the Snow God Palace become a fool in the future? The young man said that he would show mercy, but it was better to kill him with one punch. Chapter 571. Formations were undoubtedly indispensable for a cultivation sect. A powerful mountain protection formation, a conversion formation to gather spirit chi, and a survey formation to monitor the movements of the wind and grass. A sect would have at least 3 great defensive formations guarding it. For some Daoist orthodoxies that had been passed down since ancient times, after the continuous operation of generations of disciples, it was very likely that they would have over 1,000 defensive formations working together to form a gigantic defensive formation. Snow God Palace had a history of hundreds of years. Although the mountain protection formation of Snow God Palace was not as powerful as thousands, there were still dozens that worked together. Just after Li Changsheng sent Bo Jiyu flying with a punch, the scene at the mountain gate had been shown to the palace master of Snow God Palace through the survey formation. Along with the palace master of Snow God Palace, the higher-ups of Snow God Palace witnessed it with their own eyes. The crowd, who had been excited about Great Elder Bo Gu's appearance, fell silent when they saw Great Elder Bo Jiyu being sent flying with a single punch from that young man. What kind of strength was it to send a late-stage Vajra realm expert to the brink of death with one punch? Although many of the higher-ups of Snow God Palace did not say anything, they knew in their hearts that Snow God Palace had really gotten into trouble this time. To have such combat strength at such a young age, it was not an exaggeration to say that he was an absolute genius. Absolute geniuses often had extremely terrifying masters behind them. What should we do? Everyone looked at the palace master of Snow God Palace who was sitting on the high seat. This woman who was cold to the bone from inside out, the cold expression on her face had never changed since she became the palace master of Snow God Palace. But at this moment, she could not help but frown slightly. She knew the strength of the Grand Elder best. Even if she were to attack, she only had a 60% chance of winning. But under the young man's fist, she was like a sandbag that did not know how to dodge at all. Moreover, the young man's speed was too fast. Even the palace master of Snow God Palace, who thought that she was not slow in her attacks, felt that the chances of her blocking the young man's fist were really slim. This is a strong opponent. It will be extremely difficult for us to block him with just the strength of Snow God Palace. Even if we use the entire spirit vein formation of Snow God Palace, even if we can block him, we will definitely suffer heavy losses. As soon as the Snow God Palace princess's words fell, everyone's heart sank. As a super sect that stood tall in the northern region, they usually felt that the words disciples of the Snow God Palace made them walk with the wind. They had never thought that they would be forced to such an extent one day. Then what should we do? One of the elders stepped forward. As the second elder of the Snow God's Palace, Liu Hashan was undoubtedly the one who had the most right to speak other than the palace master. The only thing we can do now is to find reinforcements. Rumor has it that the tower master of the mountain gazing tower has stepped into the Finger Profound realm not long ago, and has become the undisputed #1 person in the northern lands. He has proposed marriage to me many times, but I have rejected him. Now that the sect is on the brink of destruction, even if I don't like him as a person, I should know how to choose. As soon as the palace lord of Snow God Palace finished speaking, everyone's eyes were filled with sorrow. Palace master, since this person is here for the outer sect disciple named Luo Dan, why don't you let Luo Dan go? Asking for peace with him is better than sacrificing yourself. The second elder said. Everyone knew that the mountain gazing tower master was an old lecher with countless wives and lovers. Although he had already said that if the palace lord of Snow God Palace was willing to marry him, he would marry her officially and make her the first lady. It was just that the palace lord of Snow God Palace was not only marrying an old man, but also sharing a husband with another woman. How could she bear it? Second elder, you may not know, but Luo Dan should have been promoted to an inner sect disciple because of her contribution in finding a dragon pearl for me, but she was chosen by an outer sect disciple and wanted to be his concubine. I had already agreed, but Luo Dan did not agree. In a fit of anger, I severely injured her and broke her meridians. At this moment, she hates me to the core. If I let her go and let her meet with that young man, I'm afraid that not only will the young man not stop, but he will also kill all of us in the Snow God's Palace. The Palace Lord of Snow God Palace finished and sighed. Second Elder, I will now hand over the command flag that controls the 61 formations of the Snow God Palace to you. I will go and get reinforcements and will be back in half an hour at the latest. So as long as you can hold him off for half an hour, it will be equivalent to protecting the foundation of the Snow God's palace for hundreds of years. With that, she took out a command flag and flew it directly to the Second Elder. The Second Elder caught the command flag in his hand and said, "Don't worry, Palace Lord. I can't kill that young man, but if I can't hold him off for half an hour with the mountain guarding array of the Snow God's palace, then all my years of cultivation will be in vain." Good. The frosty face of the palace master of the Snow God's palace also changed slightly. Who would have thought that just punishing an ordinary outer sect disciple would bring disaster to the Snow God's palace? But it had already happened, and she would not allow the foundation of the Snow God's palace for hundreds of years to be destroyed by her own hands. As for the outer sect disciple, especially the young man who had forced the Snow God's palace into a corner, when she invited the mountain watching tower master, she would personally stab him to the heart to vent her hatred. The mountain watching tower master is a profound finger realm elite. I don't believe that he can't deal with this young man. The Palace Lord of Snow God's palace thought with hatred. After saluting the Second Elder and saying please, she went to the back mountain of the Snow God's palace and took off in a helicopter. Only those who had reached the legendary Earth Immortal realm could fly. Of course, the profound finger realm could also resist the gravity of the Earth to a large extent, but at most, it was called flying. When Li Changsheng was in the Carnate realm, he could fly with Yi Shuang in the air with the help of the Heart Wishful Sword. The Snow God's palace also had a high-level Dharma artifact, which could be used to fly with True Essence, but the consumption of True Essence had reached a terrifying level. If the Palace Lord of Snow God's palace drove the Dharma artifact to ask for help, her true essence would be exhausted before she could reach her destination. She would fall from the sky, and even if she did not die, she would be severely injured. The Palace Lord of Snow God's palace left in the helicopter, and the Second Elder led some disciples of the Snow God's palace to activate the array. Even the elders who were in seclusion, as well as a Supreme Elder, were forcibly called out of seclusion. In the end, a total of 6 Vajra Realm Elites and 12 Carnate Realm Elites gathered together to form an array. From the mountainside to the sky above the top of the mountain, a dazzling light shield rose in an instant. Li Changsheng and LV Bai, who were walking up the mountain step by step, were suddenly blocked in an instant. The Second Elder held the command flag that controlled the array, looked at the many disciples behind him and the elites of the Snow God's palace standing on both sides of him, and felt a sense of pride. He thought to himself, this kind of defense can be said to be impregnable. Although that unknown youth was able to send First Elder Bo Jiu flying with a single punch, it should be impossible for him to break through this kind of formation. Chapter 572. Mount Xianhuang was located north of the Great Snow Mountain, and it was a veritable paradise of the north. Originally, there used to be a few old itinerant cultivators living here. They were people of virtue and prestige in the northern lands. However, 10 years ago, an extremely vicious devil cultivator appeared out of nowhere and forcibly built a tower on the peak of Mount Xianhuang where the spiritual energy was the densest. He called himself the Master of Mountain View Tower. A few rogue cultivators were very angry and went to reason with him. In the end, 5 of the 7 Xiantian realm experts were killed by him, and the remaining 2 escaped with heavy injuries. Since that battle, Mount Xianhuang had become the personal territory of the mountain-gazing Tower Lord. He recruited disciples on the mountain and established a sect. During this time, the friends and family of the 2 rogue cultivators who escaped and the 5 who were killed came several times to seek revenge from the mountain-gazing Tower Lord. Unfortunately, the mountain-gazing Tower Lord was too strong. Those who came to seek revenge ended up either dead or injured. The grudge between the 2 sides grew deeper and deeper, spreading for nearly 10 years. It wasn't until the mountain-gazing Tower Lord came out of seclusion and broke through to the Finger Profound realm, becoming the #1 cultivator in the north, that the 2 rogue cultivators completely gave up on the idea of revenge. Now, palaces were built on Mount Xianhuang, and a wide and straight mountain path led to the peak. The mountain-gazing Tower Lord took in a dozen disciples, and the guardian elders also appointed a large number of disciples. At this time, the mountain-gazing tower lord stood on the magnificent mountain-gazing tower that had been renovated several times and looked down at the sea of clouds below. A silver helicopter landed at the foot of the mountain, and a disciple quickly came up to report. Snow God Palace Lord Yu Shi requests an audience. Snow God Palace Lord Yu Shi was someone the mountain-gazing tower lord had taken a liking to, but the Snow God Palace Lord thought he was too old and too fickle in love, so she never agreed. Snow God Palace was a sect that had been passed down for hundreds of years and had great prestige in the north, so he didn't dare to use force. But the more he couldn't get her, the more unbearable his itch was. The mountain-gazing tower master had just broken through to the finger-profound realm. He was just thinking about whether or not he should propose marriage again. What if that beautiful lady with extremely high standards suddenly agreed on the account that he was already the number one person in the cultivation world of the northern lands? Just as he was imagining it, his eyes lit up when he heard his subordinates report. Quickly invite her in. The mountain-viewing tower master straightened his lapel. In order to pursue the palace master of the Snow God Palace, he deliberately made himself look much younger. Greetings, mountain-gazing tower master. The two met at the entrance of the hall. Although the Snow God Temple Palace Master Yu Shi had a cold face, her eyes were clearly anxious. Little sister Yu Shi, this is the first time you've visited my mountain-gazing tower after so many years. I'll immediately have my subordinates prepare a banquet. We must properly entertain little sister. You're too kind, mountain-gazing tower master. I'm here to ask for a favor. What's there to beg? If there's anything, just say the word and I'll do it for you. Although the mountain-gazing house lord said so, Yu Shi knew that although he liked her, he was a person who wouldn't act unless he saw a rabbit. If there were no benefits, it would be impossible to get him to help for free. Knowing that the Snow God Palace was facing a disaster, the mountain-gazing tower master would definitely raise the price. But the Snow God Palace's affairs couldn't be delayed, so Yu Shi didn't want to talk nonsense and directly said, "Mountain-gazing tower master, didn't you propose marriage to me several times? I promise you, as long as you help the Snow God Palace through this crisis." Even with the shrewdness of the mountain-gazing tower master, there was a bit of astonishment on his face, as if the sun had risen from the west. Why would the palace master of the Snow God Palace, who had always hated him, suddenly change her mind? I wonder what kind of crisis the Snow God Palace is facing. The mountain-gazing tower master's expression also became a bit dignified. For Yu Shi to make an exception and agree to marry him, the Snow God Palace must have encountered an unprecedented enemy. But as far as he knew, the Snow God Palace's strength was not weak. How could an ordinary person be able to force the Snow God Palace to this point? It's a young man, in his 20s, named Li Changsheng. The great elder of the Snow God Palace was knocked out by him with one punch. He is very likely to be a master at the peak of the Vajra realm. Hearing Yu Shi's words, the mountain-gazing tower master let out a sigh of relief. The peak of the Vajra realm, if it was a year ago, he might have been afraid, but now he was firmly in the early stage of the finger-profound realm. Although it was only the early stage, the difference between the finger-profound realm and the Vajra realm was like the difference between heaven and earth, like the difference between a 6-year-old child and a 20-year-old strong man. Good. I'll help you, Sister Yu Shi. I hope you will fulfill your promise when the time comes. The mountain-gazing tower master laughed and stretched out his hand to summon a carpet-like magic weapon, then went over to Yu Shi's waist and jumped into the sky. Yu Shi was a little panicked by the sudden action of the mountain-gazing tower master and subconsciously wanted to avoid him, but thinking that she would marry this old man after this matter, although she was still extremely disgusted by the mountain-gazing tower master, she accepted her fate and no longer resisted. She only said with some concern, "You're not thinking of flying to the Great Snow Mountain on the magic carpet, are you? Although you have reached the finger-profound realm, the journey from Mount Shenhuang to the Great Snow Mountain is not close. When the time comes, your true essence will be severely depleted, and you will only be able to use 70 to 80% of your strength." Haha. Sister Yu Shi, you haven't married me yet and you're already concerned about me. But please rest assured, although using this magic weapon to fly will consume a lot of true essence, I am now at the finger-profound realm and my true chi is abundant, so consuming a little is not a problem. Moreover, even if I can only use 30% of my strength, it will be enough to help you fight the enemy." Hearing the words of the mountain-gazing tower master, Yushi opened her mouth, but hesitated. She wanted to say that the young man was not ordinary, but if she said that, the mountain-gazing tower master would not be happy. Moreover, although the mountain-gazing tower master was a little arrogant, his strength was really powerful. Before he broke through to the finger-profound realm, he was already an old devil, and now that he had broken through to the finger-profound realm, he was even more powerful. Her worries were indeed unnecessary. Under the snowy mountain, Li Changsheng looked at the dazzling light barrier in front of him. He raised his fist and punched out in a probing manner. Bang! The second elder and the upper echelons of the snow god temple all stared at the spirit array. Where the fist passed, the spirit array shook constantly. After a few breaths, Li Changsheng withdrew his fist, but the spirit array was still intact. The sword Dao spirit array was intact, and the second elder's clothes were fluttering in the wind, his face full of arrogance. The snow god temple powerhouses looked at the ordinary face on the mountain path with sarcasm. "I thought it was a figure at the peak of the Vajra realm, but now it seems that it is just SOSO. The second elder's voice came, with a little disdain. He had mobilized so many people just to block the young man for half an hour, but now it seemed that even if the palace lord did not ask for help, the young man would not be able to break the defense of the spirit array. However, his complacency did not last long. In the next moment, he saw Li Changsheng take a step forward, and the fist in his hand smashed out again, and it seemed to be much stronger than before. Bang! The light shield was still swaying, but the spirit array was still intact. But then Li Changsheng threw out a third and fourth punch, each punch faster than the last, and the power of each punch was stronger than the previous one. Dong, 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 dong. It was like the sound of drums in front of tens of thousands of soldiers, and it shook people's souls. Finally, when the 13th punch was thrown, the power of this punch had reached a terrifying level. Under this punch, the entire Great Snow Mountain was shaking violently, and the stones were flying in the air, and the ground cracked. The people of the Snow God Temple who were standing proudly on the mountain peak swayed left and right, and there was a look of horror in their eyes. The swaying light shield finally could not hold on any longer, and as the fist fell, it shattered. Chapter 573. The people of the Snow God's palace thought that the array was impregnable, but when the first punch was thrown out, they did not even feel much of a shock. Was this all that the young man who could send the first elder flying with one punch was capable of? It seemed that he was not even worthy of their attention. But when the punch was thrown out one after another, they realized that the second punch was stronger than the first, and the third punch was stronger than the second. By the time all 13 punches were thrown together, the power of the punch was no less than the power of a nuclear missile explosion. Rumbling sounds continued as the formation instantly shattered and fell apart. The balls of flowing light dissipated into the world along with the punch. The people of the Snow God's palace were completely exposed in front of Li Changsheng. One punch was enough to shake the mountain. If they were onlookers, they would have praised the young man's punch, saying that it was powerful enough to split the sky and the earth. It was fierce, and carefree. As Li Changsheng's enemies, the people at the top of the mountain all turned purple. It was a sad thing for the Snow God's palace to encounter such a powerful enemy. What should we do? Even the usually confident second elder was sweating profusely at this moment. Palace Master has been gone for 10 minutes. We only need to stop him for 20 more minutes. When the Master of Guanshan Tower arrives, the Snow God's palace will no longer have to be afraid of this young man. The second elder seemed to be cheering for the people around him, but it was more like he was cheering for himself. But can we really stop him for 20 minutes? Another elder, whose status in the sect was lower than the second elder's, said worriedly. Everyone in the Snow God Palace knew how powerful the mountain guarding matrix was, yet it had been smashed to pieces by a single punch. Although they were immortals in the eyes of many ordinary people, compared to the mountain guarding matrix, their mountain guarding matrix was far inferior. How could it withstand the young man's fist? It's only 20 minutes, you good for nothing. It was an old man with white hair and beard. He was wearing an ancient robe, but there was a powerful aura between his eyebrows. As soon as he stepped out, Even the second elder had to salute him with cupped hands. The only great elder of Snow God Palace was very strong. He had been invited by the second elder and had been watching the battle from the beginning to the end. At this moment, he was undoubtedly the mainstay of Snow God Palace. He was the backbone of everyone. This young man can break the formation of my Snow God Palace. He is indeed very powerful. Even I dare not say that I can beat him. But if I can't even hold him off for 20 minutes, then all my years of cultivation will have been for naught. And all of you all shrink back when you are in trouble. My Snow God Palace's combined attack formation, as long as you all concentrate your spiritual energy on me, even if I can't compare to the mountain viewing tower master who has entered the mysterious finger realm, I can still reach the peak of the Vajra realm. I might not lose to him. As soon as the old man finished speaking, the eyes of the people of Snow God Palace lit up. Yes, they were scared off by the young man's punch that broke the formation. At this moment, there was a great elder who was close to the peak of the Vajra realm, 5 other Vajra realm masters, 12 Carnate realm masters, and nearly 500 disciples of Snow God Palace. With such a powerful force, how could they not deal with the guy who dared to come to Snow God Palace and show off? One word could make a country prosper. One word could make people's low morale rise instantly. All disciples of Snow God Palace, listen to my command. Assemble. The great elder ordered. The originally messy formation instantly began to move quickly and finally formed a special pattern. Looking from afar, one could see wisps of aura rising up like the rising sun. It was like an ancient military formation, mighty and murderous. This was the so-called unity of will. Wisps of aura rose and circulated in the air, and finally turned into a snow dragon that was hundreds of feet long in the sky. It roared and suddenly merged into the body of the great elder. In an instant, the great elder's aura rose and rose into the sky. It was as if the whole sky was filled with the roar of a tiger and the sound of thunder. What a magnificent scene! Lu Bai, who was next to Li Changsheng, looked at the scene at the top of the mountain and could not help but be excited. No matter how scheming and selfish he usually was, he was still proud to be a disciple of the Snow God's Palace at this moment. What? Do you want to form the formation at the top of the mountain and gather the power of Snow God Palace to fight against me? Li Changsheng turned back and smiled at Lu Bai. But the smile was as bright as the sun, and Lu Bai felt like a basin of ice water had been poured over him. He suddenly woke up. The young man in front of him still controlled his life and death. One word from the young man could make him explode into a cloud of blood mist. Seeing Lu Bai like a cicada in winter, Li Changsheng just gently turned his head and looked at the top of the mountain. Then he stepped out and flew into the sky like a big bird. Under his feet, dense cracks had already appeared, and the surrounding area of several tens of meters had sunk by more than half a meter. Originally, the people of Snow God Palace thought that the formation would be enough to stop Li Changsheng. But at this moment, when they saw the cracks under their feet, they could not help but gasp. Only then did they realize that Li Changsheng did not fly in the air with any immortal celestial artifact, nor did he reach the great path of Earth Immortals. He just relied on the most powerful brute force to fly in the air. Can the Snow God Palace's combined attack formation really stop him? Lu Bai had doubts in his heart. Even if it could stop him, could it kill him? It should be known that being able to stop a warrior and being able to defeat a warrior were two different concepts, and being able to defeat and being able to kill were two different concepts. In Lu Bai's view, whether the combined attack formation on the mountain could stop Li Changsheng was still unknown. As for defeating Li Changsheng, it would be impossible unless a finger-profound realm warrior intervened. In the world of cultivation in the northern region, the only finger-profound realm warrior was the mountain viewing tower lord. Of course, Lu Bai did not know that the palace lord of Snow God Palace had gone to the mountain viewing tower lord for help. But even if they could defeat Li Changsheng, if they could not kill him and offend such a powerful warrior, Snow God Palace would probably never have a peaceful day, unless there was a finger-profound realm warrior in the Snow God Palace. Lu Bai's heart was in a mess. And the palace lord of Snow God Palace was also aware of this, which was why she was willing to marry the mountain viewing tower lord. Once she married the mountain viewing tower lord, Snow God Palace and the mountain viewing tower would be one family, and they would no longer have to worry about the young warrior's revenge. It was just that the idea was often beautiful, but the reality was often cruel. Could the mountain viewing tower lord, who was regarded as their savior, really deal with Li Changsheng? Lu Bai thought it was possible. The palace lord of Snow God Palace, Yu Shi, also thought it was possible, and even everyone in Snow God Palace, including the mountain viewing tower lord, thought so. But most of the I think in the world were often wrong. Chapter 574. Li Changsheng ascended the mountain with a single step. He did not rely on any magical artifacts. He relied purely on his physical strength. He was like an arrow that had been shot from a bow. There was no elegance in his movements, but no one dared to underestimate the aura that came with his body as he broke through the air. On the top of the mountain, the disciples of the Snow God's palace looked at the bird-like figure with mixed feelings. It was this young man who had shaken the entire Snow God's palace by himself and brought disaster to the Snow God's palace. At that moment, the utmost exalted elder, the second elder and the other upper echelons all sneered. Leaping to the top of the mountain with pure physical strength seemed very shocking, but the consumption of true qi and strength was definitely not small. To do this before the battle, Li Changsheng was either too arrogant to take the people of the Snow God's palace seriously, or he wanted to shock the people of the Snow God's palace for fame. But this kind of shock was undoubtedly stupid in the eyes of the highest elder. Kid, do you really think the Snow God's palace is easy to bully? If the highest elder with white hair and beard didn't have the murderous look in his eyes, he would be regarded as a deity. But it was because of his unapproachable aura and the contrast of the disciples of the Snow God's palace that made him even more dazzling. He was like a demon slayer general, so the disciples of the Snow God's palace who were afraid of Li Changsheng were full of confidence for no reason. Li Changsheng, who had reached the top of the mountain, stood firmly on a rock and looked at the people of the Snow God's palace who were waiting for him. The corners of his mouth curled up, but there was a hint of disdain in his smile. It was not the first time he had destroyed a sect. When he had just recovered some of his strength, he had destroyed the Mount Hua sect. Now that he had entered the finger-profound realm, there were not many people in the world who were worthy of his punches. As for the small Snow God's palace, it was just overkill. I, Li Changsheng, am not an unreasonable person. Give Luodan to me, and the palace master of the Snow God's palace will come personally to apologize. I don't want to kill more people. The young man's voice was transmitted with the wind at the top of the mountain. There was no nervousness before the battle, and there was not much murderous intent. He just wanted to give the people of the Snow God's palace a way out. However, his sudden act of kindness completely infuriated the Grand Supreme Elder. Bullshit. You're just an outer sect disciple, but you came to the Snow God Palace. That's a huge grudge, and you want the palace master to apologize to you? Who do you think you are? Then there's no room for discussion. Li Changsheng shook his head. Some people always turn a deaf ear to the kindness of others. The Supreme Elder speaking to Li Changsheng revealed a joyful expression. Originally, he was worried that Li Changsheng would start the battle as soon as he came up. At that time, he wasn't sure how long he would be able to block Li Changsheng. However, now that Li Changsheng had spoken for 5 to 6 minutes, he only needed to wait for another 10 minutes. Wouldn't it be easy for all the disciples of the Snow God's palace to do it in 10 minutes? However, just as this thought arose in his mind, he saw Li Changsheng walking towards him step by step. Since you won't let him go or apologize, I'll use my fist to reason with you. When he was less than 10 steps away from the Supreme Elder, Li Changsheng finally stopped. He then took a deep breath and slowly got into an attacking posture. The Supreme Elder's eyes were even more joyful. After this delay, another 2 minutes had passed. In his heart, he felt that the outcome was already set. Everyone around also let out a long sigh of relief. As long as the palace master returned, the mountain watching tower master arrived, and with the formation of the Snow God's palace, this young man was no different from a dead man in their eyes. Time ticked by, but Li Changsheng wasn't in a hurry to throw a punch. Young man, are you afraid of my current strength? Is that why you don't dare to punch? You're such a coward. The Supreme Elder laughed heartily, and the seriousness in his eyes gradually turned into contempt. However, just as he finished speaking, he saw the young man slowly raise his fist. The moment he opened his palm, The whistling wind on the top of the mountain stopped abruptly. The whole world seemed to have fallen into silence at this moment. The supreme elder of the snow god's palace, who originally had a look of contempt on his face, faded little by little. The momentum on his body gradually condensed and turned into a white snow dragon behind him. Boom! Like a bolt from the blue, there was a loud noise. In the sky, as Li Changsheng opened his palm, a huge palm print condensed into the shape of a mountain and river in the center of the palm. The giant palm print. The moment the palm print formed, the Supreme Elder finally couldn't help but step forward and punch out first. The white snow dragon roared out with his fist and rushed straight up. The silence was broken. The snow on the mountain peak flew and formed a tornado. However, the huge fist power and raging wind only raged under the cover of the palm. There seemed to be an invisible barrier outside the palm that separated the world and controlled the universe. Li Changsheng's palm suddenly pressed down. It was as if he was carrying the weight of a mountain and the sky on his back. Whether it was the wind, snow, or the fist power that rushed into the sky, they were directly smashed the moment they touched the palm. Under his palm, he was the master of the universe. He could control the world in his palm as he pleased. This was the profoundness of this divine ability. It could isolate a space from this world, turning this world into a small universe. In the small universe, the spellcaster was the creator. Any primordial chi rules were set by the spellcaster and had to listen to the spellcaster's orders. Therefore, under the palm, the combined attack set up by hundreds of disciples of the snow god's palace shattered. The Supreme Elder, who had countless chi forces converging on him, was bleeding under the strong pressure. Boom! There was a huge roar. When Li Changsheng's palm pressed down inch by inch, there were disciples of the snow god's palace who couldn't bear the pressure and exploded into clouds of blood mist. Even the elders with profound Dao techniques were coughing up blood. Blood was seeping out of every pore of the Grand Elder's body. If Li Changsheng's palm pressed down another meter, the 500 disciples of the snow god's palace and a dozen elders would completely disappear from the world. Lu Bai, who had caught up from behind, saw the scene of the palm pressing down. He clenched his teeth and was full of grief and fear. Li Changsheng was able to easily gain the upper hand in the battle formation formed by all the forces of the snow god palace, and the young man was still calm. Stop! A clear voice came from afar. Two figures flew over from the horizon. Lu Bai, who had been in despair, suddenly raised his head. The many senior members of the snow god's palace who were pressed under the palm finally regained their vitality and hope. Yu Shi, the palace master of the snow god's palace, finally came back with reinforcements before the snow god's palace was wiped out. Chapter 575. On the top of the mountain, there were two figures flying quickly. Only when they got closer could they see that they were standing on a flying carpet. One of them was a woman who was as beautiful as a flower. Although the man next to her didn't look old, his appearance and temperament didn't match the woman. The shout just now came from the woman. She went quickly and came back quickly, but she still almost killed the 100 disciples of the snow god's palace. The people of the snow god's palace kept exploding under the hands of the young man. Because the appearance of palace master Yu Shi and Taoist Guan Shan distracted part of Li Changsheng's attention, they were able to catch their breath. But even so, their bodies still felt like they were being cut into pieces. This young man, who they looked down on several times, made them suffer. Boy, let go of the disciples of the snow god's palace. I will cut you into pieces. No matter how beautiful a woman was, when vicious words came out of her mouth, it was difficult for her to make others feel pleasant. Li Changsheng didn't care about the woman's threat at all. Instead, he smiled and said, "Even if I let them go, would you let me go?" This sentence made Yu Shi speechless. Indeed, because of what Li Changsheng did, she didn't hesitate to marry the Mountain View housemaster, who she didn't like. Because of this, even if Li Changsheng knelt on the ground and begged for mercy, she wouldn't hesitate to slap him on the head and kill this hateful young man on the snowy peak. The snowy peak, which was covered in snow all year round, looked white and flawless, but the snow god's palace had been stained with blood for hundreds of years. Let the people of the snow god's palace go. Let me fight you. The Mountain View House Master put away the flying carpet under his feet and looked at Li Changsheng quietly with one hand behind his back. The wind on the top of the mountain blew his clothes, and he had the temperament of a master. Even she had to admit that although the Mountain View House Master looked ordinary, he was worthy of being the #1 cultivator in the northern lands. He had some manly charm. Why should I let them go just because you asked me to? Li Changsheng's eyes were filled with mockery. If Li Changsheng's words could still keep the mountain-watching tower master from getting angry in order to maintain his image, he was completely enraged by Li Changsheng's spittle and the way he crushed more than a dozen disciples of the snow god's palace without hesitation. Poochie. Poochie. It sounded like a popping balloon. However, every crisp sound was accompanied by a snow god palace disciple turning into a bloody mist. Human lives were like grass, as easy as crushing an ant. The palace master of the snow god temple, Yushi's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, and her pretty face was slightly distorted. Tower master, you have to uphold justice for me. Yushi looked pitifully at the mountain-gazing edifice lord. In fact, even if she did not make such an expression, the mountain-viewing tower master would not be able to tolerate such provocation. Brat, you're courting death. He finally took a step forward, and a long, narrow sword appeared in his hand at some unknown time. Facing the mountain wind, he slashed directly at Li Changsheng. This slash was more like a master than his previous pretense, and the wind at the top of the mountain became stronger in an instant. What a powerful sword light! Yushi was secretly surprised by the cultivation of the Mountain View Housemaster, but at the same time, she breathed a sigh of relief. She was afraid that the Mountain View Housemaster, who had been promoted to the #1 cultivator in the northern lands, would not be a match for the young man. Sure enough, in the face of this slash, Li Changsheng's huge palm that was originally pressing on the heads of the snow god's palace disciples disappeared instantly, as if he was afraid of the attack of the Mountain View Housemaster. Ha! Brat, it's a little too late to withdraw your attack now. The Mountain View Housemaster's eyes were also filled with pride. This slash was called cutting snow, and it was a unique move created by the mind after breaking through to the finger-profound realm. Under the sky full of snowflakes, with one slash, the snowflakes within 10 miles disappeared, as if they were all cut by the sword chi, as if they were condensed into a thread. He did not dare to cut a peak like the Big Snow Peak, but he could cut an ordinary small mountain in half. This was the power of the finger-profound realm. Moving the mountains and draining the seas had already begun to take shape. But the moment he slashed down, what he saw was the young man's slightly mocking smile. Before he could understand the meaning of that smile, a huge fist had already met the blade. He was using his flesh and blood to resist this powerful slash. The Mountain View House Master only felt that his heart was filled with a sense of absurdity. Even if it was a finger-profound realm cultivator who was at the same level as him, he would not dare to do this. Is this brat crazy? But he soon found out the answer. The moment the fist collided with the long blade that had condensed into a thread, the surging wind and snow suddenly stopped. The sharp blade created a series of sparks on the fist. Then, the violent wind and snow that had originally stopped suddenly moved again, with an even greater momentum than before. Following this vigorous punch, it was as if an angry dragon in the sea had rolled up a 10,000-foot-tall wave, and it unreasonably slapped over. The fist was like a dragon, and the wind was like a wave. This punch condensed the wind power of the entire mountain peak, and instantly shattered the condensed blade chi. It collided with the long and narrow blade, and also with the Mountain View Housemaster's chest. Bang! The long blade flew high into the sky, and then shattered with a bang, as if it scattered and fell to the ground. Some were stuck on rocks, and some were stuck in the depths of the snow. The Mountain View Housemaster's chest instantly became a bloody mess, and fresh blood drew a shocking arc in the sky. He flew back nearly 100 meters, and fell to the ground. His relatively young face began to gradually become old, and his eyes were full of shock. The people of the Snow God's palace who had escaped from Li Changsheng's hands had thought that they had seen their savior, and that they had survived a disaster. At this moment, their hearts, which had just been put down, were once again in suspense, and their hearts were filled with fear. Only people who had died once understood the fear of death better, and did not want to die even more. Yushi bit her lip. Along the way, The Mountain View housemaster had said a lot of bold words to her, and the general meaning was that she did not need to take the young man seriously. He had already entered the finger-profound realm, and was unparalleled in the northern land, and even in the entire Huaxia cultivation world, he was second to none. If she married him, she would be the high and mighty wife of the Mountain View housemaster. The reputation of the Snow God's palace would also be further improved. So much so that she, who did not have a good impression of the Mountain View housemaster, began to accept him as her husband willingly. She even began to look forward to the scene of her bringing the Snow God's palace to greater heights, and thought that she would be the master of the Snow God's palace's revival. But who would have thought that just as they returned to the top of the mountain, the heroic Mountain View housemaster would be beaten like a dog in the water, and the hundreds of people of the Snow God's palace could be reduced to ashes at any time. Thinking about how she had punished that outer sect disciple, she really regretted it now. Chapter 576. The wind on the mountain was howling. Li Changsheng's punch had caused the Mountain View Tower Master to spit out blood, and the people of the Snow God's palace were filled with despair. Looking at the Mountain View Tower Master who had smashed a hole in the ground in the distance, Li Changsheng walked towards him step by step. All of a sudden, the surrounding environment dimmed. Above their heads, a huge curtain covered the sky, and under the blowing mountain wind, it looked like a huge kite. Looking closely, it was the flying carpet that the Mountain View Tower Master had stepped on, but it was dozens of times bigger than before. Everyone couldn't help but look up at the sky, and saw the enlarged flying carpet suddenly fall, aiming in the direction of Li Changsheng. Boom! It was unknown whether it was the sound of the wind and the flying carpet rubbing against each other, or the sound of the flying carpet squeezing the air. It fell directly and covered Li Changsheng. At that moment, Li Changsheng seemed to have come to another space, and felt a terrifying force squeezing him from all directions. This was actually similar to Li Changsheng's giant palm print. Ha ha! The Mountain View Tower Master staggered to his feet, and his eyes showed a carefree look. No matter how strong you are, you won't be able to break through my carpet world. The flying carpet was a spatial magic treasure that the Mountain View Tower Master had inadvertently obtained in an ancient ruin. It was very handy for storing things and killing enemies. The people of the Snow God's palace, who had been in despair, all let out a long sigh of relief when they saw that the almost invincible young man was trapped. Tower Master, he won't break out of this flying carpet, will he? Yushi thought of the young man's strength and still had some lingering fear. Ha ha! This is a high-grade magic tool. If this young man had dodged it in time, none of us would have been able to stop him with his strength. However, he was so careless that he allowed my flying carpet to envelop him. He's dead for sure. Right at this moment, a whirler sound was heard. Then, a hole suddenly appeared on the flying carpet that was blooming with radiance. A fist protruded from the hole, and the hole grew larger and larger. Then, a figure rushed out and stood in the air, looking coldly at the Mountain Viewing Tower Lord. The quality of this transcendent artifact is too inferior. Next time, use a sturdier one to deal with me. His voice was indifferent, but when it landed in everyone's ears, they were all extremely shocked. The mountain-gazing Tower Master had just said how powerful his Dharma treasure was, and then his flying carpet was broken just like that. I really underestimated you. The mountain-gazing Tower Master narrowed his eyes and slowly raised his hand. A bronze mirror the size of a palm appeared in his hand. The surface of the bronze mirror was engraved with ancient patterns. The moment he raised it, everyone could feel countless spiritual energy gathering towards the bronze mirror in his hand. A top-grade magic artifact. This time, even Li Changsheng was rather surprised. He thought to himself, no wonder this mountain-gazing house lord is so famous in the cultivation world of the north. He must have had quite a fortuitous encounter. Everyone from the Snow God's palace looked expectant. The mountain-gazing Tower Master might be able to turn the situation around with this mirror. As the light on the bronze mirror grew brighter and brighter, a powerful aura began to spread out. Kid, take this. Let's see if you can block it. The mountain-gazing Tower Master roared, and a beam of light shot out from the bronze mirror, rushing towards Li Changsheng. It was white, like the Milky Way falling from the sky, and it was very powerful. Li Changsheng looked at the beam of light that was whizzing down, and there was a hint of suspicion in his eyes. He raised his fist and punched out. Suddenly, the beam of light was smashed into countless fireflies, scattering in all directions. While Li Changsheng was punching out to deal with the beam of light, the mountain-gazing tower master had already turned into a blur and rushed down the mountain. A smokescreen, a bluff. Li Changsheng did not expect that the mountain-gazing tower master's last move was just to confuse him. The people from the snow god's palace, who had originally been hopeful, understood at this moment, and they all looked defeated. The mountain-gazing tower master had run away. You want to run? It's not that easy. Li Changsheng's lips curled into a cold smile. A small sword flew out of his hand and suddenly became bigger. He stepped on the flying sword and chased in the direction of the mountain-gazing tower master. His figure drew a white line in the sky, and his speed was so fast that the people on the mountaintop could not catch him. The mountain-gazing tower master, who had already reached the foot of the mountain, had just smiled when he felt a sudden warning in his heart. He instinctively rolled forward like a donkey. He saw that the sword light had blasted a deep hole in the place where he had just been. Li Changsheng was standing less than 5 meters away from him, looking at him coldly. Are you a swordsman? The mountain-gazing tower master's heart was pounding. If he had not dodged quickly enough, he would have been pierced through the heart. But now he did not even think about running away, because it was obvious that he, who had lost his flying carpet, could not compete with Li Changsheng in terms of speed. Kid, do you really want to force me to die with you? I'm a mysterious finger realm cultivator. If I reverse my meridians and self-destruct my body, I can destroy half of your cultivation no matter how strong you are. Then do you think it's possible for me to let you go just like that? Li Changsheng smiled, his eyes full of mockery. As long as you're willing to let me go, I can give you this bronze mirror. This is a supreme-grade artifact I obtained from an ancient ruin. It has both offensive and defensive capabilities. How about it? You and I have no grievances in the past, nor do we have any enmity today. You won't lose anything by exchanging a supreme-grade artifact for my life, and I promise that I will never be your enemy in the future. The mountain-gazing tower master stared at Li Changsheng. He was the #1 cultivator in the northern lands, but he was unlucky enough to meet Li Changsheng. He could neither beat him nor run away, so he could only lower his head and beg for mercy. All right, since you're so sincere, then leave the bronze mirror behind and you can leave. Li Changsheng nodded, and the mountain-gazing tower master was overjoyed. He threw the mirror to Li Changsheng. The reason why I call myself the mountain-gazing tower master is because this mirror is called the mountain-gazing mirror. It can monitor the fate of the mountain range, and it can easily find spiritual items such as dragon veins. It's because of this mirror that I can break through to the mysterious finger realm so quickly. If you want this mirror to recognize you as its master, it's actually very simple. I've already removed the restriction on my body. You only need to drip a drop of blood, and you can use this mirror as you wish. Li Changsheng nodded. He really cut his finger and dripped a drop of blood on it. However, the moment the blood touched the surface of the mirror suddenly shook violently, and then a terrifying energy was released from it. Haha. Kid, you're still too young. You've fallen into my trap. What mountain-gazing mirror? This is just a type of 5 elements divine lightning. With the guidance of my blood, you're destined to be blown to ashes. The mountain-gazing tower master stomped on the ground and quickly distanced himself from Li Changsheng. However, that fake mountain-gazing mirror seemed to have grown out of Li Changsheng's body, sticking to Li Changsheng's hand. He couldn't shake it off even if he wanted to. The energy inside was becoming more and more terrifying, and it could explode at any moment. Chapter 577. The situation at the scene was reversed in an instant. Li Changsheng, who had the absolute upper hand and was in control of the situation, fell into the mountain viewing tower lord's trap in an instant. The energy contained in the fake mountain mirror had not been released yet, but it was already terrifying. The mountain viewing tower lord, who had quickly distanced himself from Li Changsheng, stopped 100 meters away and stared coldly at Li Changsheng. Originally, even if he had tricked Li Changsheng with the fake mountain viewing mirror, it would not have been so easy to kill Li Changsheng. After all, with the strength that Li Changsheng had shown, He could have dodged before the mountain viewing mirror exploded. Perhaps he would have only suffered some minor injuries, and Li Changsheng's combat strength would not have been affected much. But the other party was stupid enough to listen to him and use the method of dripping his blood on the fake mountain viewing mirror. This caused the fake mountain viewing mirror to lock onto Li Changsheng's body through the faint connection between his essence blood and his body, making it impossible for him to dodge. The divine thunder that he had refined for more than 10 years, thinking that he would only use it at the most dangerous moment, finally came in handy. Killing a finger-profound realm cultivator who was stronger than him, the mountain viewing tower lord felt excited just thinking about it. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too stupid. The mountain viewing tower lord said sinisterly. On the top of the mountain, Yu Shi and the other higher-ups also flew halfway up the mountain to watch from afar. Even as Li Changsheng's enemies, they could not help but sigh in their hearts. It was a pity that such a young expert died under the mountain viewing tower lord's scheme. Of course, pity was pity, but it was better that Li Changsheng died. If he died, the snow god's palace would be free of worries. Bang! On the fake mountain viewing mirror in Li Changsheng's hand, dense cracks began to appear. Terrifying energy spread out from inside, making everyone feel extremely depressed. Then the cracks on the mirror grew bigger and bigger, and the energy inside rushed out in a rush. The surrounding void began to tremble. However, just as the terrifying energy was about to be completely released, a layer of light suddenly appeared on Li Changsheng's palm. Then, the purple light formed a spherical cover that covered the mountain view mirror. The moment the cover was fully formed, the fake mountain observation mirror also exploded. It was a pity that when the surging energy came into contact with the transparent cover, it was like a surging flood meeting the world's strongest dam. The energy that could even shake the void could only move left and right inside the cover. Half a minute later, the explosive energy gradually calmed down. With a flip of Li Changsheng's hand, the transparent cover finally disappeared. Just like that, a violent explosion was resolved by Li Changsheng with a loud thunder-like sound and small raindrops. How is this possible? The mountain gazing house master was dumbfounded. He mumbled to himself in disbelief. He had calculated everything, but he did not expect Li Changsheng's strength to be so high that even the 5 elements thunder he refined could not do anything. The hearts of the people of Snow God Palace fell to the bottom. Li Changsheng's strength was incredible. Boy, you're good. At this moment, the mountain gazing house master no longer had the courage to fight Li Changsheng. He turned around and was about to escape. However, just as he moved, his vision blurred. Li Changsheng had already appeared in front of him. He suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed his neck. At this moment, the mountain gazing house master felt that the surrounding air was extremely sticky. It was as if it had turned into a cage, making him unable to move. You want to play tricks with me? Unfortunately, you're not strong enough. No matter how good your plan is, it's useless. Now, you can die. Li Changsheng's hand gradually tightened. The mountain gazing house master's neck had already made a crack sound. His neck was about to be broken. Li, I admit that you're strong. But you can dissolve the energy of my 5 elements thunder explosion. Can you dissolve the energy of a finger-profound realm master's self-destruction? The finger-profound realm was also known as the immortal realm or the immortal realm. In ancient times, such a master could fight against a country alone. They were high above and looked down on thousands of rivers and mountains. They were already able to control the heaven and earth Yuan Qi, and their entire bodies were like a small world. Once they chose to self-destruct, the energy produced would probably be able to flatten this large snowy mountain. Even finger-profound realm experts who were at the same level as him would also be blown into ashes. As soon as the mountain gazing house master finished speaking, a terrifying aura began to circulate in his body. Light kept flowing all over his body, as if he would explode at any time. His eyes were fixed on Li Changsheng, full of hatred and coldness. On the snow mountain, the people of Snow God Palace also showed despair in their eyes. A finger-profound realm master's self-destruction would destroy everything within dozens of miles under the violent aura. The mountains and rivers would be flattened. In other words, they and Li Changsheng would all die. Seeing that the energy in the mountain-gazing house master's body was becoming more and more chaotic, Li Changsheng's palm did not loosen at all. "You forced me." The mountain-gazing house master roared, and the energy in his body surged out. However, Li Changsheng's mouth showed a few traces of mockery. Then, the energy that seemed to be about to explode suddenly stopped. He looked at Li Changsheng in disbelief, and there was fear in his eyes. "You won't let go of me even when I self-destruct. How can there be a person like you in this world?" Indeed, the mountain-gazing house master's so-called self-destruction was just a way to escape. As long as Li Changsheng did not dare to die with him and let go of his neck before he self-destructed, and chose to escape the vortex of the explosion, he could take the opportunity to escape with the substitution technique. He never thought that Li Changsheng would be indifferent from the beginning to the end. This went against common sense. "Haha." Li Changsheng laughed disdainfully. "Master of the mountain-gazing tower, you've really put in a lot of effort to survive. However, how could someone who cherishes life as much as you be willing to perish together with me? Besides, do you really think that you can perish together with me by blowing yourself up?" Li Changsheng suddenly clenched his fist. This time, the mountain-gazing house master discovered in horror that the genuine qi in his body was like a frozen river, and could not be circulated at all. Then, Li Changsheng suddenly punched his lower abdomen. Bang! There was a loud noise. He felt that his internal organs were shattered by this punch, and at the same time, a simple and unadorned little mirror was sent flying by the punch, and Li Changsheng easily caught it in his hand. This was the real mountain-gazing mirror. Not bad. Li Changsheng casually threw the half-dead mountain-gazing house master to the ground, and carefully looked at the mirror in his hand. At this moment, the mountain-gazing house master was already on the verge of death, and he looked at Li Changsheng with pleading eyes. "Since you already have the mountain-gazing mirror, please have mercy, and spare me." Before he could finish speaking, Li Changsheng had already stepped on his head, and that head was like a watermelon that was run over by a big car wheel, and with a puff sound, it turned into a cloud of blood mist. The mountain-gazing house master, who had just broken through to the profound finger realm and was known as the #1 cultivator in the northern land, was destroyed in body and soul just like that. Halfway up the mountain, the people of Snow God's palace who saw this scene were all trembling. When Li Changsheng put away the mirror and turned his head, the people of Snow God's palace all knelt on the ground, their eyes full of fear. Chapter 578. Even the master of Mountain View House, who was known as the #1 cultivator in the northern region, had died at the hands of Li Changsheng. The people of Snow God's palace were completely terrified and had no strength to resist. At the beginning, Li Changsheng had shown that he was invincible, but the people of Snow God's palace still had a little hope that the master of Mountain View House could turn the tables. Now, with the death of the master of Mountain View House, that little hope was completely snuffed out. How can this young man be so powerful? He's not even 20 years old, but his strength is unfathomable. The palace master of Snow God's palace, Yu Shi, the supreme elder, and the second elder were all kneeling on the ground at this moment. Li Changsheng walked towards them step by step. Although there was a distance of a few hundred meters between them, Li Changsheng took a single step and arrived in front of them in just 5 steps. It was as if the ground had shrunk to an inch. "Don't you think it's a little too late to kneel now?" Li Changsheng's eyes were a little cold. He didn't deliberately release his aura, but with the power that had just crushed the master of Mountain View House, it had already made the people of Snow God's palace feel suffocated. Looking at the people of Snow God's palace trembling in front of him, Li Changsheng's eyes didn't have the slightest pity, only coldness. "Please be merciful and spare my life. Please let the people of Snow God's palace go." Yu Shi raised her head. There was a trace of panic and fear on her cold face at this moment. With her arrogant personality, it was impossible for her to even smile at people, let alone kneel and beg for mercy. But now, in front of Li Changsheng, she had no courage. Even the master of Mountain View House could be stomped to death, so who could escape? "Spare the people of Snow God's palace, haha. What were you doing? Luo Dan helped you find a dragon pearl and should have been promoted to an inner disciple, but because she didn't want to marry someone else as a concubine, she was imprisoned by you. I came to seek justice for her, but you racked your brains to kill me. Tell me, What reason do I have to spare you? Li Changsheng slowly raised his palm, and a powerful aura spread out from his body. This power pressed down like a mountain. Yu Shi, who was kneeling at the front, suffered the most. A trace of blood leaked out from the corner of her mouth. She said in a trembling voice, "I was wrong, I know I was wrong. I'm willing to admit my mistakes and pay any price. Please don't kill me." Li Changsheng's face was cold and indifferent. He only pressed his palm down again. Poochie. The sound of bones breaking rang out from Yushi's body, and her face was as white as a sheet of paper. She couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and under the powerful pressure, she fell to the ground with a plop. The people of the Snow God Palace behind him were not faring any better. They were all struggling under the immense pressure. "Are you really going to kill them all?" Yushi clenched her teeth, her pure white teeth stained red with blood. She glared at Li Changsheng, her body trembling uncontrollably. She no longer had that haughty and inviolable look on her face. "The people of the Snow God Palace should have died, but for the sake of Luodan, I can spare your lives." When Li Changsheng said this, Yushi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "You can avoid death, but you can't escape punishment. I'll take away 30% of the luck of the Snow God Palace, and punish each of you by dropping one level of martial arts, with no hope of ever rising again." Li Changsheng suddenly raised his palm, clenched it into a fist, and punched 3 times at the top of the Snow God Palace. After the 3 punches, a silver dragon appeared on the top of the Snow God Palace. The dragon was hundreds of feet long and incomparably beautiful. The moment the dragon appeared, Li Changsheng suddenly used his sword and cut the dragon in half. At the same time, he reached out and grabbed the second half of the dragon and directly swallowed it. Suddenly, Li Changsheng's aura changed and became even more unfathomable. As for the silver dragon, after a roar, the second half of its body automatically grew out, but the whole silver dragon was much smaller than before, and the 5th claw that was about to grow had completely disappeared. The silver dragon, which had become complete again, looked at Li Changsheng with fear, and then flew into the snow mountain again. The silver dragon was the manifestation of the luck of the Snow God Palace, and when Li Changsheng took away a part of it, it lost 30% of its luck. Although the people of the Snow God Palace had already seen the power of Li Changsheng, they still couldn't help but be shocked when they saw this scene. There is such a magical power in the world that can swallow luck. It's simply unheard of. Then Li Changsheng's eyes fell on the palace lord of the Snow God Palace again. Before they could beg for mercy, he raised his hand and turned it into a huge handprint, and slammed it down. Bang! Under the palm, it seemed to be majestic, but when it landed on the ground, the people present didn't feel much. Is this young man just scaring us? Has he decided to stop and forgive us? Just as the palace lord of the Snow God Palace and the others were puzzled, their bodies suddenly shook, and then their faces changed wildly. The palace lord of the Snow God Palace, who was originally in the Vajra realm, found that at this moment, she had fallen to the innate realm. The Supreme Elder, Second Elder, and the others next to her also had an extremely ugly look on their faces. The realm that the martial artists worked so hard to cultivate was cut off just like that. And at that time, Li Changsheng said that one realm would be cut off, and they would never be able to advance in their cultivation. In other words, they were completely cut off. Although he didn't kill them, it was no different from taking away half of their lives. One sword cut off 30% of the luck of the Snow God Palace, and one palm cut off the cultivation path of the people of the Snow God Palace. How could there be such a terrifying person in the world? Take me to see Luo Dan. Li Changsheng completely ignored the sadness on the faces of Yushi and the others, and said coldly. Hearing Li Changsheng's words, Yushi's body didn't move. At this moment, she hated Li Changsheng to the bone. I know you want to cut me into pieces now, but if you don't want to die, lead the way. Li Changsheng's eyes flashed a cold light. He didn't kill them, but if the other party still didn't know what was good for her, he didn't mind staining his hands with blood and giving her a quick death. Yushi raised her head and glared at Li Changsheng with bitter resentment, but the moment she came into contact with Li Changsheng's indifferent eyes, she couldn't help but tremble, as if a basin of ice water had been poured over her head, instantly sobering her up. Lead the way, I don't want to say it a second time. Li Changsheng's words fell. Yushi hurriedly stood up, with a look of fear, and said, "I'll lead the way." With that, she wiped the blood from her mouth and walked up the mountain. When the two figures disappeared on the mountain path, the people of the Snow God Palace who were kneeling on the ground stood up one by one, looking at their current martial arts realm, and then looking at the people of the same sect next to them. The great elder couldn't help but let out a long sigh. The foundation of the Snow God Palace for hundreds of years, the struggle of generations, and finally a place in the cultivation world of the northern lands. Now, this great situation is all gone. I'm afraid the Snow God Palace can only be reduced to a second-rate sect in the future. We are the sinners of the Snow God Palace. The great elder looked at the sky, tears were streaming down his face. One wrong step, and the whole game was lost. Chapter 579. In the dungeon of Snow God Palace, a granny in charge of keeping watch looked at the woman in the cell with disgust. "What a wretch! It is your fortune that the head disciple of Immortal Crane sect took a liking to you, but you dared to go against the sect master's orders. Do you think that finding a dragon pearl that is not a dragon pearl is enough for you? Aren't you still imprisoned here?" After saying that, he stretched out his hand and formed a seal. He pointed his finger at the direction of the woman in the dungeon. In an instant, a silver-armored deity appeared with a long whip in his hand. Pa! It mercilessly hit Luo Dan's body that was getting thinner by the day. Ah! Although Luo Dan gritted her teeth, she could not help but scream in pain. This whip was called Soul-Haunting Whip. It looked like it was hitting the body, but it actually affected the soul. Once the whip hit, the pain would enter the bone marrow. It was very vicious. Luo Dan and the old woman had some old grudges because the old woman's granddaughter was also an outer disciple of the Snow God's Palace. Coincidentally, Luo Dan brought back a frost dragon pearl for the sect, and the old woman's granddaughter also brought back a treasure. However, only one outer disciple could be promoted to inner disciple in the sect. Because the cold serpent pearl that Luo Dan brought back was of a higher grade, Luo Dan was selected to be promoted to inner disciple. This caused the old woman and her granddaughter to be overjoyed for nothing, so they bore a grudge against Luo Dan. Immediately after, the head disciple of Immortal Crane sect who came to visit Snow God Palace took a liking to Luo Dan and wanted to marry her as his concubine. Originally, in the eyes of Snow God Palace, this was a good opportunity to climb up the social ladder. After all, Immortal Crane sect was a cultivation sect on par with Snow God Palace, and the head disciple of Immortal Crane sect was destined to inherit the position of sect master. Even if she became his concubine, her status would be much higher than that of an inner sect disciple of Snow God Palace. But Luo Dan rejected him, and thus was imprisoned in the dungeon by the furious palace master. The granny who hated Luo Dan to begin with volunteered to guard her. Thus, this vicious old woman used all sorts of methods to torture Luo Dan every day. "You wretch, are you satisfied now?" The granny bared her teeth, her eyes filled with satisfaction. Luo Dan gritted her teeth and endured it silently, her eyes filled with despair. When would these painful days come to an end? At this moment, the dungeon door suddenly opened and two figures walked in. The old woman and Luo Dan raised their heads at the same time. "Greetings, Palace Lord." When she saw Yushi come in, the old Memar hurriedly went forward to salute. At the same time she looked suspiciously at the youth standing beside Yushi. "That young man's face is dark. I wonder who he is. He's actually on par with the palace master. Palace Lord, this bitch is very stubborn. I whip her 300 times a day, but she still doesn't repent. If you ask me, what's the use of keeping such a traitor alive? It's better to kill her." The palace master of the Snow God's Palace interrupted the old woman. "Shut up." Without waiting for the Snow God Palace master to speak, Li Changsheng had already walked towards Luo Dan. Luo Dan did not expect Li Changsheng to appear here. She looked at Li Changsheng miserably. "Why are you here?" Li Changsheng's eyes showed pity. "It's my fault. I left a talisman in your body, but it can only be activated when your life is in danger. I made you suffer so much." Li Changsheng walked to the front of the dungeon, stared at a talisman on the pillar, and pulled it down. In an instant, light waves flashed in front of his eyes and then quickly dissipated. The old Memar's eyes widened. This talisman was a very important part of the dungeon's protective array. It was the eye of the array, but now it was broken so easily by the other party. This person is so young, who the hell is he? Just when the old Memar was shocked, Li Changsheng had already pushed open the door of the cell. The silver-armored deity, because there was no command from the old Memar, was motionless with a whip in his hand. Li Changsheng raised his head and glanced at it. Suddenly, he threw out a punch. The silver-armored deity condensed by the formation was smashed to pieces with a single punch. He went over and helped Luo Dan up. Luo Dan's body was already weak and boneless, but now it was even lighter. Looking at Li Changsheng, his heart ached. "Let's go, I'll bring you out." Just as they were about to step out of the cell, the old Memar who was shocked by Li Changsheng's methods reacted and suddenly blocked their way. "What are you doing? This woman's crimes are unforgivable, how can you bring her out?" Saying so, she looked at Snow God Palace's Palace Lord. "Palace Lord, Immortal Crane Sect and our Snow God Palace have always been allies. This time, this Luo Dan dared to reject the request of Immortal Crane Sect's head disciple. If he knows that we only locked her up for such a short period of time before letting her out, I'm afraid that Immortal Crane Sect's head disciple will be unhappy. When he inherits the position of Sect Master of Immortal Crane Sect, our alliance with Snow God Palace may be destroyed. So, Palace Lord, please reconsider." The old Mama's words were filled with deep emotions, as if she was thinking for Snow God Palace. But Yushi's expression became darker and darker. It was not that she did not know of the grudge between this old Memar and Luo Dan. The reason why she agreed to guard the cell was to use her to torture Luo Dan. But that was before. Now, she wanted to worship Luo Dan like a bodhisattva. "Shut up. Whether we release her or not, it's not up to you to say." Saying so, Snow God Palace's Palace Lord stepped forward and bowed deeply to Luo Dan. The old nanny at the side was already in a daze. "What's going on?" But Li Changsheng sneered. "You tortured Luo Dan to this extent, and you think it's over with just a bow? You're dreaming. Kneel down and apologize." "What?" Yushi's expression froze. She was the Palace Lord of Snow God Palace. Kowtowing to a disciple was worse than killing her. The old Memar's eyes widened. She could not help but say, "What are you saying? You want our Palace Lord to apologize to this wretch? How is that possible? And you?" Without waiting for Li Changsheng to speak, Yushi glared at her fiercely. "It's all your fault, old woman. I told you to guard Luo Dan, not to torture her. Go to the punishment hall and receive 300 lashes later." Hearing Yushi's words, the old Memar finally knew that she kicked an iron plate. She hurriedly lowered her head and said, "Yes, Palace Lord, I was wrong." Saying so, she was about to leave the prison. "Wait a minute," Li Changsheng suddenly said. "Yushi, you're still playing tricks with me at this time. This old woman dared to torture Luo Dan, and you only punished her with 300 lashes. It seems that you really think that I, Li Changsheng, am easy to fool. Mr. Li, how do you want to punish her?" Yushi stammered. "She dared to bully my woman, of course she's dead." Li Changsheng suddenly pointed his finger, and a sword light appeared out of thin air. Hula. The sword chi directly left a long sword mark on the ground. The old Memar's eyes widened, and the expression on her face froze. Then her head rolled off her neck, and her body split from the middle. Her limbs were separated, and her body was divided into countless pieces. A sword split her body. After killing the old Memar, Li Changsheng looked at Yushi. "If you don't apologize, you'll end up like her." Chapter 580. Poochie. After Li Changsheng's words fell, Yushi directly knelt on the ground without any hesitation. The killing intent in Li Changsheng's eyes did not seem fake, she did not dare to take the risk. Seeing the usually high and mighty Snow God Temple Palace Lord kneeling in front of her like this, Luo Dan did not know what to do. Did she hate Yushi? Of course she did. She went through so much trouble to bring back a cold dragon pearl, but because the first disciple of Immortal Crane Sect took a fancy to her, the other party wanted her to be his concubine. Just because she refused, the other party did not even mention her contributions, and instead sent her to jail. She even let that vicious granny whip her 300 times a day. Although it seemed like the granny acted on her own accord, with Luo Dan's intelligence, how could she not know that without the palace lord's instructions, she would not dare to punish her? But when She really knelt in front of her, she did not know what to do. After all, she was the master of Snow God Temple, an existence that once intimidated her. So much so that when She knelt in front of her and begged for forgiveness, she could not help but look at the youth beside her. It was all because of Li Changsheng that all of this had happened. As such, they should ask Li Changsheng for his opinion on what to do next. Li Changsheng didn't say anything. He didn't pay any attention to the palace master of the Snow God's palace who was kneeling there and had completely forgotten about the word dignity. He just held Luo Dan's arm with one hand and walked out of the dungeon with the other. Compared to the stifling atmosphere in the jail, although the mountain wind was blowing outside, it was slightly cold, but the air filled with freedom still made Luo Dan feel like she was reborn. Why did you save me? Luo Dan looked at Li Changsheng beside her. Indeed, first he gave her a priceless cold dragon pearl, and now he saved her from the jail. Why did Li Changsheng save her? Was it really because he liked her? I said before, you look very similar to an old friend of mine. Saving you today is to make up for my past regrets. Li Changsheng sighed slightly. Luo Dan looked too much like her. Their every move, every smile, and even their state of mind were similar. Really? Luo Dan smiled gently. At this moment, there was a trace of disappointment in her eyes and heart. What do you plan to do next? Do you want to stay in the Snow God's palace or leave the mountain with me? Li Changsheng looked at Luo Dan. As long as she nodded, he would give her everything she wanted. Luo Dan shook her head. Everything I did before was just to become an inner disciple of the Snow God's palace. But suddenly, I don't want to do that anymore. I just want to go down the mountain with you. I don't want to be someone else's substitute. If one day you really want to take me away, purely because of me, Luo Dan, and not because you want to make up for your regrets, maybe I will agree. Of course, I said maybe. Then where are you going? Li Changsheng had actually expected such an answer. Go sightseeing, find a place where people rarely go, and try your luck. Maybe you'll be like the master of Mountain Viewing Tower, and become a big shot that everyone admires. But when Luo Dan said this, she couldn't help but look at Li Changsheng. By the way, the master of Mountain Viewing Tower of the Shenhuang Mountain has always wanted to marry the palace master of the Snow God's palace. I didn't expect you to crush the Snow God's palace so easily. But you have to be careful of the master of Mountain Viewing Tower. The palace master of Moon Palace isn't someone who can be easily taken advantage of. If she asks the master of Mountain Viewing Tower, maybe he will come. You have to be careful. The master of Mountain Viewing Tower is recognized as the top expert in the cultivation world of the Northern Land. At this point, Luo Dan seemed to have thought of something. By the way, didn't the Grand Elder and the Grand Young Elder help you when you broke into the mountain? We have a very powerful mountain guarding formation, and the palace master's strength. Luo Dan's voice grew lower and lower, and the surprise in her eyes grew stronger. When Li Changsheng broke into the Snow God's palace, the Grand Elder would have come out of seclusion no matter how urgent his cultivation was. There was also the Grand Elder and the mountain guarding formation of the Snow God's palace. The palace master of the Snow God's palace personally led Li Changsheng to the dungeon and rescued her. She even knelt down to apologize to her because of Li Changsheng's words. Didn't that mean that these high and mighty immortals in her heart were all under Li Changsheng's feet? Seeing Li Changsheng's half-smile, she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Don't tell me the master of Mountain Viewing Tower has already come out, but is also under your feet?" Seeing Li Changsheng nod slightly, Luo Dan's mind went blank for a moment. Luo Dan was just an ordinary outer disciple of the Snow God's palace. It took her a lot of effort to be promoted to an inner disciple. People like the Grand Elder, the palace master of the Snow God's palace, and the master of Mountain Viewing Tower were all people she had to look up to. But now, Li Changsheng was above them all. Luo Dan, who came back to her senses, looked at Li Changsheng up and down, and finally couldn't help but speak. "Don't tell me you're one of the legendary old immortals. You're 700 or 800 years old, but you don't look old because of your cultivation. Otherwise, how can you explain your powerful strength at such a young age?" Seeing Luo Dan's expression gradually turn to one of awe, Li Changsheng couldn't help but feel a headache and shook his head. Like the master of Mountain Viewing Tower, I got an opportunity. That's why I'm so powerful. Don't think too much. Li Changsheng was more than 700 or 800 years old. If Luo Dan knew his real age, would she only treat him as an old senior worthy of respect, and not a lover to fall in love with? Of course, he wasn't clear about his feelings for Luo Dan. Was it just because they looked alike? Could it be that she was Luo Dan's reincarnation? Or could it be that he really had feelings for Luo Dan? Although it was very likely that the two of them were the same person, it was still different now. Really? Luo Dan's eyes were a little suspicious. A strong mountain wind blew, and her body suddenly swayed. Li Changsheng couldn't help but blame himself for being so careless. Luo Dan's martial arts strength was not high, and this time she was tortured in the dungeon. At this moment, she was even weaker than an ordinary person. He stretched out his hand and put it on Luo Dan's shoulder. Luo Dan's body suddenly shook, and then she felt as if a fire dragon was flowing through her meridians from her shoulder to the rest of her body. Not only did the cold on her body disappear, but the hidden injuries that she had suffered in the dungeon also began to recover. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before she was completely healed. Thank you. Luo Dan smiled slightly. When Li Changsheng put his hand on her shoulder, she subconsciously wanted to avoid it. When the fire dragon went through her body, she realized that Li Changsheng wanted to help her expel the cold and heal her injuries. She had misinterpreted his meaning, and her face was slightly embarrassed. Chapter 581. Luo Dan didn't want to go down the mountain with Li Changsheng, but she also didn't want to stay in the sad place of Snow God's palace. She wanted to travel around and try her luck. She might only be an outer sect disciple in Snow God's palace, but she was much stronger than ordinary people. With Luo Dan's current strength, she would be considered a heroine in the ancient Jianghu. As long as she didn't meet a real cultivator, she could go anywhere in the world. Since Luo Dan didn't want to go with him, Li Changsheng wouldn't force her. In the end, he tied the red string on Luo Dan's wrist. He said goodbye to her. After this battle, Snow God's palace would definitely not dare to make trouble for Luo Dan again. In addition, Li Changsheng had let Luo Dan recognize the red string as her master. As long as she didn't meet a finger-profound realm cultivator like the master of Mountain Viewing Tower, there were very few people who could hurt Luo Dan. So he left with peace of mind. After going down the snowy mountain, Li Changsheng didn't return to Fengyao City directly, nor to Qin City. Instead, he went directly to Mount Xianhuang. Mount Xianhuang was the place where the master of Mountain Viewing Tower established his sect. It was considered a strange mountain in the northern land. It was a place where wind and snow fell all year round, but there was never a snowflake on Mount Xianhuang. If Li Changsheng guessed correctly, there should be a spiritual vein of fire under Mount Xianhuang. Since ancient times, places with spirit veins would usually give birth to some extraordinary things, such as heavenly treasures with special attributes, or things with spiritual intelligence. Although the master of Mountain Viewing Tower had occupied the mountain for decades, and many cultivators had cultivated there before, the things that were nurtured there might not be aware of it. They only knew how to absorb the spiritual qi emitted by Mount Xianhuang to cultivate, but they didn't know that some of the things that were being nurtured were the real treasures of Mount Xianhuang. Mount Xianhuang wasn't close to Mount Xianhuang, so Li Changsheng wasn't in a hurry. The unique snowy scenery of the northern land was, in fact, compared to the spiritual qi of the secular world. It was no different from a paradise. It was especially so for cultivators like Li Changsheng, who were not afraid of the cold. As he walked among the mountains and plains, he wholeheartedly enjoyed the scenery. His state of mind became even more peaceful as he walked on the snowy mountain. Mount Xianhuang was a famous paradise in the north. Many cultivators used to cultivate here, but ever since the Mount Gazing Pavilion Lord came out of nowhere, he chased all the cultivators away and took over this place to establish his own sect. More than a dozen true disciples, guardian elders, and ordinary inner and outer sect disciples were no less powerful than the Snow God's Palace, a sect that had been around for hundreds of years. The Mountain Gazing Tower Master was lustful by nature. Since the establishment of the sect, he had taken in more than 10 beautiful wives and concubines. Most of them were ordinary people. Of course, there were also a few with good cultivation potential. The most outstanding among them was a beautiful woman named Yarrow Fengchun. She was originally his second disciple, but because he took a liking to her, he didn't care about their master and disciple relationship and directly took her in as a concubine. In the ancient times, this was a violation of human relations and a demonic act that everyone had the right to punish. But in the modern era, although the cultivation world still maintained many ancient etiquette, very few people cared about this. Even the distinction between good and evil wasn't clear. Yarrow Fengchun was not only the mountain-gazing tower master's concubine but also had an extraordinary cultivation. She had great prestige on Mount Xianhuang. She played the role of empress in the mountain-gazing tower master's harem. It could be said that her power on Mount Xianhuang was second only to the mountain-gazing tower master. At this moment, she suddenly summoned all the disciples of Mount Xianhuang to the main hall for a discussion. Both the mountain-gazing tower master's wives and the guardian disciples were confused. They thought to themselves, the mountain-gazing tower master has just left and this harem master has already summoned them. Does she want them to stop the mountain-gazing tower master from marrying Yushi? Today, everyone had been discussing in private. Given Yushi's status, once she married the mountain-gazing tower master, Yarrow Fengchun would definitely lose to Yushi. She would probably go from being the second in command to the third in Mount Xianhuang. They had already made up their minds. No matter what Yarrow Fengchun said, they wouldn't listen to her and stop the mountain-gazing tower master from marrying Yushi. Who didn't know the mountain-gazing tower master's personality? Offending him wouldn't end well. However, what they did not expect was that Yarrow Fengchun waited for everyone to arrive and announced a piece of news that shocked them to the core. They weren't trying to stop the mountain-viewing tower master from marrying the snow god's palace master. It was just that the mountain-viewing tower master, who was almost invincible in their hearts, had shattered less than an hour after he left Mount Xianhuang. The mountain-gazing tower lord had stumbled into an ancient immortal's abode and obtained a great fortune. This soul lamp was an ancient secret art he found in the abode. Put a strand of soul into the lamp. As long as the lamp kept burning, it meant that the person was still alive. There were more than 600 disciples in the mountain-gazing tower and more than 10 rows of soul lamps were placed in the soul hall. Whoever's soul lamp burned more vigorously meant that their blood vitality was stronger. Ordinary disciples weren't qualified to enter the soul hall. Only the mountain-gazing tower master and a few of his most trusted people were qualified to enter. It was said that the soul fires of true disciples were the size of a fist while ordinary disciples were only the size of a thumb. The mountain-gazing tower master's soul fire was bigger than a basin. The second in command wasn't the first to follow the mountain-gazing tower master, but Yarrow Fengchun, the disciple of his concubine. This was why Yarrow Fengchun could sit firmly in the second place. When Yarrow Fengchun finished telling the news, everyone in the room became silent. The mountain-gazing tower master's death was no different from a sudden clap of thunder to everyone present. I heard that the snow god palace is facing destruction. That's why the palace lord came here to ask for help. I didn't think that even master would die there. The mountain-gazing tower master's first disciple, a middle-aged man whose soul lamp was a third smaller than Yarrow Fengchun's in the soul hall, pretended to wipe his tears and stood up. Since master has met with misfortune, Mount Xianhuang can't be without a master for even a day. Junior sister is master's true disciple and also master's lover. I implore you to take over as Mount Xianhuang's lord and preside over the situation. The relationship between Yarrow Fengchun and the mountain-gazing tower master was no secret in Mount Xianhuang. Back then, the mountain-gazing tower master even held a grand wedding for Yarrow Fengchun. In the beginning, everyone felt a bit awkward talking about her dual identity, but after seeing that Yarrow Fengchun didn't mind at all, they gradually accepted it as normal. Now that news of the mountain-gazing tower master's death came, their first thought was to choose a new mountain lord, not to avenge him. Everyone felt that this was only natural. The true disciples and the subordinates of the mountain-gazing tower master had originally only wanted to use the mountain-gazing tower master's prestige to intimidate others. The mountain-gazing tower master didn't have any true feelings for his disciples, and the disciples were even more indifferent to their master. Friends of vile characters would gather if there were benefits and part if there were none. This was the most appropriate description for Mount Xianhuang. Chapter 582. With the mountain-gazing Tower Lord dead, there were only 3 people with a chance of inheriting the position. Second disciple and pillow companion Yarrow Fengchun, first disciple Yang Xiaoqing, and then head enforcer He Die. Yang Xiaoqing was the first to speak, which was equivalent to giving up the position of Mountain Lord and choosing to express goodwill to Yarrow Fengchun. Only head enforcer He Die was left. Thus, everyone present looked at the head enforcer, who was sitting there without much emotion even after hearing about the mountain-gazing Tower Lord's death. Finally, Ku Die slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were somewhat cold. He was the first to follow the mountain-gazing Tower Lord, so when he heard about his death, his face was the most expressionless, but his heart was the most disturbed. But now that he saw that not only did no one want to avenge the mountain-gazing Tower Lord, but they were in a hurry to choose a new Mountain Lord, he was very displeased. But despite his displeasure, Mount Xianhuang must have a new master. He Die naturally looked down on the female Yarrow Fengchun, but apart from Yarrow Fengchun, his first disciple, Yang Xiaoqing, who was more qualified than Yarrow Fengchun to inherit the position of Mountain Lord, had clearly stood in Yarrow Fengchun's camp. This left him with no other choice. He could either stand up and compete with Yarrow Fengchun for the position of Mountain Lord, or pinch his nose and admit defeat, allowing this wanton girl to take the position of sect master. Head enforcer, what do you think? At this moment, Yarrow Fengchun spoke with a smile. She's a woman, yet she wants me to be Mountain Lord. I'm terrified. Although she said this, she clearly wanted He Die to state his position. Since everyone has elected you to be Mountain Lord, then you should do it. I, He Die, have no objections. With that, he coldly snorted, got up, and walked out of the hall. Although he said he had no objections, he was very displeased in his heart. Since head enforcer has said so, I can't refuse. I'll take over the position of Mountain Lord for the time being. Yarrow Fengchun's slightly narrowed eyes carried a hint of coldness. She watched the head enforcer walk out of the hall before the cold glint disappeared. That damned old man, how dare he give me such a hard time? Wait until I master the technique the mountain-gazing Tower Lord taught me, then I'll take care of him slowly. Just as Yarrow Fengchun was thinking about how to pacify the people and consolidate her position as quickly as possible, a subordinate came in and reported that there was a young man at the foot of the mountain who said he wanted to go up the mountain for a visit. Yarrow Fengchun wasn't in the mood to entertain guests. She waved her hand and said, no. However, when the subordinate turned around to pass on her order, she suddenly remembered that the mountain-viewing tower master had just died, and someone had come to visit. Could it be related to the person who killed the mountain-viewing tower master? Thus, he immediately stopped his subordinate and changed his words, let him come directly to the main hall. Yarrow Fengchun naturally did not dare to provoke an existence that could kill the mountain-viewing tower master. If they were sent by that person, then she must treat them well. Otherwise, she would be beheaded before she could even warm her seat as the mountain chieftain. In the hearts of everyone in Mount Xianhuang, the mountain-gazing master was a godlike existence. Because of this, no one dared to think about avenging him, not even the most loyal protector. Cultivators pursued higher realms. Outside of their own lives, nothing else was particularly important. After witnessing Li Changxing's terror, even the centuries-old snow god's temple had knelt down, let alone Mount Xianhuang, which had only been established for a few decades. Li Changxing adhered to the principle of using peaceful means before resorting to force and did not directly charge up the mountain. He came to Mount Xianhuang to investigate and see if the spirit vein below the mountain had given birth to something precious. If it did, he would take it away. If not, he would leave immediately. The mountain-viewing tower master had opposed Li Changxing for a woman, but the people of Mount Xianhuang had no enmity with Li Changxing. Thus, he killed the mountain-viewing tower master. As long as the people of Mount Xianhuang did not seek revenge, he would not eliminate them by their roots. These were two separate matters. Li Changxing was very clear about his grudges. Li Changxing was led into the main hall by the gatekeeper. Everyone's gazes fell on him in unison. Choosing to visit Mount Xianhuang at such a sensitive time, Li Changxing's identity made people ponder deeply. What business does Sir have with my Mount Shenhuang? Yarrow Fengchun was the new lord of Mount Shenhuang in name, but after seeing Li Changsheng, she did not put on airs as the lord of this place and asked very politely. I originally came to Snow God's temple to see a friend, but after hearing that Mount Shenhuang is a famous paradise, I wanted to take a look at the scenery on this mountain. If I have disturbed everyone, please forgive me. One would not slap a smiling face, not to mention that Li Changsheng had casually mentioned Snow God's temple and pointed out his identity. As expected, after hearing that Li Changsheng had come from Snow God's temple, everyone's expression changed. Sure enough, he was related to the master who killed the mountain viewing tower master. This was an emissary sent by that master. I see. You are a guest. If Sir wants to visit our Mount Shenhuang, of course, there is no problem. I will notify everyone. Apart from a few special places on Mount Shenhuang, sir, you can visit as you wish. With that, he really did give the order and had one of his subordinates arrange a courtyard for Li Changsheng, saying that Li Changsheng could stay as long as he wanted. Li Changsheng was led out of the main hall by that subordinate. When he had completely disappeared from everyone's sight, everyone present let out a long sigh of relief. Senior brother, what do you think? Yarrow Fengchun looked at the middle-aged man next to her, Yang Xiaoqing. I can't tell what cultivation level this young man has. He's young, so he shouldn't be an expert. At most, he's in the Qi refinement realm. But since he came from Snow God's temple, he must be a subordinate of the person who killed Master. There are only two reasons why he came to visit us so openly. First, he wants to see the attitude of Mount Shenhuang. Junior sister, you did well in this. If we showed even the slightest intention to kill him, I'm afraid that Mount Shenhuang would immediately be destroyed. The person who can kill Master is probably an expert in the Profound Realm or even the Profound Realm. Even if he came here from Snow God's temple, with the help of some treasures, it would only take 10 minutes for him to come here. The second reason is that he said he wants to tour the mountain. I'm afraid he wants to see what treasures Mount Shenhuang has. If Mount Shenhuang is tactful and offers it to him, he will spare Mount Shenhuang. If we don't, I'm afraid that the master behind him who killed Master will use force. After listening to Yang Xiaoqing's analysis, everyone present nodded, thinking that it made sense. Yarrow Fengchun also agreed. The housemaster does have a lot of treasures. Apart from the most powerful mountain observation mirror, there are 5 or 6 artifacts of high quality. It seems that it's good enough that we can keep 1 or 2 of them. Yarrow Fengchun felt a little bitter. There were 2 reasons why she dared to take control of Mount Shenhuang after learning of the master's death. First, it was because of the power she had under Mount Shenhuang. Second, it was because of the 6 magic treasures left behind by the master. But if the 6 artifacts were taken away, only 1 or 2 would be left. It would not be so easy to intimidate these people, especially the Great Guardian. Yarrow Fengchun looked in the direction where the person disappeared and thought hatefully, if this person didn't have a mysterious expert who could kill Master behind him, a Qi refinement realm cultivator dares to covet the treasures of Mount Shenhuang. If I don't stab her to death, I'm not worthy of my title of Little Demoness. Chapter 583. Li Changsheng was led to a courtyard by a disciple of Mount Shenhuang. The courtyard was elegantly decorated with a sense of seclusion. Although the disciple was curious as to why this unassuming young man was staying in this courtyard that had always been reserved for the most distinguished guests, he was only a disciple at the bottom of the mountain, so he naturally didn't dare to probe further. After entering the courtyard, Li Changsheng didn't stroll around the mountain like the disciple said. After the disciple left, he sat cross-legged on the sofa and released his divine intent. It enveloped the entire mountain in order to find the exact location of the spirit vein. However, just as he released his divine intent, an uninvited guest arrived. The new mountain lord of Mount Shenhuang, Yarrow Fengchun, personally came to visit. She didn't rashly barge in and politely knocked on the door first. She only entered after receiving Li Changsheng's permission. Yarrow Fengchun's looks were quite extraordinary. Otherwise, she wouldn't have caught the eyes of that old pervert. At this moment, she had clearly changed into a new set of clothes. Because there was a fire vein below Mount Shenhuang, even in the cold northern lands, the mountain was like spring all year round. Thus, the people on the mountain wore relatively thin clothes. Yarrow Fengchun was wearing very revealing clothes at this moment. Her smile was especially charming as she stood in front of Li Changsheng. Even Li Changsheng had to admit that her beauty was even better than those stars in the movies and TV dramas. After entering the courtyard, Yarrow Fengchun appeared very generous and appropriate. She first asked Li Changsheng if this courtyard was to his liking. Then, she took the initiative to introduce Li Changsheng to the fun things on Mount Xianhuang. She emphasized that the mountain gazing tower was the tallest building on the mountain. Standing on top, one could see the mountain's scenery at a glance. They chatted for more than 10 minutes. Most of the time, it was Yarrow Fengchun talking while Li Changsheng listened. In the end, Yarrow Fengchun took the initiative to accompany Li Changsheng on a tour of Mount Xianhuang. Li Changsheng did not refuse. Walking on the mountain would also make it easier to find the location of the fire element spirit vein. After leaving the small courtyard, they followed Yarrow Fengchun's instructions and strolled around the area one by one. Along the way, many disciples of Mount Xianhuang hurriedly cupped their fists and bowed. Yarrow Fengchun was now the true master of Mount Xianhuang. News of the master's death had already spread to the entire mountain. They were supposed to hold a funeral for the master, but because they were afraid of offending the master's enemies, they simply cancelled it and acted as if the master had never existed. After taking Li Changsheng around Mount Xianhuang, he finally climbed up to the highest point of the mountain observation tower. Looking from top to bottom, it was indeed a good place to enjoy the scenery. Along the way, Yarrow Fengchun was unable to obtain any useful information from Li Changsheng. She hinted to Li Changsheng several times that he could ask for anything, but Li Changsheng pretended not to notice. With a bellyful of doubts, Yarrow Fengchun could only use the excuse of being busy with the sect's affairs to leave. She had a female disciple in charge of internal affairs accompany Li Changsheng on a tour of the mountain. Before leaving, she reminded the female disciple to treat Li Changsheng with the same care as her. Although the female disciple had 10,000 questions in her mind, she didn't dare to ask. She could only nod and think to herself, "This young man doesn't seem to have a higher cultivation than me. Could he be the new mountain lord's little lover? Or perhaps a secular relative? Otherwise, how could he receive such preferential treatment?" The girl named Du Huan stood respectfully behind Li Changsheng. Seeing that Li Changsheng had been standing at the mountain observation tower for almost half an hour, she muttered in her heart, "This is a strange person. Even if he's just looking at the scenery, he shouldn't need such a long time. Moreover, he seems to have his eyes closed the entire time. All right, we can go back now." Just as Du Huan's thoughts were running wild, she raised her head and saw that the young guest was already standing beside her. Li Changsheng's sudden appearance frightened Du Huan to the point that her heart thumped wildly. Just as she was about to say something, she saw that the other party had already started walking down the mountain path. She hurriedly followed behind him. Just as Li Changsheng walked down the mountain observation tower, another uninvited guest arrived at Mount Xianhuang. A middle-aged man dressed in casual clothes, accompanied by a few beautiful concubines, appeared at the entrance of Mount Xianhuang. When the disciple in charge of guarding the gate saw the other party, he immediately greeted politely, "Young Master Ren." Ren Daoyuan, Immortal Crane Sect's first true disciple. Now that the old sect master of Immortal Crane Sect was in closed-door cultivation all year round, he was undoubtedly the true leader of Immortal Crane Sect. He just lacked a status. "I am here to request an audience with the Mountain Observation Tower Lord." Ren Daoyuan was famous for being arrogant and despotic in the northern lands, but his current attitude was extremely polite, with no flaws to be found. It was not because he suddenly changed his personality, but because the Mountain Observation Tower Lord was the #1 person in the northern lands cultivation world. Immortal Crane Sect could not afford to offend him. Hearing that the other party wanted to see the Mountain Observation Tower Lord, the disciple's expression was somewhat interesting. The news of the Mountain Observation Tower Lord's death in Snow God Palace had not spread yet. Until now, only Snow God Palace and Mount Xianhuang knew about it. "What's wrong?" At this moment, Ren Daoyuan noticed the abnormality and asked in confusion. That disciple did not dare to speak carelessly and immediately shook his head. "Nothing, The Tower Lord is not on the mountain. Lady Yarrow is in charge now. Good, then bring me to see Lady Yarrow. Ren Daoyuan thought of the mountain observation tower lord's second disciple, Yarrow Fengchun, and his eyes flashed with passion, but he concealed it very well. He and the mountain observation tower lord had a common hobby, that was lust. The mountain observation tower lord had more than 10 beautiful wives and concubines. Ren Daoyuan was not inferior to him. This time, he came to Mount Xianhuang to seek an audience with the mountain observation tower lord because he had a request. Immortal Crane Sect had opened a new Dao field in the surroundings, and wanted to set up a formation to connect it with the main peak. This was a huge project. Not only was it tiring, it was also very easy to make mistakes. He came this time to borrow the mountain observation mirror from the mountain observation tower lord. The mountain observation mirror was used to monitor earth veins. If he could use it, it would save a lot of trouble. Yarrow Fengchun was brought to the main hall by the disciples guarding the gate. She was currently frowning, thinking about Li Changsheng's matter. When she heard that Ren Daoyuan had come to visit, her heart skipped a beat. When the mountain observation tower lord was alive, Immortal Crane Sect's Ren Daoyuan naturally had to look up to Yarrow Fengchun. But now that the mountain observation tower lord was killed, even though Yarrow Fengchun was at late Xiantian realm, she was clearly not enough in front of Ren Daoyuan. Moreover, Ren Daoyuan had a Vajra realm master behind him. First, there was the mysterious Li Changsheng, which already made Yarrow Fengchun tremble in fear. Now, there was Ren Daoyuan, who was like a tiger in front and a wolf behind. Yarrow Fengchun only felt a little pressured to the point that she couldn't breathe. Yarrow Fengchun had met Ren Daoyuan a few times, and knew that he was not a kind person. Every time she met him, he was well behaved because the mountain observation tower lord was present. Even if he had any evil thoughts, he would not dare to show them. But now that he knew that the mountain observation tower lord was dead, he would no longer have any misgivings. This is really bitter. Yarrow Fengchun took a deep breath. No matter how much she hated this head disciple of Immortal Crane Sect, she still squeezed out an incomparably sincere smile and took the initiative to welcome him. Chapter 584. On the summit, Li Changsheng walked down from the mountain gazing tower accompanied by Du Huan. At the bend of the mountain path, they were blocked by several figures. A group of youths dressed in the unique attire of Mount Xianhuang looked at Li Changsheng with cold gazes. Li Changsheng stopped. Du Huan respectfully bowed to the people in front of them. Greetings, senior brother. Greetings, great guardian. There were more than 20 people in front. The one at the front was a man dressed in the attire of a true disciple. He was playing with a dagger that flickered with cold light. The dagger spun under his fingers, dazzling the onlookers. It was the first disciple of Mount Xuanhuang's mountain gazing tower, Yang Xiaoqing. The old man next to him had a gloomy expression. He was the great guardian who had followed the mountain gazing tower for most of his life, He-Da. In addition, there was also a burly man dressed in the attire of a true disciple. At a glance, one could tell he was a martial artist who practiced martial arts. His bulging muscles exuded a valiant aura from inside out. This true disciple intentionally fell half a step behind Yang Xiaoqing and He-Da to distinguish between the two. They didn't say anything about Du Huan's bow. Their gazes were fixed on Li Changsheng from beginning to end. Yang Xiaoqing said to He-Da, Great Guardian, this young man is undoubtedly an envoy sent by the person who killed my master. When we make our move, you must keep an eye on him. Don't let him send out any distress signals. As long as the plan is carried out perfectly, Mount Xianhuang will belong to the two of us. Hearing Yang Xiaoqing's words, Great Elder He-Da shook his head. I'm not that interested in the power of this mountain. When the time comes, I only want that treasure. Mount Xianhuang will belong to you. Don't worry, I won't fight for power with you. You can make your move later. Although I can't deal with the powerhouse behind him, it won't be a problem to stop him from leaking information. He-Da took a step forward and immediately shot several yellow talismans in all directions. In an instant, a small space was isolated. In response, Li Changsheng stood on the mountain path a dozen meters away from them. He couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the people who didn't conceal their killing intent. Although that Yarrow Fengchun had repeatedly probed him, She was obviously much more tactful than these people. Time ticked by and Li Changsheng remained standing there like a pine tree rooted in a rock. However, Du Huan's expression was getting worse and worse. Their voices were not low, and they did not have the slightest intention of concealing their words, so she heard everything. Great Guardian, great senior brother, this Mr. Li is Madame Yarrow's esteemed guest. He. Yang Xiaoqing laughed. The person he wanted to kill was Yarrow Fengchuan's guest. Upon hearing the news of the Mountain Observing Tower Master's death, Yang Xiaoqing was the first to stand out and support Yarrow Fengchuan's ascension to the position of Mountain Master. As the Mountain Observing Tower Master's eldest disciple, he was more qualified than Yarrow Fengchuan to inherit the position of Mountain Master. Did he really not covet the throne of first place? Of course not. The reason he was willing to let Yarrow Fengchuan sit in that position so easily was because he and the Great Guardian had devised a perfect scheme in an extremely short period of time. Since even the Mountain Observing Tower Master had died at someone else's hands, if the other party came to eliminate the root of the problem, the new Mountain Master would undoubtedly be the one to die the most miserable death. The gun would hit the bird that poked its head out. This had always been the case since ancient times. Thus, they directly let Yarrow Fengchuan become the Mountain Master. If someone came to seek revenge and Yarrow Fengchuan died, it wouldn't be too late for the two of them to divide Mount Shenhuang evenly. However, they didn't expect Li Changsheng to appear at this time and be mistaken for an emissary sent by the mysterious person who killed the Mountain Observing Tower Master. If Yarrow Fengchuan could avoid this crisis by offering up a few transcendent artifacts, then they would really go for wool and come home shorn. Thus, they added another layer to their original plan, shifting the blame. As long as this young man died in Mount Shenhuang and they found a secluded place to hide, Yarrow Fengchuan would have no way to explain herself. Once that expert came to condemn her, Yarrow Fengchuan would undoubtedly die. Once Yarrow Fengchuan was dead and that person's anger was appeased, the two of them would return to reorganize Mount Shenhuang. Although it was very likely that the transcendent artifacts left behind by the Mountain Observing Tower Master would be taken away by the other party, Yarrow Fengchuan didn't know about the true treasures of Mount Shenhuang, and that expert who killed the Mountain Observing Tower Master wouldn't know either. When the time came, the two of them would divide the treasures. The prerequisite was that they had to kill this young man today. Kid, you're blocking my way. Yang Xiaoqing began to walk forward. The head enforcer on his left, the third junior brother on his right, and the 20 or so disciples behind him also moved forward. Li Changsheng stood to the side and gave way to the path up the mountain. Yang Xiaoqing couldn't help but be taken aback, then burst into laughter. Does this kid really think that we won't cause trouble for him if he gives way? The head enforcer's eyes were also filled with ridicule. Du Huan, whose face was filled with anxiety and fear, was somewhat speechless. She whispered, Mr. Li, they aren't really going up the mountain. They've come specifically to deal with you. Even if you step aside, they won't let you go. Even I might be implicated by you and die here with you. But what Du Ju didn't expect was that after hearing her words, Li Changsheng's face didn't reveal any trace of fear. Instead, he grinned. Of course I know it's not because I'm blocking their way. I'm only doing this so that I can feel a bit more at ease when I kill them. Du Huan understood the meaning behind Li Changsheng's words, but she was still somewhat incredulous. Could it be that this unassuming youth thinks he can defeat the 20 or so powerful senior brothers of Mount Shenhuang who came prepared? Especially the head enforcer and eldest senior brother. Both of them are formidable Xiantian cultivators. While Du Huan's mind was in a mess, Yang Xiaoqing and the others stopped once more. Head enforcer, I'm going to make my move. Are you sure the formation you laid down can prevent him from calling for help? Don't worry. Ku Die chuckled. If this were any other place, perhaps I would need to check it again. But in our Mount Shenhuang, I guarantee that nothing will go wrong. That's good. Yang Xiaoqing looked at his third junior brother who was half a step behind him. Junior brother Ning, kill this youth and I'll give you the greatest merit. When I regain control of Mount Shenhuang, you'll be the vice sect master. All right. Junior brother Ning strode forward. Eldest senior brother, just watch. I'll wring his head off in 3 moves at most. But eldest senior brother has to promise me one thing. I don't have any great hobbies other than collecting skulls. I want to make this guy's head into a wine cup, but when the master behind the scenes comes to question me, it won't be easy to fool him without his head. I'll need eldest senior brother to deal with the aftermath. Don't worry, I'll fulfill your wish. At worst, I'll just burn him to ashes. This is called destroying the corpse and erasing all traces. Yang Xiaoqing laughed. In their eyes, Li Changsheng was no different from a dead man. Chapter 585. With senior brother's words, I can make my move without worry. Third junior brother Han Ling approached Li Changsheng step by step with a cruel smile in his eyes. Kid, I'm very curious. Who is the master behind you, the person who killed our master? Why don't you tell us? Maybe the master behind you is too powerful, and we'll let you go in fear. Han Ling's eyes were filled with mockery. Saying this at this time was no different from a cat toying with a mouse. Master behind me. Li Changsheng was stunned. I see. What if I say I don't have a master behind me, and I'm the one who killed the mountain gazing tower master? Upon hearing Li Changsheng's words, not only Han Ling, but even Yang Xiaoqing and the others behind him burst into laughter. You! Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? This is the funniest joke I've ever heard. Han Ling stopped not far away from Li Changsheng. Are you really not going to tell me about your master behind you? If you tell me now, you can live a little longer. Otherwise, when I punch you later, you'll have to say goodbye to this world. I told you the truth, but you didn't believe me. Instead, you spout so much nonsense. How can you be so sure that I'm the one who died between us and not you? Li Changsheng's eyes were filled with mockery. Of course I'm sure. It doesn't make sense that I, an innate realm expert, would lose to you. Besides, can't you see that I'm a pure martial artist? Unless you're a Vajra realm expert, even if you're at the peak of the innate realm, you won't be able to bear the consequences of letting a pure martial artist like me get within 3 steps of you. As soon as Han Ling finished speaking, crackling sounds came from all over his body. His already tall figure seemed to have grown a lot taller in an instant, and a majestic aura spread out from his body. Third junior brother, who has always been reckless, actually knows how to hide his strength. I'm afraid there are only a handful of people in Mount Shenhuang who can be his opponent. Even if I'm within 3 steps of him, I'm afraid I won't have an easy time. Yang Xiaoqing lamented. Who doesn't have a secret in Mount Shenhuang? Great Guardian, he Da said casually. Yang Xiaoqing obediently shut his mouth. Indeed, third junior brother Han Ling had secrets, but so did he. If he were to fight against his third junior brother, even if his third junior brother had reached the peak of thwart training, he would still be defeated by him. However, in the face of Han Ling's powerful aura, Li Changsheng only took half a step forward. When the powerful aura descended in front of him, it naturally slid away like a boulder in a flowing river or a tree in a storm. Looks like this kid has some ability. The chief enforcer, Ku Da, who had been silent all this time, revealed a look of bewilderment. Since he's the messenger of the expert, I would be disappointed if he doesn't have any skills. However, it doesn't matter if he has any skills or not. He's not going to survive today. Yang Xiaoqing chuckled. Grand Protector He Da didn't comment on Xiaoqing's confidence. Forget about the 20 or so disciples behind them, just the Grand Protector himself was confident enough to deal with everything. He was just a young man who might not even be in the innate stage. What could he do? Say, this guy's expression doesn't change even now. Do you think he has some powerful Dharma treasure on him? He's planning to give us a fatal blow. Yang Xiaoqing looked at He Da. Isn't that even better? We'll get another Dharma treasure. He Da smiled coldly. At that moment, Han Ling's aura reached its peak. Kid, you're quite capable to be able to hold on for so long under my aura. However, Li Changsheng only smiled disdainfully at Han Ling's compliment. You'll soon find out that I'm not just a little capable, I'm very capable. Is that so? Han Ling clenched his fists. Whether you're capable or not depends on whether my fists admit it. The bluestone beneath third senior brother Han Ling's feet suddenly shattered and a basin-sized crater appeared. He charged at Li Changsheng like an angry bull. In the face of that huge fist, Li Changsheng moved his feet lightly and dodged the attack by a millimeter. He didn't expect Li Changsheng to be able to dodge. Han Ling's other fist followed up and smashed at Li Changsheng's lower abdomen. However, the fist only hit an afterimage. Li Changsheng's footsteps were as light as water and he floated back, widening the distance between him and Han Ling. Good boy, your movement technique is not bad. Let's see how many moves you can dodge. Han Ling's eyes revealed a mocking look. Since Li Changsheng didn't dare to take 2 of his punches, he had already determined that the other party was only good at Qinggong. The trace of caution he had left was completely dispelled. Then, he punched again. The distance between him and Li Changsheng, who was only a few steps away, was instantly shortened. The power of his fists wreaked havoc, like a sudden clap of thunder. It was unknown how many times more majestic than the previous 2 punches. This punch was like the thunder god's hammer. Under the fist force, a gust of wind rose from the ground. The fist force enveloped Li Changsheng, and he was determined not to give him any chance to dodge. He wanted to kill him with 1 punch. Originally, such a punch would be fatal if it landed on the head. However, Han Ling was aiming at Li Changsheng's chest. He had already set his sights on Li Changsheng's head and treated it as a work of art. He was afraid that it would be destroyed. However, this time, Li Changsheng didn't dodge again. Instead, he suddenly raised his arm and met the attack. The iron chain across the river created an unshakable force out of nowhere. Han Ling suddenly felt a sense of danger. However, out of confidence in his fist technique, he didn't pull back his fist. Instead, he sped up. Boom! Just as Han Ling's fist was about to hit Li Changsheng's arm, Li Changsheng's aura burst out like a flood. He raised his arm and hit Han Ling's fist. Bang! Han Ling felt as if he had hit a towering mountain. He felt a huge force and his whole body was sent flying back a few steps. He stared at Li Changsheng with a hint of shock in his eyes. Good boy, you really have hidden your strength. I didn't expect you to be a martial artist. However, if you don't take out your natal magic weapon or something, I won't hold back anymore. Just now, when Li Changsheng suddenly burst out his aura, it wasn't Li Changsheng who sent Han Ling flying. Instead, it was Han Ling who took the initiative to borrow the strength of Li Changsheng's arm to fly back the moment his fist came into contact with Li Changsheng's arm. It turned out that he had been wary of Li Changsheng's protective magic weapon. The seemingly powerful punch was just a test. This burly guy was really scheming. A martial artist, especially one who proves one's Dao through strength, should be courageous and fearless. However, when you use your fist, you are afraid. I'm afraid your future achievements will stop here. Li Changsheng shook his head. That look of disappointment was like that of a master looking at an unworthy disciple. This feeling made Han Ling very angry. What the hell? How dare you criticize my martial arts? Let's see if you still dare to say that my martial arts are bad when I kill you with 1 punch. Chapter 586. Han Ling was furious, not because Li Changsheng looked down on him, but because he had failed to find out Li Changsheng's strength after throwing 3 punches in a row. This made him feel a little embarrassed, as he had wanted to show off in front of his eldest senior brother, Yang Xiaoqing. Once Yang Xiaoqing and He Da's plan was carried out perfectly, they would soon become the true masters of Mount Xianhuang. The stronger he was, the more he would be valued by Yang Xiaoqing, and the more things he would be able to get. This time, Han Ling's aura was clearly different. Compared to the majestic aura just now, not only did he restrain his aura, but even the domineering fist intent seemed to have disappeared. Yang Xiaoqing and He Da nodded slightly behind him. Third junior brother is really going all out this time. I'm very curious if the full power of his physique cultivator technique is comparable to that of a peak carnate realm cultivator. The lethality of a physique cultivator is many times higher than that of an ordinary cultivator. It shouldn't be difficult for him to stand shoulder to shoulder with a peak carnate realm cultivator. He Da said casually. When Han Ling slowly raised his fist, Li Changsheng was the first to attack. Whoosh! The strong wind brought about by the fist rubbed against the air, but it was much weaker than Han Ling's previous punch. Li Changsheng stepped on the ground and threw a punch at Han Ling. Han Ling's eyes were cold. Does this kid think that he's underestimating me because I've restrained my fist aura? How dare he take the initiative to attack? His simply courting death. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, his fist finally finished accumulating power and was about to burst out. However, Li Changsheng was already within 3 steps of him at this moment. Within 3 steps, he could defeat an entire nation. This was a saying used to describe a physique refinement grandmaster. However, in Han Ling's eyes, since Li Changsheng's weak physique was not a physique cultivator, he was undoubtedly tired of living if he dared to come within 3 steps of him and compete with his fist. Therefore, he was looking forward to Li Changsheng's approach. Die, brat! Han Ling threw a punch at Li Changsheng's fist. Bang! With a loud boom, a cruel look appeared in Han Ling's eyes. In his mind, he imagined the scene of the skinny young man's arm exploding from his punch. However, his expression quickly changed to one of shock because it was his fist that had been destroyed. Li Changsheng's fist, which did not seem to have much destructive power, exploded with a terrifying force the moment it collided with his fist. Then, his entire fist directly exploded, and even half of his arm became twisted, revealing the white stubble of his bones. Bang bang! Bang bang! A series of explosions sounded like the sound of ignited firecrackers exploding. The remaining half of Han Ling's arm continued to explode, turning into clouds of blood mist in an extremely short period of time. His entire arm was gone. Third junior brother seems to have lost. Yang Xiaoqing stared at the arena, his eyes filled with disbelief. Beside him, Ku Da, the great guardian, had already dashed towards Li Changsheng. The older, the wiser. While Yang Xiaoqing was still in shock, Ku Da had already made his move. However, when Ku Da was halfway there, Li Changsheng had already thrown his second punch. This time, it landed accurately on Han Ling's chest. Bang! The crisp sound was accompanied by Han Ling's miserable cry. When Ku Da rushed over, Han Ling was also sent flying by Li Changsheng's punch. When he landed, Han Ling's entire chest was caved in. Every time he breathed, he spat out blood. It seemed that he would not survive. Yang Xiaoqing's eyelids twitched wildly. With Han Ling's strength, even if he were to attack, he would have to use all his trump cards to suppress him. It was impossible for him to injure Han Ling so easily with his consummate skills. Ku Da had already rushed forward, his fingers curled into claws as he grabbed towards Li Changsheng's head. However, he did not succeed. Li Changsheng gently tilted his head and dodged the attack. Ku Da was very experienced in combat. Since he failed to grab Li Changsheng's forehead, his hand grabbed towards Li Changsheng's shoulder. However, the moment he grabbed Li Changsheng's shoulder, his face did not reveal joy, but shock. He felt as if he had grabbed onto a steel plate. No matter how hard he tried, he could not cause any harm to Li Changsheng. How is this possible? In an instant, Ku Da was greatly alarmed. He kicked Li Changsheng's chest, wanting to use the force to retreat. However, in the next moment, Li Changsheng grabbed his ankle and pulled hard, smashing him to the ground. Originally, with Ku Da's strength, it wasn't as if he didn't have a chance to counterattack in this situation. Unfortunately, when he circulated his true qi, he was shocked to find that half of the meridians in his body were blocked. He could only watch as his head crashed into the hard bluestone on the ground. Save me. Ku Da finally panicked. Great Guardian, I'll save you. Yang Xiaoqing could tell that Li Changsheng was not easy to deal with. The fact that the Great Guardian, who had always been arrogant, could ask for help spoke volumes. Therefore, he did not hesitate to join the battle. However, he did not know the condition of the Great Guardian's body. Therefore, he did not choose to save Ku Da directly. Instead, he circled around and attacked Li Changsheng from behind. In his opinion, even if the Great Guardian was not Li Changsheng's match, the Great Guardian should be able to last more than 10 moves. If he attacked Li Changsheng to save Li Changsheng would have no choice but to turn around and face him. When the Great Guardian regained his freedom, he could form a pincer attack. However, just as he circled to the side, Ku Da was smashed to the ground by Li Changsheng. Bang! Ku Da's head and the bluestone collided violently. In just one hit, Ku Da's head was smashed into pieces. Although Ku Da was an expert at the peak of the Khanate realm and was half a step away from the Vajra realm, he cultivated Dao techniques. His body was not as strong as Han Ling, who was a physique refinement grandmaster. Yang Xiaoqing, who was about to launch a sneak attack on Li Changsheng, was stunned. The great guardian had died just like that. In the distance, Han Ling, who was still coughing blood, let out a heavy sigh. Only after exchanging blows with Li Changsheng would he understand how terrifying his opponent's strength was. Yang Xiaoqing's strategy of attacking Li Changsheng to save Li Changsheng was ridiculously wrong. However, Han Ling did not remind him because he knew that even if Yang Xiaoqing chose to save the great guardian directly, it would be useless. Li Changsheng had not revealed his true strength. Even if the three of them joined forces, they would not be able to change the outcome. Once Ku Die died, the array formation he had set up would naturally be broken. Although Yang Xiaoqing still had more than 20 subordinates behind him, they did not dare to fight with Li Changsheng. They turned and ran down the mountain, choosing to escape. You are indeed the eldest disciple of the mountain-gazing tower master. You have the same moral character as your master. Li Changsheng snorted coldly. He suddenly stretched out his palm, which turned into a huge handprint. It descended from the sky and grabbed Yang Xiaoqing's neck, pulling him back as if he was grabbing a chicken. If Yang Xiaoqing had been fearful when he saw Li Changsheng kill Ku Die, he was now in complete despair. Perhaps even his master could not achieve such a level of magical power. He lifted his head and looked at Li Changsheng with fear. He stammered, "You are not a messenger. You are the person who killed my master." Chapter 587. In the guest hall of Mount Shenhuang, Yarrow Fengchun carefully entertained the first disciple of Immortal Crane Sect, Ren Daoyuan. The Xiantian realm Ren Daoyuan was indeed a famous lecher in the northern cultivation world. Whenever he went out, he would bring a group of girls with him. Sitting there were 3 harem-like existences, each with their own merits, and there were also 6 extraordinary maids. You're saying that mountain-observing tower lord died in Snow God Temple? When Ren Daoyuan heard this news, he broke out in cold sweat from shock. The mountain-gazing tower master was already a person who stood at the top of the mountain in the world of cultivators in the northern reaches. Now, he had died without even knowing who killed him. This was earth-shattering news. It was believed that in a few days, the entire world of cultivators in the northern reaches would be shaken. With mountain-observing tower lord dead, he could not borrow mountain-observing mirror anymore. But Ren Daoyuan did not intend to leave just like that. With mountain-observing tower lord dead, Yarrow Fengchun was clearly the new owner of Mount Shenhuang. Mount Shenhuang, especially the cultivation methods and treasures left behind by mountain-observing tower lord, was coveted by everyone in the northern lands. In the past, Ren Daoyuan did not dare to have any improper thoughts about Yarrow Fengchun because of mountain-observing tower lord. Now that mountain-observing tower lord was gone, as long as he, the first disciple of Immortal Crane Sect, married Yarrow Fengchun, wouldn't the foundation of Mount Shenhuang be his? Therefore, the way Ren Daoyuan looked at Yarrow Fengchun changed. "Young Master Ren, I'm really sorry. I can't help you with mountain-observing mirror." Yarrow Fengchun purposely ignored Ren Daoyuan's gaze. Although she was unhappy with Ren Daoyuan's gaze, she still smiled brightly. "Don't worry, I'm also very sad about mountain-observing tower lord's death. I wonder how Lady Yarrow plans to arrange his funeral. I have nothing to do these few days, I can stay and help." Yarrow Fengchun subconsciously wanted to reject him, but seeing Ren Daoyuan's smile, her heart thumped. She knew that if she rejected him directly, she would anger this first disciple of Immortal Crane Sect. She could only go against her will and say, "Since young Master Ren is willing to help, that's great." Yarrow Fengchun's mind spun quickly. She could not think of a way to reject Ren Daoyuan, so she could only feign civility. At this moment, a disciple hurriedly walked in. That disciple glanced at Ren Daoyuan, wanting to say something, but hesitated. "Young Master Ren, excuse me for a moment." Yarrow Fengchun knew that her subordinate must have something that was inconvenient to say in front of Ren Daoyuan, so she excused herself and walked out of the room. "What's going on? You're so flustered." This disciple was Yarrow Fengchun's confidant, so he must have something important to say. Although he seemed to be blaming him, he didn't have any intention of reprimanding him. "Madam, the great guardian and eldest senior brother are leading more than 20 disciples towards the top of the mountain. It seems that something is going on. Has the esteemed guest returned yet? Yarrow Fengchun was a very intelligent woman. She immediately thought of something. After you left, that guest stayed up there and didn't come back. Oh no. I was wondering why Yang Xiaoqing would so decisively support me as the mountain chieftain, and why the great protector didn't stand out to oppose it. So it turns out that he was waiting for me here. With that, she instructed the disciple. Immediately summon the few senior and junior brothers close to me, as well as the great protectors and hall masters. Have them gather with me at the top of the mountain. Yes. That disciple hurriedly accepted the order and left. Yarrow Fengchun took a deep breath, suppressed the worry in her heart, and walked back to the guest hall. At this moment, Ren Daoyuan was leaning against a chair with his eyes narrowed. A servant girl was massaging his shoulders. Young Master Ren, my sect has some small matters to take care of. Please rest in the guest room in a moment. I'll host a banquet for you tonight. Madam Yao, you're not deliberately avoiding me, are you? Mount Shenhuang is currently without a leader. As a woman, it's really too hard on you. I just want to help you share some of the burden. Then I thank young Master Ren for his kind intentions. Yarrow Fengchun forced a smile. At this moment, she was burning with anxiety and couldn't care less about Ren Daoyuan. After instructing a subordinate to bring Ren Daoyuan to the guest room, she hurriedly walked out and arrived at another discussion hall. At this moment, more than 30 people had already gathered. They were all Yarrow Fengchuan's direct subordinates. The head enforcer and eldest senior brother are working together to trap me. They're going to block that Mr. Li. Once Mr. Li dies in their hands, they'll take the opportunity to hide. Then, I won't be able to clear my name even if I jump into the Yellow River. So, we need to hurry to the peak immediately. I can only hope that Mr. Li isn't dead. Otherwise, we can only abandon this huge foundation of Mount Shenhuang. Aren't the head enforcer and eldest senior brother too treacherous? A young man said indignantly. I was careless. Let's set off now. After Yarrow Fengchun finished speaking, the group rushed up the mountain in a grandiose manner. On the peak, Yang Xiaoqing looked at the man in front of him with a face full of fear. He couldn't understand how someone so young could have such terrifying strength. Tell me, what was the treasure that you and that old man said you wanted to split? Li Changsheng had overheard the conversation between the two. That head enforcer didn't want the authority of Mount Shenhuang, but a treasure. He guessed that it was very likely to be something nurtured by the fire element spirit vein. If I tell you, can you not kill me? Yang Xiaoqing stammered. I can't. Li Changsheng shook his head. I can only let you die a quick death. Then why should I tell you? Yang Xiaoqing's face suddenly became ferocious. Only head enforcer and I know those secrets. If you kill me, you'll never know about that treasure. Is that so? Li Changsheng smiled faintly. You're too naive. I have 100 ways to find out what those treasures are, so you can go die now. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Changsheng suddenly reached out and grabbed Yang Xiaoqing's head, then pulled up. Suddenly, a transparent figure was pulled out by him. It was Yang Xiaoqing's soul. Then, his palm suddenly shrank, and the divine soul was kneaded into a ball. Images continuously appeared in the ball. It was the soul-searching technique. All of Yang Xiaoqing's memories were inside. After a few minutes, Li Changsheng browsed through all of Yang Xiaoqing's memories and finally found the secret he and head enforcer were talking about. It really is something nurtured by the fire element spirit vein. But I didn't expect it to be a fire dragon. Li Changsheng muttered to himself. Then, he casually stuffed the crumpled soul into his mouth. Yang Xiaoqing, whose soul had been extracted, was already lying on the ground, lifeless. The disciples of Mount Shenhuang who witnessed all this from afar felt a chill run down their spines. Maid Du Huan, who was standing not far from Li Changsheng, was so scared that her legs were trembling. Chapter 588. Sir Li, are you all right? Yarrow Fengchun was burning with anxiety at the sight of the crowd in front of her. She immediately rushed over. Head enforcer, Yang Xiaoqing, you actually framed me. Yarrow Fengchun passed through the crowd, her furious rebuke coming to an abrupt halt. This was because the great guardian and eldest senior brother were nowhere to be seen. Sir Li Yarrow Fengchun only noticed the strange atmosphere when she rushed out of the crowd. Especially when she saw her third junior brother, Han Ling, lying there and vomiting blood, the confusion in her eyes deepened. "Madam." Du Huan hastily bowed upon seeing Yarrow Fengchun. "This is." When Yarrow Fengchun saw the corpses of Yang Xiaoqing and head enforcer on the ground, a thought occurred to her that made her jump in fright. Could this be Sir Li's doing? She didn't even need to ask Li Changsheng for confirmation. Du Huan had already spilled the beans and recounted the entire sequence of events. At the same time, she turned to Li Changsheng with fear in her eyes. Hiss. Yarrow Fengchun took a deep breath, suppressed her fear, and bowed to Li Changsheng. This little girl had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. "I didn't know that Sir had come to Mount Xianhuang. If Sir has taken a fancy to Mount Xuanhuang's foundation, feel free to take it. I killed the mountain-gazing tower lord. Don't you want to avenge him?" Li Changsheng was rather curious. It would have been fine if it had been someone else, but Yarrow Fengchun was not only the mountain-gazing tower lord's disciple, but also his wife. After learning of his true identity, there was only respect and fear, not a trace of hatred. "Since Sir can kill the tower lord, wouldn't I be courting death if I sought revenge? Besides, I was forced to marry the mountain-gazing tower lord. I don't have much affection for him. In his eyes, I'm just a servant girl who warms his bed." "I understand." Li Changsheng nodded. The mountain-gazing tower lord married her because he coveted her beauty, while she married him because she had no other choice. Plus, she wanted to use the mountain-gazing tower lord's relationship to consolidate her position in Mount Xianhuang. "I didn't come to Mount Xianhuang for your property, but to take away the item nurtured by the earth vein beneath the mountain. Logically speaking, it should belong to Mount Xianhuang, but the master of the mountain-gazing tower snatched it from someone else. Do you have any objections if I take it away?" Yarrow Fengchun hurriedly shook her head. "Now that the house lord is dead and I am in charge of Mount Xianhuang, there are countless eyes on me. Not to mention that the treasure is a natural creation, even if it is something that belongs to Mount Xianhuang, as long as you need it, you can take it." Li Changsheng nodded. "A wise man submits to circumstances. A woman like you is quite open-minded. It's just that the thing nurtured by Mount Xianhuang hasn't completely succeeded. I'm afraid I'll have to come again next time. May I be so bold as to invite Mr. to attend my banquet at Mount Xianhuang tonight? It's to celebrate this little girl taking charge of Mount Xianhuang, and also to entertain a distinguished guest like Mr. Li Good. I still need you to look after the thing nurtured by Mount Xianhuang. When it's completely nurtured, I promise that Mount Xianhuang will be worry-free for 10 years. As Li Changsheng finished speaking, Yarrow Fengchun bowed towards Li Changsheng again, showing excitement on her face. "Thank you, Mr. Li." Yarrow Fengchun had just taken charge of Mount Xianhuang. Even though the protector and Yang Xiaoqing died at Li Changsheng's hands, and the internal situation was stabilized, Mount Xianhuang was a blessed land. Without a powerful expert like the mountain-gazing tower lord, there were countless people who wanted to get their hands on it. People like the head disciple of Immortal Crane sect would probably increase in number in the future. But with the protection of an expert like Li Changsheng, the situation would be completely different. "All right, I'll return to the courtyard first. Call me when the banquet starts." Li Changsheng walked down the mountain peak, leaving the venue to Yarrow Fengchun. There were more than 20 disciples who rebelled with Yang Xiaoqing. Yarrow Fengchun naturally had to deal with them. But Li Changsheng was here, so Yarrow Fengchun could not show off. Li Changsheng returned to the small courtyard and released his divine sense, passing through layers of obstructions and entering the depths of the ground. He saw a crimson-red spirit vein flowing slowly. In the river, a red carp was swimming continuously. This was the divine being nurtured by this spirit vein. It was in the form of a carp now, but when it was completely nurtured, it would gradually turn into a flood dragon. Once it was born, it would be equivalent to a finger-profound realm expert. No wonder the protector coveted it. If he could obtain the help of such a flood dragon, he could do whatever he wanted in the entire northern lands. And Yang Xiaoqing coveted the power of Mount Xianhuang. Even though a portion of the spirit vein's essence was absorbed by the flood dragon, it was still a cultivation treasure land. After a long time, Li Changsheng withdrew his divine sense. For this flood dragon to truly take human form, it would take at least 3 months, and at most half a year. "Sir, my madam invites you to a banquet." Li Changsheng's mind was immersed in his observation. Unknowingly, close to 2 hours had passed. When he withdrew, he heard a knock on the door. It was the servant Du Huan that Yarrow Fengchun asked to serve him. Du Huan looked at Li Changsheng with reverence and fear. Back then, the scene of Li Changsheng killing the protector and Yang Xiaoqing scared her to death. Even though Li Changsheng had a smile on his face, in her eyes, it made her hair stand on end. "All right." Li Changsheng stretched lazily, stood up, and walked out of the courtyard with Du Huan, walking towards the banquet hall. At the same time, Immortal Crane Sect's eldest disciple Ren Daoyuan also walked out of the guest room, bringing his 3 concubines and a group of servants to the banquet hall. The two coincidentally met on the small path in front of the hall. The other party was a group of orioles and swallows. Even Li Changsheng could not help but take a few more glances. Where did this country bumpkin come from? What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll dig your eyes out. One of Ren Daoyuan's concubines just happened to turn her head, her gaze colliding with Li Changsheng. When she saw that it was an ordinary-looking youth, she could not help but snort coldly. Once the girl spoke, Ren Daoyuan's group immediately stopped, sizing up Li Changsheng with a few gazes. Ren Daoyuan frowned, snorting, "Brat, keep your dog eyes in check. This is your first offense, I won't bicker with you. Next time, if you keep glancing around, then my green shadow's words are not just to scare you, I'll really dig your eyes out." Saying so, Ren Daoyuan turned around and continued walking. Du Huan originally wanted to defend herself, but was stopped by Li Changsheng. "It's fine, who doesn't hear a few barks when they go out?" Du Huan's face was dazed, then she giggled. Suddenly, she felt that if this Mr. Li was not so scary when he attacked, he would really be an interesting person. Chapter 589. Look at that bumpkin's unconvinced expression. If not for the fear of ruining husband's plans, I would have slapped them. The concubine named Green Shadow said fiercely as she walked around. Ren Daoyuan stretched out his hand and touched her fat buttocks. "Why get angry with a small character? That guy doesn't look like a disciple of Shenhuang Mountain, and there's even a servant girl beside him. He should be a guest invited by Shenhuang Mountain. His identity is unclear for now, otherwise, I would have slapped them without needing you to say anything." Hearing Ren Daoyuan's words, the girl called Lu Ying felt much better, saying coldly, "So what if he's a guest of Shenhuang Mountain? Could it be that he can be compared to you, husband? A brat who's still wet behind his ears, he might be a relative of one of Shenhuang Mountain's guardian disciples. Even the new master of Shenhuang Mountain has to be obedient in front of Yarrow Fengchun husband. Who does he think he is? Madam, you're just being unreasonable, that's not good." Ren Daoyuan chuckled, although he said it was not good. Looking at his expression, he clearly did not mind at all. This was just a small interlude. As the saying goes, the husband sings and the wife follows. Lu Ying's spoiled temper was learned from her husband. Ren Daoyuan was famous for being unreasonable. They walked into the hall together. After Yarrow Fengchun saw Ren Daoyuan, she hurriedly went up to him. Even though she had Li Changsheng's promise, who knew if this terrifyingly powerful Sir Li would forget about it after a casual sentence. Thus, Yarrow Fengchun did not dare to treat Immortal Crane Sect's first disciple Ren Daoyuan lightly. Ren Daoyuan did not put on any airs in front of Yarrow Fengchun. Even though Shenhuang Mountain's status had plummeted after losing Mountain Viewing Tower's lord, if he forced Yarrow Fengchun into a corner and found a force not inferior to Immortal Crane Sect to join, he would have wasted all his efforts. She invited Ren Daoyuan and the rest in and sat down at the guest seats. But Ren Daoyuan's expression immediately turned grim, because there was an empty seat in front of him. Could it be that apart from me, there are guests with even more distinguished statuses on Mount Shenhuang? Although Ren Daoyuan was a little unhappy in his heart, since Yarrow Fengchun thought that there was someone more honorable than him, he was not a fool. At this time, if he did not let it go and offended that more honorable guest, then he would make enemies for himself for no reason. However, his heart was also filled with doubts. In the northern lands, the only person with a higher status than him was probably the head of a sect. Could it be that someone is so well informed that they already know about the death of the mountain viewing tower master and dare to plot against him? While Ren Daoyuan was thinking, the green shadow pointed in the direction of the door. That brat who couldn't control his eyeballs just now also came in. Where do you think he will sit? After Green Shadow finished speaking, a woman next to her curled her lips in disdain. Being able to bring a maid with him means that his status isn't too low. He shouldn't be sitting near the entrance, but he's so young and his cultivation seems to be average. At most, he should be sitting in the middle with the inner disciples of Mount Xianhuang. I agree with your judgment. The other woman echoed. That's really disappointing. If he could sit a little closer, I could teach him a lesson so that he doesn't know what's important. Green Shadow said regretfully. Sister Green Shadow, don't tell me you've taken a liking to this youth. I heard that before Sister Green Shadow got married, you were a famous romantic in the northern lands. Green Shadow's expression immediately became unsightly. Xian Dao, what nonsense are you talking about? If it weren't for my husband, I would have torn your mouth apart. What? Did I hit a sore spot? The woman named Xian Dao did not back down. Ren Daoyuan, who was originally thinking about something, couldn't help but frown. Both of you, calm down. Don't embarrass me when we're outside. Yes, husband. The two women lowered their heads at the same time. Although Ren Daoyuan was very protective of the fairer sex, he also had a very cold side. At this time, seeing Li Changsheng come in, Yarrow Fengchun hastily went to greet him. Sir Li, I originally wanted to personally invite you to the courtyard, but there are many matters to attend to at this banquet, so I could only have Du Huan do it in my place. Compared to when she received Ren Daoyuan, Yarrow Fengchun was clearly more sincere when she received Li Changsheng. Although Li Changsheng had killed the mountain-gazing tower lord, it had allowed Yarrow Fengchun to become Mount Xuanhuang's lord and no longer be suppressed. Meanwhile, Li Changsheng only cared about the treasure nurtured by the fire spirit vein. Yarrow Fengchun didn't feel any heartache over losing something that didn't belong to her. Moreover, she could trade it for Li Changsheng's protection of Mount Xianhuang. But Ren Daoyuan was different. Ren Daoyuan coveted her and the foundation of Mount Xianhuang. If Ren Daoyuan succeeded, Yarrow Fengchun would return to the state she was in when the mountain-gazing edifice lord was still alive, perhaps even worse. Thus, if Yarrow Fengchun had to make a choice between Li Changsheng and Ren Daoyuan, Yarrow Fengchun would be able to accept Li Changsheng taking the treasure, or even becoming Li Changsheng's subordinate. However, Ren Daoyuan was different. Just who is this brat? Ren Daoyuan's expression shifted several times at this scene. Don't tell me he's the person Yarrow Fengchun left the most precious seat for? Xian Dao blurted out. But she had just spoken when Green Shadow interrupted her. How is that possible? Don't you see his appearance? What right does he have to sit above us? If he really is someone with background and strength, why did he let us scold him on the way here without even daring to talk back? As soon as Green Shadow finished speaking, Yarrow Fengchun had already taken the initiative to lead Li Changsheng over, and the position they were walking towards was one level higher than Ren Daoyuan's group, the most distinguished guest's position. When Li Changsheng sat down, Ren Daoyuan's group widened their eyes. Your crow's beak was spot on. Xian Dao and Green Shadow had always been jealous of each other, their tone carried some resentment. This is too much. Ren Daoyuan's face had completely darkened. If the most honorable position had been reserved for a sect master from the northern reaches world of cultivation or an elder from some super sect, Ren Daoyuan would have accepted it. But now, that position had been given to an ordinary young man, whom Ren Daoyuan looked down on. In Ren Daoyuan's view, Yarrow Fengchun was clearly humiliating him on purpose. Surnamed Yarrow, since you are so heartless, don't blame me for being unjust. Ren Daoyuan clenched his fists. Everyone knew that Immortal Crane Sect's first disciple Ren Daoyuan was lustful, but they did not know that he had another flaw, that was that he was petty, and especially prideful. Yarrow Fengchun's arrangement had already made him very unhappy. Chapter 590. Who do you think you are? You dare to sit above my young master? A young maidservant behind Ren Daoyuan shouted at Li Changsheng's position. Sir Li is my Shenhuang Mountain's esteemed guest. His seat was arranged by Our Lady Yao. Du Huan, who was beside Li Changsheng, could not help but speak. She did not say this to protect Li Changsheng, but Li Changsheng's identity was too great. Shenhuang Mountain did not dare to slight him. If Sir Li was angered by a servant girl of Ren Daoyuan, no one would be able to bear the consequences of his anger on Shenhuang Mountain. But it would have been better if she did not say this, because once she did, Green Shadow's servant girl could not take it anymore. Impudent! You're just a servant, you have no right to speak. Saying so, she walked to Du Huan's side and raised her hand to slap Du Huan's face. Although this servant girl was called a servant girl, she was actually Ren Daoyuan's bed-warming servant girl. Because Ren Daoyuan doted on her in Immortal Crane Sect, she was used to being arrogant. After coming to Shenhuang Mountain and seeing that even Yarrow Fengchun was respectful to Ren Daoyuan, she immediately felt that she could do whatever she wanted in Shenhuang Mountain. Du Huan did not expect the other party to be so arrogant in her own territory. She only reacted when the palm was about to land, but how could she dodge it? Du Huan was only an ordinary servant girl in Shenhuang Mountain. Although she learned some body nurturing techniques and was more agile than ordinary people, that was all there was to it. In contrast, although Ren Daoyuan's servant girl was rude and unreasonable, her skills were not bad. The palm was about to land on Du Huan's face. This servant girl was also a ruthless person, her attacks were ruthless. If this palm landed, Du Huan would definitely lose a few teeth. Just as the palm was about to land, Du Huan subconsciously closed her eyes. But in the end, the palm did not land. Instead, a hand grabbed the servant girl's wrist, causing her palm to stop 5 centimeters away from Du Huan's face. The one who made the move was Li Changsheng. Although Du Huan was only serving him temporarily, she spoke up for him. Li Changsheng naturally could not let her be slapped because of this. Seeing her wrist being grabbed, the maidservant was instantly enraged. She wanted to pull her wrist out, but she discovered that the other party's fingers were like iron pincers. How dare you? Let go of me. Do you want to die? I don't know if I want to die or not, but if you dare to speak rudely again, you will be the one to die. Li Changsheng abruptly loosened his grip on Ren Daoyuan's wrist and took 2 steps back. He turned around and made an expression that looked like he was about to cry as he looked at Ren Daoyuan. Young master, you have to help me. Ren Daoyuan glanced at Li Changsheng with a sinister gaze, then said to the maidservant, "Come back. Revenge is a dish best served cold." The maid glared fiercely at Li Changsheng before returning to her seat. Li Changsheng sat back down. "Thank you, sir." Du Huan whispered. "I'm fine." Li Changsheng casually picked up a grape from the table and stuffed it into his mouth. "Sir, this Ren Daoyuan is famous for being vengeful. I'm afraid that after this banquet ends, he will harm you." Unknowingly, Du Huan had already started to think for Li Changsheng. Who is he? He dares to be so arrogant in your Shenhuang Mountain? Li Changsheng asked casually. Originally, he was too lazy to bother with him. But the other party kept making things difficult for him. Li Changsheng was not a Buddha made of clay. He did not mind teaching him a lesson. He is the eldest disciple of Immortal Crane Sect. Originally, he came to borrow the Mountain Observing Tower Lord's Mountain Observing Mirror. But after he heard the news of the Tower Lord's death, he refused to leave. Immortal Crane Sect's eldest disciple? Li Changsheng spat out the grape skin in his mouth into the bin, a cold light flashing in his eyes. He still remembered that the reason why Luo Dan was imprisoned by Snow God Palace was because this eldest disciple of Immortal Crane Sect saw Luo Dan and took a liking to her. He wanted Luo Dan to be his concubine, but Luo Dan refused and was imprisoned by Snow God Palace's palace lord. Enemies truly meet on a narrow road. Li Changsheng shook his head, but his eyes turned cold. 10 minutes later, when everyone was seated, Yarrow Fengchun walked to the main seat and sat down. There were many disciples present who did not know about the death of eldest protector He Da and eldest senior brother Yang Xiaoqing. So after Yarrow Fengchun sat down, many people were still looking around. Finally, when Yarrow Fengchun announced the start of the banquet, they suddenly realized that the eldest senior brother and eldest protector were in a bad situation. Their gazes towards Yarrow Fengchun became filled with respect. Today, I officially succeed as the Mountain Lord of Shenhuang Mountain. In the future, I will rely on everyone present to help me manage this family business. Yarrow Fengchun's words caused many people to stand up. Madam Yarrow, we are willing to do anything for you. These people were Yarrow Fengchun's trusted aides. A third of the people present did not move. Among these people, there were those who supported Eldest Protector and Yang Xiaoqing, while there were also those who remained neutral. I wonder why Eldest Protector and Senior Brother Yang did not attend such an important banquet. A protector of the sect stood up and asked. He belonged to the neutral faction. Eldest Protector He Da and Yang Xiaoqing have malicious hearts. They intended to harm my Shenhuang Mountain, and I have already executed them on the spot. With Yarrow Fengchun's words, the crowd fell silent. Originally, He Da and Yang Xiaoqing had been killed by Li Changxing, but now, Yarrow Fengchun had taken responsibility for this matter in order to intimidate the crowd. After saying this, she cast an apologetic glance at Li Changxing. Li Changxing responded with a smile, indicating that he didn't mind. Upon hearing that even Eldest Protector and Yang Xiaoqing had died at Yarrow Fengchun's hands, the neutral faction immediately knew what to choose. They were all fence-sitters. As for those who had originally favored Yang Xiaoqing and He Da, they could only choose to support Yarrow Fengchun under these circumstances. Otherwise, once Yarrow Fengchun stabilized her position, they would not have a good time when she came to settle accounts. Madam Yarrow is wise. Eldest Protector and Yang Xiaoqing dared to plot against us. Even death cannot wipe out their crimes. A guardian of the neutral faction said loudly. Rebels and traitors, everyone has the right to punish them. The others also agreed. A large portion of them were those who had originally supported Yang Xiaoqing and He Da. Seeing this scene, Yarrow Fengchun inwardly let out a sigh of relief. At least the situation had been stabilized. From now on, Shenhuang Mountain will rely on everyone to work together with me and advance hand in hand. Saying this, Yarrow Fengchun raised her wine cup and was about to toast everyone. Suddenly, Ren Daoyuan stood up. Wait. Regarding the change in Shenhuang Mountain and the death of the old Mountain Lord, my immortal crane sect is also extremely grieved. And just this afternoon, my master who is often in closed-door cultivation came out of seclusion. He heard about the matter of Shenhuang Mountain and was extremely pained. Thus, he personally came to mourn Mountain Viewing Tower Lord. Moreover, my master heard that Madam Yarrow had extraordinary talent in cultivation, and wanted to take Madam Yarrow as his final disciple. What does Madam Yarrow think? Ren Daoyuan's words caused the entire place to fall silent. Shenhuang Mountain's family matters had nothing to do with Immortal Crane Sect. Saying that he wanted to take Yarrow Fengchun as his final disciple, he clearly had an ulterior motive. Yarrow Fengchun already knew that with Mountain Viewing Tower Lord's death, many people would be eyeing Shenhuang Mountain, but she did not expect them to come so quickly. Even Immortal Crane Sect's old sect master came out of seclusion for this. As for the so-called coincidence, how could there be such a coincidence in this world? Ren Daoyuan clearly knew about this and informed Immortal Crane Sect, thus that sect master came out of seclusion. The so-called taking her in as his final disciple was just finding a legitimate reason to annex Shenhuang Mountain. At once, Yarrow Fengchun's expression turned bitter, the excitement from stabilizing the situation vanished without a trace. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.